either side, isn't it? So did I. Much better.
But look at the lift he's getting. And I think many American fans were surprised that he hasn't played yet. He's a real talent, this young man. He did play for America in the Super 50, undergoing his qualification period. But look at that bounce, and it surprised Kushal Bertel. I'm also surprised to see him be given the new ball when he's played for America previously. I believe he's come on first change, but America looking to extract some of the movement, some of the lift from this rather green-looking pitch.
It's the greenest thus far that we've seen in Oman so far in ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2, supported by Dream 11. 4 strides, a lovely rhythm, and a watchful Bertel.
Yeah, and I suspect he's been watchful because of what happened just a couple of days ago. Second ball, he snuck off behind to Bilal Khan, and the umpire is not too happy with where Kyle Phillip is running. Not the ideal start for Phillip in terms of that going into his head. He's been really good with where he's been landing the ball. He's got to get off the danger area. Got to stop running down the pitch if he can. Look at the lift, that carry. The keeper's probably, what, 20, 22 yards back, and that's coming through up around his chest.
It's heartwarming to watch for a fast bowler in his follow-through as well. When the keeper collects it at that particular height, Monank Patel. Even Monank Patel wouldn't mind that thud into his gloves. Speaks for itself. Patel's got a good score going initially, then a little dip when he went back without scoring. Now taking his time to get off the mark. Phillip closes out excellently. A little bit of movement as well. There is a polite appeal. They'll draw it back to Nepal. We'll wait for the first run on the board. 1 gone, 0 for no loss.
What a start in international cricket for Kyle Phillip. A maiden over. Not the dream start that Bikram Saab had, where he took a wicket with his very first delivery, but the next best thing. Maiden to start with for him. You can see why he's been brought into the side, and maybe a surprise that he hasn't played so far. Definitely a noticeably greener tinge to this pitch. We might look at that close-up of the pitch again, maybe in between this over and the next over, but certainly really is looking like it's going to give the seamers some assistance early.
We're waiting to see that movement off the pitch, though. We've seen some movement in the air. And here is Saurabh Netravalkar, the skipper, who's decided to use swing to his advantage. Was excellent last night. Can he replicate that today?
So Saurabh Netravalkar, the American captain, the pick of the American bowlers here so far this week, you'd have to say. Will open from the pavilion end. Just pull out of his run-up. You impressed with him yesterday with his left arm seam?
Absolutely. Also his captaincy. Kept the pressure on, made a game out of it, believed in his bowlers. Started off with a wicket. Led by example there, Netravalkar.
Yeah, wicket in his first over and his second over yesterday. Dismissing both Shoaib Khan and the dangerous Jatinder Singh. He just proved really hard to get away, but I think he'll have been questioning himself yesterday. His bowling choices, particularly latter in the innings, very difficult defending a low target. I think some of the American team felt they bowled a little bit too much seam and maybe not given their spinners as much of a bowl on a surface that was starting to wear and was really turning. But it's a different pitch today, and an appeal from Netravalkar, who shakes his head after 3 or 4 of the fielders get very excited all together. But Netravalkar doesn't feel it's come off the glove, maybe just clipping the shirt of Asif Sheikh.
Excellent delivery, came back into him, and more bounce only made it worse for Asif. Asif put his hand up, his bat up, just to suggest I've got no part of my glove or bat on it. But the decision always relies on the umpire. It lies with him.
What's going to be key for Netravalkar is can early in this spell, like he did yesterday, can he find that shape back into the right-handers? The LBW in particular, the one to Shoaib Khan, was about the perfect left-arm seamer's dismissal.
We're talking about lift for Kyle Phillip. The last delivery also talks about lift for Netravalkar. These are good signs for USA. Even yesterday, I felt there were a couple of catching chances within a span of 6 balls when Netravalkar was around. That could have changed the game too.
See, this is the brilliance of Netravalkar. You have the one that holds its line, goes across the right-hander. And if he can get it tailing back in, that's what puts doubt in the opening batsmen's minds. No runs yet, 10 consecutive dots. Pressure building up for USA.
Netravalkar quite happy to experiment with a release point as well. Now, will he get closer to the stump this time while releasing the ball?
There is that hint of movement, but Sheikh deals with it confidently, and he's sent back by Bertel, despite Hutchinson having to run around it with his left hand. Really impressive in the field yesterday. USA, particularly their ground fielding, they may have put down a few chances. Those chances may end up ending up costing them their chance at winning the game, but their ground fielding was outstanding. Probably plus 20, 25 in that column.
And reward Karimagor with 16 of them. Diving towards his left, right, timing his jump to perfection. He's a revelation at point.
Speaking of Karimagor, goes straight to him. Only half a stop, but that's all he needed. End of the second over. Nepal, a cautious start. They are 1 for none. Let's take a look at these two starting lineups. USA, just the one change. A bowler in for a batsman. Does that surprise you?
After last game, it doesn't. They could have trusted batsmen more. That's what they would have clearly communicated to the ones in there. Dominic Rickey didn't have a good start in terms of a debut, but that's all right. We'll get an opportunity. Kyle Phillip, USA have decided to get their bowling stocked up.
Yeah, and for Nepal, just the one change as well. That's Gulshan Jha coming into the side in place of Bikram Saab, the youngster in the top right of your screen there. Look at that bounce, that thuds into the gloves. A real freshener for Asif Sheikh, and a different kind of international cricket we're seeing here. We've seen, with the exception of maybe Bilal Khan and possibly Kali Mullah, we've seen medium fast bowling. We're seeing right arm quick now from Kyle Phillip.
Watch out for the last name that you read in the Nepal Team 11. Gulshan Jha. A video was doing rounds where he bowled something similar to what Kyle Phillip did now, making the batsman sniff leather. No ball called. Kyle Phillip is got to be careful about the front foot.
Yeah, I think this is the problem for Kyle Phillip. One of the reasons he hasn't been called into the team yet, bowling quite a lot of no balls in training. And of course, every no ball these days punished by a free hit. So Mohammad Asif Sheikh will have a freebie. You can put this anywhere. The field can't change because it's the same batsman on strike, and that's not ideal for Phillip. No timing at all. Really is hitting the bat hard. Gets away with the free hit dot ball.
Couldn't have asked for a better delivery for a free hit. Almost all forms of getting a batsman out are suspended, but run out. He gets a full toss, a little swinging one, but doesn't put it away. There might be a change in bat here. Now Sheikh's given it to Bhurtel to kind of check it out. And Andrew, along with the bat, there will also be a message passed on.
I don't think so. I think it's probably just some damage done to that bat on that attempted pull shot. It was the free hit that did the damage. He does hit the bat hard, and no surprise to see that damage done. So the 12th man runs on a new one. And Kyle Phillip continues to look threatening. Just to fend outside the off stump. What a start this is for the young man. Like I said, he did play that, I think it was a couple of Super 50 games for USA. Pandemic, he wasn't fully qualified to play for America, qualifying by residency. But at 24 years of age, are we seeing the future of the American bowling attack here? Played in the GT20 as well. That's surely going to be wide. It will be wide. He did take some wickets in that Super 50. 5 appearances for USA, 6 wickets. And then playing for the Edmonton Royals in the Global T20 following year in 2019 before the world shut down for the pandemic. But he's served his qualification. He's an incredibly keen young man. He wants to play 10 to 15 years of international cricket, is what he said. But the aerial route is taken. And Kareem Agor will cut that off from a couple. Won't get to the boundary. It's the longer side of the ground today. We've moved the whole way back. This is the same pitch as the original USA-Nepal game, where the scores were 230, which was just chased down with 6 balls to spare. So even though it's a bit greener, I think Nepal will still be looking well in advance of 200 as the target.
The fact that there was just 6 balls left at the end of it is a little misleading, because Nepal deliberately took it a little late as well.
Hit into the sky. Could this be a chance? It's going to be Kareem Agor running backwards over his shoulder. What a catch! That is unbelievable from Kareem Agor. He's made that look easy. He's run 15 to 20 yards back over his shoulder. At the last minute, it swerved quite violently away from him to his right. He stuck out not one hand, but both, and he's clung on. Kyle Phillip hasn't made an ODI wicket on his debut, and the extra bounce is the thing that has caused the devastation. And Mohammad Asif Sheikh is gone.
Kyle Phillip has got only one man to thank here for his wicket. Kareem Agor, who made it a catch. Wasn't easy. Don't be fooled by the fact that he made it look easy. He had to battle so much. It was in the air.
Here's the replay. Look at that. He was looking to work it into the leg side. It's the extra bounce. Kyle Phillip himself going herring after it, wanting to try and take the catch. We've cut off that replay. We might see if we can bring you that again in a moment. But he's run 15 to 20 yards over his shoulder, made really good ground to it. Being honest, I'm not sure there's another fielder on the pitch, let alone in this series, that would have taken that. Kareem Agor, outstanding. Take a bow.
One of the best. Probably Rohit Kumar Paudel will put his hand up, just like he did to catch Jatinder Singh out of the boundary. One of the best that we've seen as well. But Kareem Agor, what a catch. The conviction with which he just looked up and said, nobody come near me, that's mine. The wind is also picking up. The ball was swirling. For a moment, you thought it was going further away from the fielder too. Not the best angle to be running backwards as well. But he made it look simple in the end. Just the job of getting there, Andrew. That's commendable.
Sheer brilliance. Yeah, sheer brilliance from Kareem Agor. Right in front of our commentary position, an outstanding catch. And it's Nepal's captain, Gyanendra Malla, to the crease, and not the shot that I think he will want to see from his opposite number, Kushal Bertel, who's on strike. Big swing and a miss outside the off stump. He's got to leave those alone, signalled wide.
6 balls, he was very watchful. This one has a go at it.
Fuller this time into the block hole. The extra pace certainly causing problems. So, 3 overs gone. Score 6 for 1 and a wicket-taking start. That might justify the decision of Netra Valker winning the toss for the first time this week, deciding... Actually, he did win the first day as well, didn't he? Decided to bat first on the opening day. This time he's decided to bowl first. Not too much work going on in that construction site today. It's a day off Friday. We will see the Nepali fans come in probably later in the day. Very warm again, Suhas, isn't it?
It is. The wind's making it slightly easier. Gyanendra Malla on strike. Celebrated his birthday yesterday. Can't be a better return gift to the whole of Nepal than a win today. Gyanendra Dai, with a lot of love they call him. You earned the name Dai.
Get off the mark from his first delivery. Birthday yesterday for Gyanendra Malla. Many happy returns. Was pleased to wish him that at the toss as well. And nice for him to have a day off for it yesterday. I think they did do a little bit of training, but very light training. Ready for today's game. Before, in a couple of days' time, they'll have the challenge of Oman. Oman will have the back-to-back double headers in the 5th and 6th match. This is USA's middle slot. Every one of the 3 sides has to play 2 back-to-back ODIs once in the Tri-Series.
Looks like there's going to be a man in the catching position now. No, it's for the keeper. Keeper is coming up. Moment you see swing on offer. Netra Valker says, Monak Patel, come up. We don't want the batsman to be using his feet to try and negate swing. Let him face the challenge of the moving ball.
Cut away, going to be runs, the first boundary of the day. And big cheers from the 20 or so Nepali fans who were here bright and early. They've probably taken a half day from work, or maybe with it being the day off, they didn't have any work. They're open. We know who they're going to be supporting for the day. Short and wide cutaway of Aids Kareem Agor. Definitely the shorter side of the ground. Probably about a 55-yard hit over there today.
Had just enough width to operate, and Patel getting off the mark with a boundary.
The big wicket for USA here is going to be that wicket of Bertel. Player of the match performance in the first clash between these 2 sides. You'd have to think that if USA can find him early in this power play, they're going to feel like they're right on top. Despite that threat of Sandeep Lamachani, which will come in the second innings, it'll come under floodlights this evening. Of course, he couldn't bowl a few days ago against Oman. You'd have to think that USA will fancy their chances. This is the key man. Bertel at the crease.
The 24-year-old Patel. His father fell in love with cricket, and then an apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? Patel. Love to watch what the erstwhile Australian skipper did, Ricky Ponting. Kushal Patel. His captaincy, his batting style, the pull shot. Every time Patel watched it, his eyes were agog. He said, that's what I want to be like. And here he is playing for this nation today. Really good leave, that.
Just a hint of movement, not the extravagant movement that Netravalkar found early underneath the floodlights. 6 runs coming from that 4th over. It's 12 for 1.
Interestingly, the ploy of having Monank up to the stumps was only for Bhurtel, not for Malla.
So, this is what the state of play is after yesterday's result. USA falling to the table toppers. Oh man, it was first versus second. But Oman have stretched their lead. Don't want to say it's an unassailable one. They're only a third of the way through their matches, but certainly looking really strong. It's the top 3 places that everyone's playing out for as Philip veers down the leg side, will be signalled wide. 3 places in the 2023 ICC Cricket World Cup qualifier, part of the road to India. And you'd have to think, oh man, very likely to take one of those 3. Papua New Guinea in dire straits, highly unlikely, so maybe 5 sides playing out for the remaining 2 places, even though we're still early in the competition.
There was an apology from Kyle Phillips. The moment it was straight down the line.
He's really generating extravagant bounce. There's Philip, and that's what's causing the problems at the moment. It's a beauty. Fuller this time, fuller in length, and he has Malla on the walk, beats him outside his off stump.
Excellent delivery for a man early on in the innings. Kind which will bring the slips into play very soon. Sometimes you see it's not the extravagant movement, but just that little movement which is required to generate that edge. Well negotiated by Malla. Kyle Phillip, not a bad start at all, in 2.37, and he's already picked up the wicket that his captain wanted early on. What a catch that was from Karimagor.
We've seen a little bit of that from Philip as well. His bad ones have tended to be wide outside the off stump. Again, getting away with that one, really. And you can see him almost practicing his action. He's not the finished article by any stretch of the imagination. He's very, very raw, but he's got raw talent, raw pace, and critically, raw bounce, which is going to cause a lot of the problems for batsmen. These are dream conditions for him to bowl, and he's getting that lift, he's getting that movement, and he's causing real threat, real potential threat to Nepal. And there they are. They've come in. It is warm out there. That's dedication, that's passion. 39 degrees in the sun, the masks are on, the COVID protocols, even the donkeys are watching on. Look at them in the background. Big Nepal fans, those two there in the deep. That will again flirt with the wide line, but go in Philip's favour. He's got 1 for 7, Nepal 14 for 1.
USA would believe it's a good start. They've kept Nepal quiet, picked up a wicket. And a hint of swing for both the bowlers is helping them. Captain will continue from the pavilion end. Now will Monank Patel be up to the stumps for Bhurtel. Yes, he will be. Clearly out of these two, Yanindra and Bhurtel, from USA's point of view, they think Bhurtel's going to be the one attacking them more.
Yeah, just trying to cut down on his scoring options, not allowing him to get down the wicket to Netravalkar. There is that bit of movement. I see very few batsmen find any sense of timing or consistency against Netravalkar. And that's because of his movement and the length that he bowls.
We've seen this twice now. It moves a little later than what Bhurtel expected it to. Fancy a slip? Netravalkar doesn't think so.
So nearly bowled him, and it's missed everything. Cheers from the sideline, but fortune for Kushal Bhurtel. We're going to see byes signalled. Mayank Patel up to the stumps. It's cut Bhurtel in half, and it's only just gone over the top. I think around middle and leg. Could he? His wicket here, straight over middle, and Mayank Patel hasn't even laid a glove on it.
Once it came out of the hand of Saurabh, it jinked everybody. Too good for the batsman, yes, too good for the keeper too. Now the keeper goes back.
And Bhurtel immediately down the track and hitting through the offside, so two poor pieces of cricket there for USA. Firstly from Mayank Patel, the keeper. He hasn't been able to lay a glove on it, so he's gone back, and that's allowed Bhurtel to come on the walk, disrupt Netravalkar's length. 8 runs to the total in 2 balls, when maybe there should have been none.
Yes, the moment Bhurtel's used his feet to come down the track and hit that away, negate swing, Mayank will come back, up to the stumps. That single delivery change employ has definitely not worked for USA. Now Bhurtel's going to stay home and hit now. Can't leave the crease.
Thuds into the thigh pad this time of Netravalkar. So 9 runs in 3 deliveries, 5 of them may be extras, but Nepal won't mind how they come. You can just see more and more fans emerging through the desert. Coming in here. There is movement on offer for Netravalkar. Look at that one there. It was just too good for Bhurtel, wasn't it? Did him all ends up.
The extra bounce as well. Saved him in the end though. Bouncing over middle. But that extra bounce troubled him too. First the movement, then the bounce. Enough to keep Netravalkar interested and in the hunt.
And do get in touch with us today. Always pleased to hear from you. Haven't even asked anyone to send in any messages, and they are flooding in across social media. We're going to start with an American one because almost all the messages are coming in from Nepal. But let's start with this American one. Greg Roberts, he says, at Cricket Badge. That's where you can get me at on Twitter or Instagram, at Cricket Badge. Andrew Leonard here. He says, I must be a glutton for punishment as I am up again at 3:30 a.m. to watch USA Cricket take on Nepal. Well, he might not be a glutton for punishment. He also says, just hope USA can pull out a win today. If they do pull off that win, Greg, that early start will have been worth it. Get a pot of coffee on, maybe get some cereal in, and enjoy the coverage. 6 overs gone, 23 for 1.
Nepal have decided to keep things quiet after the initial loss of Asif. Now with 4 overs left and 2 men patrolling the boundary rope, will there be signs of aggression?
Yeah, 4 overs remain in this power play where there are just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle, and pretty standard field regulation. 3rd man and fine leg in place. The fielder's outside the circle, and it's a slip in a gully. Slip really deep, almost on the edge of the 30-yard circle. As Phillip continues to generate extravagance. Bounce Depesh Thapa asking from Kathmandu, watching on Action Sports HD. Great to have all the fans in Nepal watching there. Is it just me, or do you feel there is a resemblance to Chaminda Vas in Sarav Netravalkar?
I praise that. The late swing probably is.
Edged and edged in front of Malhotra. I literally just said 2 balls ago, he's so deep. He's almost very much on the edge of the 30-yard circle. We saw this yesterday. He was too deep to the spinners. This time, too deep for the fastball. To survive.
But would that help is a question. 12-19 now, Bertel. Both the batsmen now have decided this is the over.
Almost an action replay from a different batsman. This time it's Bertel. And again, Philip strays onto the pad. So he's found the outside edge. It hasn't quite carried to first slip. And then in consecutive balls, he's been punished into the leg side. 3 for Bertel. Sorry, 3 for Mala. Now 4 for Bertel. And 8 runs come from 3 deliveries. Nepal start to find their way into this game.
Let this one go. The fact that there was 3 on offer for a shot that was hit very well just tells you that the outfield is also a touch slow.
So a change in the field, mid-wicket, excuse me, cover will come across to square leg to try and plug that gap on the leg side. It's a better line from Philip outside the off stump, but 8 runs coming from the over. May see the end of that initial Philip burst. Might have 1 more. 7 gone. Nepal 31 for 1. Good question coming in here, which will actually help us explain the whole context of what we're playing for, what we're watching on. This is from Dinesh Kanal to me at Cricket Badge on Instagram. He's asking, does the winner of Cricket World Cup League 2 go on to play the ODI Super League, which is the Cricket World Cup Super League, with the Test Nations, the 12 Test Nations, Andrew? And what about 3rd and 2nd? What happens? So let me explain it to you. You can see the table here on your screen. The winner of this league, there is 1 added bonus. So the top 3 all advance to the Cricket World Cup qualifier in 2023. But if you win the league as well, and you go on to finish ahead and above of the side that finishes 13th in the Cricket World Cup Super League at that Cricket World Cup qualifier 2023, you will be promoted up to the Super League. So you would go up and join all the big boys, all the 12 Test Nations, or it could be 11, because a Test Nation could be relegated down to this Cricket World Cup League 2. So the top 3 teams all go to Cricket World Cup 2023, the qualifier for Cricket World Cup 2023. And the winning side has a chance to be promoted. They aren't guaranteed promotion, but they've got a chance to be promoted if they can finish ahead of the side that finishes 13th, who's staring down possible relegation. Change of bowling here. Kareem Agor into the attack with his left arm spin. And he is quick between the overs, so we'll just have 1 more quick look at that points table. In fact, we won't have a chance to. Come back to that at the end of the over. The bottom 4 teams, again, there's more context there, there's more difference. If you finish 4th or 5th, you do go off to the repechage to try get to the Cricket World Cup qualifier. But you're guaranteed your spot in Cricket World Cup League 2. Just worked into the offside for a couple. Whereas if you finish 6th or 7th, it is all a bit complicated, but it's a really good structure. You could be relegated down to the Challenge League, and that would be if you finish beneath those Challenge League winners, 2 Challenge Leagues, A and B, in the repechage event. So a very good question, that one. Early introduction of spin, surprised to see this?
Not with the kind of start Kareem Agor's got here. And I think slips also listen to you.
Just work behind square for another single. Taylor quick to the ball. He was impressive yesterday in the field, wasn't he?
Yes, he covers yards so very quickly. No ground's big enough for him. That's what we said on air yesterday as well. He thinks it's almost a crime to let a run go. Now, will he bring Malhotra at slip into play here with turning it away? Not with that line.
That's a nice pace, though. I prefer to see that pace from Gore. He's going up and down, giving the ball a chance to turn. 8 overs gone, 4 from his opening over. Nepal just looking in a bit more control. Go back to that points table and answering Dinesh Khanal's question there on Instagram. So the winners have a chance to be promoted. That's just the first place finishing side. Second and third join the winners going off to the Cricket World Cup qualifier. Fourth and fifth have a chance to go to the Cricket World Cup qualifier through the repechage alongside 6th and 7th, but 4th and 5th will be guaranteed their spots in the next edition of Cricket World Cup League 2. Whereas if you finish 6th or 7th, you could be relegated back down to those challenge leagues. That's not where you want to be. The 2 6-team challenge leagues, A and B, for the sides ranked between 21st and 32nd in the world, in essence. Sides here are all 14th to 20th. Maybe not in the official rankings necessarily, but the top 13 sides are all in that Cricket World Cup Super League, where we've seen such thrilling cricket already. Sides beating each other all over the place. Back to the action here. Elmore Hutchinson into the attack, the big, tall left-arm seamer. Just the 4 overs of Phillip.
The captain thinks it's the right time to bring Hutchinson as well to see if he gets the lift too. He's got the height.
Bertel is going to start to show us his full array of shots, you'd have to think. Hutchinson's bowling has just struggled a little bit on this trip. Hasn't really been in the wickets, and he's gone for a few runs.
Towards the end, Oman targeted him. They decided to go after him. It was Sandeep Gaud and Naseem Khushi in the middle when they decided this is the over to reduce.
There it is. Just dismissive, isn't it? Down the track, it's going to be the first maximum, the shortest side of the ground. Elmore Hutchinson takes a look at him because he can't believe how audacious a stroke this is. Just in the track, into the hitting arc and powered out of the ground. 6 runs.
He didn't let the ball get to the full lethal bounce that it was asked to by Hutchinson. Intercepting it at the right height and smashing it away on the leg side. Superb stuff from Purtel. He's also sent a statement here.
I think the challenge for USA, so many left armers in their lineup. Abhishek Paradkar, left arm seamer, not even in the side today, yet they still have 4 left arm off spinners and 2 left-arm seamers. We will see Stephen Taylor's off breaks. He was very impressive yesterday. And into the team today is Kyle Phillip. But with only 2 right-handed bowling options and so many left-armers, it just gets a bit monotonous, a bit samey, doesn't it, for USA?
I think what would have prompted them to stick with the 4 left-arm option is the number of right-handers in Nepal. Of course, one of them is an opener, Kushal Bhurtel, whom you as a team, when you're preparing, is expected to be removed by the pacers while they start. Apart from that, look at that middle order. Kushal Malla would be a lefty. Otherwise, Binod Bhandari, Rohit Kumar Paudel, Sompa Kami Karan Gesi, even Lamichane, if he gets to bat, yes. All right-handers.
Beats Bertel this time, that extra bounce. I think that's the length that Hutchinson's going to have to bowl. If he gets anything too full, he's going to be dispatched down the ground. Does get good carry as well, and not a strong shot option really with the gully in place. 3rd man behind. Best case result there really for Bertel as a single.
And Bertel being audacious, once bounce is on offer. Won't be surprised if he goes for the ramp shot as well, now that there's a flying slip in place and not the slip.
Just comes off the inside edge. So Hutchinson recovers well after being dispatched for that maximum. 6 runs from his first over. But Nepal, I think they're on top, 41 for 1. After 9, having lost the toss, being asked to have a bat first. Remember, Gyanendra Malla was pretty honest at the toss. He says he would have bowled first as well. The questions keep coming in. And first one, or another one here from all over the world. Lots of questions coming in from Australia again. Lincoln Shrestha from Sydney asking me, do I think the problem of Nepal is in the middle overs? I presume you mean with the bat there. What do you think, Suhas?
Problem being in the middle overs with the bat for Nepal? Well, a partnership here would definitely help that, if that's the concern. Bandar's got some runs. Kushal Manla is not coming good. He needs some more runs here. Sompal Kami is a little down in confidence. Might be. What do you think, Andrew?
Yeah, I think Kushal Bertel is very young in his international career, but a lot rests on his shoulders. I'm just not seeing where the weight of runs is coming from, with the exception of him. Down the track, hit down, straight down the ground. Kyle Phillips very, very wide at mid-on, so going to be rewarded with a boundary. Bertel continues to prosper. Don't the Nepal fans love it? They're chanting in the background. It was a tempting, teasing speed from Gore, not a bad piece of bowling, but Bertel rises to the challenge.
Yeah, within the first 10, Karima Gore has the heart to toss it up. And that boundary wouldn't have pinched him much because he knows that's the opportunity as well. This time hurried the batsman a little, flatter.
It's a really good piece of placement though as well from Bertel, because Kyle Phillip at a very, very wide long on was almost trying to cover 2 positions. Bertel was wise to that, getting it straight for the boundary. And a misfield. Haven't seen too much of that from Nosh Kenjige, who jumps over it. Get through for a couple. Bertel is dominating this partnership with Malla.
Communication has been kept simple here. The skipper told Bertel, now assume charge. Score the quick runs. I'll try and play the anchor's role. Last over of the power play, they've got to move on.
That's a glorious shot. It's going to go almost all the way for 6. Just one bounce in front of the rope and 4. Really powerful strike from Bertel. He's showing his shots all around the ground. Down, straight down the ground for 4. A cut for a couple, followed by a strong, strong sweep. The 50 comes up inside the power play. Real advantage Nepal. And it's thanks to this dynamic batting from Kushal Bertel.
Excellent recovery after losing an early wicket. Nepal. They will be changing gloves as well, probably a little sweaty. And of course, a gulp of water is never far away in Oman. One ball to go. Excellent recovery indeed by Nepal. They'll score runs and score them quickly. Gyanendra Malla taking his time, scoring at 50. 8 of 16 here. Perhaps after this delivery, we get into a phase where milking the bowling starts for a bit. Now, will Bertel have other ideas, though?
This is great batting. 12 runs coming from that over and not a lot of risk. So I think it's advantage Nepal at the end of the first power play. 53 for 1 after 10. Keep going with these questions that you keep sending in here to Cricket Badge. That's me, Andrew Leonard, on Twitter and Instagram. One from Amit Dakel here, watching on from Australia. What a surprise. So many Nepali fans in Australia. And he was wondering, what do you think, Andrew, that the ideal score to defend on this pitch might be, given that the bowling is better than the batting side of Nepal? I would agree with that. I think their strength lays in their bowling. And he's really looking forward to seeing the extra pace and bounce of Gulshan Jha. It's the same wicket a few days ago. 230 wasn't enough for USA. I think Nepal will want at least that, probably 250 with the start that they've had.
Too early to predict 250 at the moment. But yes, they would take it. Now with Sandeep Lamichhani's services also available, they would definitely take it.
Yeah, a lot of questions coming in as well about Sandeep Lamichhani, his fitness and his general health. It wasn't an injury the other day. Nicely bowled by Hutchinson. That's got to be his length. It was actually a bit of an illness, I think is the best way to describe it. Stomach cramps and gas, and he was writhing in pain. He looked in real agony. He had to actually go off the ground to the ambulance for some treatment. And despite the magic hands and treatment of Vikram Napani, the Nepal physio, he wasn't able to bowl against Oman. Oman cruised that chase, didn't they?
Lamichhani's absence did help, but that wasn't all for Oman.
Lots of questions coming in as well about Gulshan Jha. What do you think of the bright prospect of Gulshan Jha? That's from Samar Pan on Twitter. Good question. I think he's certainly a bit like Kyle Phillip, not the finished article by any stretch, but he's got a bit about him. Has struggled a bit with an ankle injury. I think he would have played a couple of days ago. But he's into the team today, a first international. Have watched him bowl quite a bit in the nets over the last week or two. We'll see how he goes later on this afternoon. Brilliant from Kareem Agor. Looked like a certain single. And look at the Nepal fans. They continue to flood in. They're going to go up into the grandstand now. We'll show you that at the end of the over. It'll be hot work for them cheering out in that sun, isn't it?
It's not even a factor here. They're seeing their team give it all in the same heat, probably even more on the ground with the pressure. Now to ease that out, here they are. Watch out for those. Watch out for those fans and those flags. The flags are never frowning. They're always flying high with pride.
Yeah, such a special flag, that Nepal one as well. Completely unique in the world. Not like all the other rectangular flags. It's those two triangles joined up.
It's the only one which is not rectangle. Already unique, Nepal.
Kamal Karala on Twitter at Cricket Badge. This is something special. 53 runs in the power play. What will they score after 20 overs? Well, stay with us. You'll be able to find out. He's watching live on Action Sports HD. Badge Hang Nepal. Nice drive, but 5 dots. Good tight stuff from Hutchinson. Purash Dahal. That's a good recovery after the early wicket. This is what has changed in Nepali cricket recently. Before, they would have lost wickets at Cricket Badge. I'd agree with that. They did tend to lose wickets in clumps, but it's a very different side, a different mindset under Dav Watmore.
Absolutely. What we've seen earlier as well, Nepal go big in the beginning, especially if they have wickets in hand at the end of 10. That's exactly the situation right now. You've seen those games, those were T20s, of course, but the way they finish it off with absolute finesse, the openers scoring the bulk of runs, it's been great to watch. And it all depends on who the coach is as well, because that's the mindset that permeates throughout the side. 11 gone, 54 for 1.
Yeah, Bertel is continuing to not just dominate the partnership, but dominate the strike. He's nabbed it off his skipper 2 overs in a row. He will keep the strike. He's got 34. Mala's only got 8, but Mala won't mind that. And Team Shrestha on Twitter asking me about Gulshan Jha as well. What's my view on him into the playing 11? He's watching on from Sydney. Yeah, I think it's the correct selection. Dav Watmore was telling me before the start of play that he may well have played earlier in the week if it wasn't for his ankle injury. Unable to be picked against either Papua New Guinea or the first 2 games of this Cricket World Cup League 2, but he gets his chance. Saw him be given his cap with great pride earlier today. Maybe a little surprising to see Kareem Agor stay on after he was treated with real disdain by Bertel, but now the power play's over. He has got some protection out in the deep. All 4 fielders that he can use are being used. And another misfield. Kenjige, who's so fine in the field, just hasn't started the day very well. Gets back for a couple.
It's one of those moments where Karim Agor feels, yes, I cannot be on the field at the same time I'm bowling. I can't be at mid-wicket. But Kenjige, what an amazing fielder himself. Karim Agor and Kenjige. These two have stopped more runs than anybody else.
Great comment here from Parsu Adhikari from Canada, watching on Willow TV. I'm originally from Nepal, but I consider myself a Nepalese Canadian now. Half a chance that it's bowled him, I think. That's what Mayank Patel has said, and muted celebrations. It's cannoned off the bat, back onto the pad. That is the wicket the USA needed. Kushal Bertel was living by the sword. Paid the price, came down the track. Let's see what happens. Thuds it into his pad, and it just clips the off bail. Misfortune. No celebrations for Gore, but that is a big, big wicket because Bertel has dominated the innings so far. He's gone for 36, and USA strike how badly they needed that.
Got to say, in hindsight, excellent piece of captaincy. Relied on Gore and said, here you go, 11th over. 11 overs done and dusted, 12th one. Got more protection in the deep. Give me a wicket. That's what Gore does. Nice drift. Pulled him towards leg. And the ball just kisses outside off. Mayank Patel was ready for the stumping as well, mind you. But then he didn't have to. Timber was already disturbed by the time leather came to him.
Bertel gone for 36 from 43. Nepal 56 for 2.
Kushal Bhurtel, the last man dismissed. Got off to a good start. Was looking for runs on the leg side. Wasn't to be on that occasion. Missed it. And the ball went on to hit the outside part of off. Asif Sheikh was the first one to go. Courtesy. Karim Agor.
On Willow TV. Sweep shot, but straight to Elmore Hutchinson. So fortune for Gore, but he did find the breakthrough. He's got 1 for 19. Doesn't look overly happy with himself. 57 for 2.
Good work by Gore. 2 wickets taken by USA till now. Gore's played a part in both of them. One with the ball in hand. Other by taking a brilliant catch.
Question from Anish Lutal on Twitter at Cricket Badge. Andrew, I was wondering if it was possible for you guys to tell me, I suppose estimate really, that's all we'll be able to do, is the bowlers' speeds and what they're bowling at. I was keen to know the average speed and the fastest of the Nepalese bowlers. I think that Nepal are still lacking one good pace bowler who can bowl above 140 kilometres an hour. The latter point is a very good one. There isn't much out-and-out raw pace in Nepal. A lot of hype, a lot of talk about Gulshan Shah, the extra bounce that he gets. Nicely bowled by Hutchinson. To talk about Hutchinson's speed, he's certainly not rapid. He's probably in the high 70s, 78 miles an hour, about 128 kilometres an hour, something like that. The quickest bowlers of the week for you, Suhas? I think probably Kyle Phillip, Bilal Khan maybe?
Bilal Khan, yes. But even Bilal Khan in the last game relied more on slower deliveries once he realized the pitch was rewarding when he asked the batsman to put in some power behind the deliveries to be hit away. Yeah, Bilal Khan for me. But watch out for Gulshan Jah. He has got extra space. There were talks about his front knee being bent a little. Just imagine what could have been the case if that's not while releasing the ball. Yes, but he still generates a lot of pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Kyle Phillip as well, probably the quickest of the American bowlers by a distance. Jesse Singh can get it through, but he's been sent back to America for treatment on an injury to his side. One of 2 changes.
Yes, Jesse Singh always gets you excited with the celebration too.
Next question from Nishal, watching on from Nepal. Question for Andrew. Which current commentator would you like to share a commentary box with you? Well, look, given the week that's in it, I'm going to go for only one name. I think Michael Atherton's the best in the world myself, but I'll go for Michael Holding, the great man who's announced his commentary. My favourite of all time, it's a toss-up between Richie Benaud and Tony Cozier, that iconic Caribbean voice. What about you, Suhas? Who did you look up to growing up?
I've grown up listening to Ravi Shastri, Alan Wilkins, Harsha Bhogle, and Nasir Hussain, of course, of late. He's been brilliant. Dinesh Karthik has earned a name for himself in just one good series. He was brilliant, wasn't he? He was always the weatherman. He was almost everything. That's what happens when you go to England, isn't it? You've got to be very dynamic.
Well, I think Dinesh Karthik's winning all the awards for the best dressed in the commentary box, no doubt about that.
Oh, yeah, the sartorial choices is just excellent indeed.
No such style here, I can assure you of that from either of us. I'll speak on both of our behalf there. Warm and sweaty in the commentary box outdoors here. No great elegance on show. Good stuff this from Hutchinson. Pumped into the deep for a 6. But been a lot of dots in the meantime. Kapil Sapkota, I think if Rohit and Gyanendra stays up to the 35th over, then it could be 250 to 270 for Nepal. We wish for a century for our captain today, who celebrated his birthday yesterday.
I'm sure Gyanendra Malla is not thinking of the century, but a victory here. That would be the best return gift to give to the nation. That's been behind him all the time. They take their cricket very seriously, Nepalese. And Nepal team has also listened to them.
Good bowling this from Hutchinson. 1 run from the over. And again, a good line there. 13 gone, 58 for 2. Next comment, Alessandro Hernandez. Do tell us where you're watching on from, really. It gives us a thrill to hear where you are watching. He hasn't said where he is watching from. But he asks, I was wondering why associate nations are not playing multi-day cricket anymore. Very good question. Unfortunately, it's due to the demise of the Intercontinental Cup, which was the first-class 4-day competition for the leading associate nations, which unfortunately is no more. But it's been replaced at least by a real glut of 50 over and T20 opportunities. For the associates, and in fairness to the ICC, the pathways that they have now, everything either leads into a T20 World Cup or a 50 over World Cup. It's almost wherever you are in the rankings, you've got a chance to at least see your way through the pathway. Might not be easy. You'll have to get through regional qualifiers up into the global qualifier to then get to the T20 World Cup itself. And then in the ODI game, it's very difficult unless you're in the top 32, but at least all those in the top 32 have an actual pathway to get on to a 50 over World Cup.
Lots of changes coming because of the pandemic as well. Lost out a lot of time. Yes, USA was a little miffed as well. You talked about their relationship with Canada in terms of cricket fans. They were a little miffed because of what happened in the under-19. That tournament got cancelled.
Yeah, we've seen 3 of those regional under-19 events not be able to be played. We will see action in Europe. I think it's next week, actually. Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands and Jersey playing out for the spot in the Caribbean. 2022, 14 overs gone. It's a maiden from Kareem Agor. Good stuff from him. USA just tightening things now with the dismissal of Bertel. 58 for 2. Just just going back to that question about that Intercontinental Cup. Afghanistan, the final winners of that event in 2017. And the sides that finished first and second in that, Afghanistan and Ireland, of course, are now test nations, and the remaining sides weren't able to pull it together. More questions coming in asking about Camel Corella, this is. Pulled into the deep, just too short, and no one in the deep on the leg side apart from fine legs. So Mala's going to break the string of dots from Hutchinson and Gore with a boundary 4.
Just so a one run of the over before that as well. Hutchinson has given this away. Once again, a comfortable height. Both Nepalese batsmen. Yani Ramala and erstwhile they'll have put in the lead.
Yeah, and that's good batting. So the pull shot has pushed the fielder out into the deep, and then he just works it into the leg side for 1.
That's what one attacking shot does as well. Opens up more options to play your safer shots. Now, how is Podell going to face Hutchinson? He's taken his time here. 2 of 10. Rohit Podell in no hurry. He's been sent to build an innings today.
Hit in the air and taken. Kareem Gore. Unbelievable. That's his second stunning catch of the day. This one may be even better than the first. Every single one of the American team is around him. They're hugging him. They're not going to let him go because he's dived full length to his left like a goalkeeper. Just one hand. He hung in the air right in front of our commentary position. He's clung on. Kareem Gore, you're as good as they come in the field. That's 2. Look at this.
It's not a catch. It's its country cousin snatch. Snatch it from thin air. Wow.
Oh, that is brilliant. The brilliant thing about this catch, it's bobbled in his hand, and he's been clever enough to reclasp it just before he hits the ground, because that impact so often pops it out. Brilliant athleticism, brilliant talent. It's the 3rd wicket, and purely due to the brilliance of this man, Kareem Gore in the field. He's been involved in all 3 wickets, 2 catches, and 1 with the ball. That's as good as you'll see.
Magical. Absolutely magical. He doesn't stand just as a fielder. He cordons off the whole area. If Kareem Gore is at point, you've got to tell yourself as a batsman, backward point's not an option either.
Not another man, I think, here this week that would have caught both those 2 catches. I'll assure you of that. 14.3 overs gone. The players, the umpires, and us here in the commentary box, we're all going to take a drink. I think we need a breath after that moment of magic. Nepal, 63 for 3.
That wicket meant that the break will be taken between the over. Hutchinson still has 3 more to go to finish his 4th. Nepal 63 for 3. Bhandari is in the middle because of some magnificence from Karim Agor at point. This is good stuff for USA.
Edged in front of Malhotra, who is again too deep at slip. Not as deep as he was. Hutchinson doesn't have the same pace. But surely he's got...
Malhotra is thinking, I move a yard in front, it falls inches in front.
Hutchinson causing problems here. But big news in the commentary box. Massive news. I've brought a pair of shorts from the hotel, which I forgot this morning. And thank God I've been able to change into them, because I was melting away in the chinos, which I was wearing for the toss. So the energy levels are going to be restored in the commentary box after a tough first third. Good from Hutchinson. What about this from Karim Agor? He just single-handedly changed this game, hasn't he?
Single-handedly, metaphorically? What a catch that was.
Thuds into something, whether it be the thigh pad of the bat. We'll wait to see if Bhandari's off the mark. He's not. It's leg buys. Here we go. Let's take a look at it. Do not take your eyes off the screen. Karim Agor, a backward point, is soared through the air like Superman. He's hung in mid in this catch. I'm going to repeat it. He has not caught this cleanly on the first attempt. It's half juggled. Then he's reclasped his fingers. He's closed his hand on it. Braced himself for the impact, which was on the left arm, and he's managed to cling on. I think this young fielder is world class. I can't think of many better fielders in the global game.
Certainly one of the best. He's one of the best also at creating opportunities for his side. He's so good He's so good at reacting quickly. That's one thing, having the reflexes. Quite another to execute it to perfection. Even half of the run-out chances that he created, it's because he gets there so quickly, doesn't he? Recognizes the opportunity.
I think he's going to be flowing with confidence now as well.
Because that's that phase of the game where the USA can put more pressure on Nepal through dot balls.
Bhandari is known to start slowly. I think USA recognizing that, just trying to get a real sequence of dots, build and build and build this pressure. And all of a sudden, after being in such a strong position at the end of the power play, with Bertel looking so comfortable, so confident, Nepal in a spot of bother. Going to be a maiden over. Good stuff from Gore, not just in the field with the ball as well. 16 gone, 64 for 3.
Nepal taking a bit of time to mollify the loss of a wicket. Just get a feeling that the word that Gyanendra Malla would have had with Bhandari is that let's take singles at least. Now that's the side for Nepal today. Kushal Purtel, Mohammad Asif Sheikh. The openers have been dismissed. Gyanendra Malla, the skipper still there. Rohit Podel. Due to some excellence on the field from Karima Gaur, finds himself back in the pavilion. You have Vinod Bhandari, Karan Casey, Sompal Kami, Gulshan Kumar Jha in the bowling stats. Kushal Malla is very handy with the bat, of course. Sandeep Lamichhane and Sushan Bhari, the left-arm orthodox.
Who's it going to be at 6, though? Will it be Kushal Malla? Will they use Sompal Kami up the order?
I would prefer Kushal Malla, reason being USA have the spinners to trouble the right-handers at the moment.
Look at this aggressive captaincy. Might have been Hutchinson that's taken the wicket, but they like the matchup of the big debutant Kyle Phillip to Gyanendra Malla and Vinod Bhandari. Remember, Malla was bounced out by Damien Ravu of Papua New Guinea last week. A short, sharp bouncer, just feathered through to the keeper. So we might see some short ball tactics here. Lovely, hard, lengthy bowls, that, isn't it? That seems to be his natural length. Comes right in up towards the V of the bat.
It's very difficult to negotiate, to keep the ball down, especially when the ball grows on you at the last moment. What are the options? What are the options here for Gyanendra Malla? Just go runs. He can either go through covers.
That's where he's going to go. Just a single, but I don't think USA will mind that too much because they'll have the man who's yet to get off the mark on strike. Will be signalled wide. Two standing umpires today. Let's take a look at them. Two local umpires standing. Ahmed Shah Pakteen, the third umpire today. Media calls yes, and Gore just half a fumble. I reckon if he'd picked that up cleanly and thrown to the non-striker's end, I'm not sure why he was looking to throw to the keeper's end. Bhandari could have been in a spot of bother, continuing to cause havoc. Yeah, those two standing umpires, Rahul Asher and Hari Krishna. Match referee Graham Lebroy. Ahmed Shah Pakteen of Afghanistan, the third umpire today.
Slightly uppish, but will fall safely.
Nepal fans, who are really the only fans in the crowd, a group of about 80, I'd say, or so, over in the what will be the grandstand for the T20 World Cup next month. Very muted indeed the last 10 or 15 minutes.
Yes, they've been quiet. They've also been made quiet by Karima Gaur's excellence on the field. But as we've so often seen with Nepal fans, a boundary and they'll be roaring again. It's just unconditional love that you get from Nepal fans for their team, isn't it? Always backing their side. It's a great attribute to have.
Yeah, just half an appeal from Karima Gaur, from Kyle Phillip, just trying to convince the umpire that shouldn't be signalled wide as much as anything. 17 gone. Nepal have slowed to 4 and over, and they're 3 down. So Gore's going to continue. No signs of Nisarg Patel, nothing from Nosh Kenjige or Krishna Murthy. Just too many spinners. No Stephen Taylor yet, of course, either.
Two right-handers operating Stephen Taylor will not be considered at the moment, I feel. Karim Agor has done really well. Eking out an extra one, not a bad idea at all.
Where to for Nepal from here? It's going to be a period of consolidation, surely.
Yes, it's going to be a period of milking the bowling. With every passing over, something's getting clear that Gyanendra Malla wants to play the anchoring role. No.
Good work. This time it's Sushant Madani at extra cover.
Initially thought of that single, but the ricochet wasn't far away. Madani had got it under control. Slight change in field. For Gyanendra Malla, there's a long on in place.
Bit of bounce this time for Gore. Haven't seen much of that from him. He's been very, very flat, horribly flat at points with his bowling. But just today, he's finding a little bit of loop. It's not necessarily much slower, but just starting to get a bit of arc. See that arc he's getting into his deliveries. Good tight stuff from him. Only 2 runs coming from that over. Boosted by the brilliance of his fielding. He's looking confident. Nepal 70 for 3.
Run rates reduced a bit. After the fall of the previous wicket, Rohit Kumar Paudel went back. Spin from one end, pace from the other. That saga will continue. Some life injected into the Nepal fans now. They feel there is a big over coming. Vinod Bhandari has faced 14 deliveries for his 2. Would want to get a move on, but would it be this over? Here's Kyle Phillip.
Yeah, I think the reason that they've gone for Phillip here, both of these batsmen early in their innings, loads of spin options, but just seeing if they can find something. It'll probably only be a 2 or 3 over burst. Might be just this one and one more. See if that steepling bounce can find a way to get Kushal Malla into the crease. We'd probably see Stephen Taylor introduce them with his off spin. Very impressive yesterday, Taylor.
Bowled his full quota of 10.
Off the outside edge, no slip in place. And it's going to run away for a boundary. Not too sure why it's gully instead of slip. Fortune again for Nepal, and there's been just quite a few like this. Half chances might have gone wide at first slip in fairness, but it's going to run away for a boundary. A fortuitous one for Gyanendra Malla.
Not in the most convincing fashion, but Nepal do get a move on.
Has come off the outside edge, and that gully fielder's gone across to slip, and even the brilliance of Karim Agor can't cut that one off. So Malla will get through for 1.
Got to say, really well placed then. What would Vinod Bhandari's approach be now? His captain's got that boundary in the over. Phillip will pull out. What do you think is the reason? It's the first time he's pulled out. Otherwise, he's someone who's thriving on rhythm, Kyle Phillip. And also, just adding to that question, do you see a change in end coming soon for Kyle Phillip?
No, I think he'll stay from the end he's at. It's a question of rhythm for a fast bowler. You can see his run up, a bit of a stutter step at the top. He has been bowling no balls in training. I think that's one of the few reasons why he hasn't played until this point. Already bowled 1 today. And being honest, this isn't as fast as Kyle Phillip can bowl. He's bowling within himself, probably bowling about 80 to 90, well, probably only about 80% of what he can bowl. Watch him in the nets when he isn't concerned or even thinking about that front line, even thinking about the no ball. He is rapid, really gets it through. Look at that one, it's bowled from 24 yards. Completely lost his run up, but he's nearly found the wicket. Chipped back off a leading edge, and Phillip can't get near it. Let's see if you can bring you the replay of this. Look at where this is delivered from. It's not just short of the front line, he's nearly short of the back line where the stumps are.
We were discussing yesterday as well as a ploy for the bowlers, especially when they realize that the batsman is either coming down the track or it's swinging too late.
That time he's bent the back, quicker, flatter, less bounce. Probing stuff from Phillip, but Mala and Bandari survive critically for Nepal. 19 gone. Still going at 4 and over, 76 for 3.
Nepal would want a partnership to blossom here. These two, if they hang around for the next 5-6 overs, then with Bandari's hitting, he can easily cover up. Gyanendra Malla, as I said, with every passing over, is just giving you a sense of calm. He's telling you, I want to stay there. I want to play the anchor's role. Nostosh Kenjige from the pavilion end now for the first time. A backward point in place, a point in place. No, the backward point will turn itself into a third man inside the circle then. The batsman, after he played that shot, was a little concerned that the bat hit something. Monank was too near the follow through.
It's nice from Kenjige, nice pace. We've seen the American spinners learn. They've come almost entirely from nothing but T20 cricket. Down the track, hammered just in advance of Malhotra, cuts it off. They'll be playing a lot of their cricket on artificial wickets, some on matting wickets. There are grass pitches growing throughout the United States as well, but the difference between playing on those kind of wickets in T20 competitions where the batsmen are trying to smash you every ball to here the magnificent facilities in Oman, you have to learn the pace to bowl, and we'll see this with Sandeep Lamachani later on. You might think he's really quick through the air, but he varies his pace. He turns it both ways. The American spinners slowly learning. Much better pace, and noticeably better pace from them today.
Talking of Kenjige in particular, at an impressionable age, he was in Udakamandalam. Started off as a pacer, then got the right guidance to become the slow left-arm orthodox that he is today. So he has got some fair share of playing on wickets like these then before moving on to the US and playing a lot of cricket there.
20 overs gone, 78 for 3. Let's take a look at the two teams. We'll start with USA, just the one change for them. It's the debutant Kyle Phillip into the attack. He's going to continue to bowl, I think, or maybe he's going to be taken out of the attack. We'll find out that in a second. He came in for the unfortunate Dominic Rickey. Misfortune for him. He was unlucky to be given out LBW yesterday, and Krishnamurthy holds his place in the starting 11, the youngster. No Abhishek Paradkar, Gajanan Singh or Dominic Rickey for USA. And what about for Nepal? 3 players to miss out there. Sharad Vasakar, Mohammad Arif Sheikh and Bikram Saab. Bikram Saab left out today in place for Gulshan Jah. So 2 young, exciting pacers into the starting sides today, and they'll have been licking their lips at the slightly green surface that they've been given here today.
Especially with the way Kyle Phillip was generating the lift. And one of those bouncers too, Gulshan Jha, would be itchy to get going.
So it was just a couple of overs in a burst from Kyle Phillip. Going to be Nisarg Patel. Probably not just the pick of the spinners for USA. Well, definitely the pick of the spinners, but maybe the pick of the bowlers between him and Netravalkar, you feel?
Well, as far as the spinners are concerned, I would still pick him. I'll call him the pick of the bowlers. Let's call him Professor.
The Professor, that's what you're going to call him.
He's played a lot of cricket in England too. And once again, what is this with USA spinners? Everyone starts off with a pacer. So did Nisarg.
Yeah, just probably finding their way into their spell. Nepal, their batsmen definitely more accustomed to playing spin. It's the dominant variety there. Still early in this league, and I don't want to call this a must-win game for both sides, but USA, they've lost 6 on the bounce. 2 defeats here in Oman, 2 very tight defeats going down by 6 balls and 2 balls. Brilliant again from Gore. I think if that had gone to any other fielder, they'd have got through for the single, but just the presence, the speed, the anticipation at extra cover cuts it off.
You just left to wonder sometimes if the reputation of a fielder is what didn't allow a single on that occasion, not the shot itself.
Down the leg side will be signalled as a wide, but yeah, the Nepal batsmen certainly will prefer facing these spinners in the middle overs, and I'm not sure they've enjoyed Kyle Phillip too much. Slower through the air, will get through for the single. But yeah, the reason I'm talking about must-win, maybe it's more of a must-win for USA, just to arrest that slide. 6 consecutive defeats. They were beaten out of sight, really, in Kathmandu 18 months ago under the interim stewardship of James Pamment. There has been progress, you'd have to say. You'd have to feel under Jagadish Arun Kumar. An appeal, but I think that's off the bat, and going to be work to do for Stephen Taylor, who'll just trot across and keep it to a couple. But that progress hasn't been rewarded with wins yet. 6 balls Nepal had to spare chasing down the other day. Just 2 balls yesterday, Oman, in a real topsy-turvy clash. But today they've decided to change things up. They're in the field first. Can they chase down a total? Can they break that string of defeats?
They believe so. One has to believe. Winning the toss, choosing the field first. They would have had a nice long meeting about chasing a target down. Was just surprised with the way the batsman got out as well. We'll keep the chat alive. 21 gone, 84 for 3 Nepal. And that's what the points table looks like. Oman ahead by 8 points from the nearest competitor, United States. In second position, clash between 1 and 2. Scotland will be here very soon in Oman. Have played 8 matches so far and have accumulated 9. Namibia 8. United Arab Emirates, they've got to wait a little to play some cricket. And then, of course, number 6 is the team that's sporting itself at the moment, Nepal. In 6 matches, they were able to accumulate only 6 by winning 3 and losing as many.
I go back to the point, though, about the number of points per game. Don't be too concerned if you're a Nepal fan at the moment, seeing yourself in 6th. Nepal are at exactly a point a game, which is the same as the UAE. It's more than USA. A little bit less than Scotland and Namibia, yes, but only just, and nicely clear of Papua New Guinea. So because there's such a lopsided feel to that table, with all the teams having played such a different number of matches, that's why I'm saying it's almost must-win territory for USA. Lost 6 on the bounce.
I think they put up an excellent fight yesterday. They understood they were at least 20-30 short, but there was very brave fight to try and defend that against Oman. Lots of positives from yesterday's game, but not very sure about what the positives they would have got from the Nepal tour. Just couldn't find a way to win. And then, of course, that slump of 35 happened.
Driven through the offside. Going to be runs here. Taylor's going to try and keep it to 1, and he will. He's very quick. He's deceptively quick along the ground. He's fielding in a different position today, all the way out. That deep extra cover. Spent a lot of yesterday in at backward point. Helped keep that game as tight as it was with his fielding. I think for Nepal, they're going to be pleased to have their two most experienced batsmen at the crease, Mal and Bandari. They've been there, they've done it, they've seen it all before. So they know they just need to consolidate, rebuild. Don't want to allow USA's bowlers to run through them. 22 gone, 86 for 3. Let's take another quick look at that points table.
Yes, so as a Nepal fan, don't be considering yourself unlucky. Don't be too worried. Yes, USA is in the second position right now, but also look at the number of matches they've played and the points alongside. A lot will change when Scotland come here and play Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea still in search of their first win. They got a taste of what it feels like to win yesterday. That was a side game.
And they're going to be in action next week, that tri-series. Oman, Papua New Guinea and Scotland. Scotland in action again today against Zimbabwe. 3-match T20I series. Up in the Grange at Edinburgh. That's a good sweep shot. Behind square on the leg side. Hasn't got it completely out of the middle, so Krishnamurthy will cut it off and keep it to a couple. But Patel, I think he felt that he was interested there. Sweeping right off middle. If Mala hadn't got bat on that, he would have been trapped right in front. Gore involved in the game again. If you do get to come and see a USA game live, maybe if you're watching on here in the Sultan of Oman, come up and watch their final match. Or get up this evening, just look at the feet movement. The anticipation of Kareem Gore. Another example of it there. Dropped perfectly into the gap by Mala. Should have been a single. But Gore reads the shape of the shot. Watches what the batsman is trying to do. Good work as well. This time Sushant Madani. USA's ground fielding has been exceptional. Yesterday and today. Yesterday their catching let them down. 4 dropped catches probably ended up being the difference between the teams. But today they've already hung on to 2 spectacular ones. Just drifting down the leg side. It is interesting to see Patel bowling from the Al Emirat end. I thought he might prefer the pavilion end, like he did in his first spell yesterday, but he's keeping things tight. 3 runs coming from that over, 23 gone. 89 for 3. So the trial by spin is going to continue. Look at Manak Patel. He's down to Kenjige. He's seen something. He's seen something with Bandari. And he's making sure Bandari can't lip read what his message is either. Keeping his back to him. I think Patel's probably assumed the unofficial vice captaincy. Remember the vice captain of USA, Aaron Jones. Another big injury loss. So not just losing Jesse Singh, also losing Aaron Jones, their newly appointed vice captain. to go alongside 4 big misses, 4 players who weren't available for selection. Down the track, heaved towards long on, and it's Dominic Ricky on as a sub-fielder. He took a brilliant catch at long on yesterday off the left-handed Zishan Maksoud. He's taken another one. USA are lighting things up in the field. This time it's Ricky. Who says you can't make an impact as a sub-fielder? He's done it there, dives to his right, and the string of dot balls, you could feel the pressure building up. The wicket of Binod Bandari. I'm not sure what Monank Patel said to Kenjige, but he's taken a wicket the next ball. He's going to claim that it's worked. Look at this, another good catch. Low to his right, diving through the air. The sunglasses may have fallen off, but the ball didn't pop out. That's the 4th wicket. Nepal in trouble.
Played 27 deliveries, hung in there, loses his patience as soon as nicely. Kenjige, little wide of the crease too, to get the angle in, nowhere near the middle of the bat, and nowhere near Ricky either. He had to cover a lot of ground to get there, and a very good diving catch.
More brilliant work by our solitary cameraman here this week. We've just got the 2 fixed cameras, as you'll see throughout these ICC pathway events at either end of the ground. And the 1-ball fellow, he's up on the balcony across to our left. He's playing a stormer, getting all these catches for you to see there all the way across the world. Nepal fans won't have wanted to see that because it's the end of Bandari. He's gone for 10 from 28 deliveries. Nepal definitely in trouble after having the advantage early. It's the fielding from USA that has given them the advantage. 4 wickets down inside the halfway stage, and it's not going to be Kushal Malla in. Maybe a bit of a big surprise this. Gulshan Jha is up all the way at number 6. I thought we'd see him lower down the order. But no Kushal Malla. Why do you think that is?
I really thought it was going to be Kushal Malla walking in, but then they probably thought there were too many left-arm orthodox spinners.
No, Jazz left-handed as well, you've got to remember. Definitely up the order, the youngster. On debut, Dav Watmore.
Is it the fact that Kushal Malla has struggled a little bit with the bat in hand of late? But now, Andrew, what does it do to his confidence?
If you look at his 2 appearances so far in Nepal domestic cricket, Gulshan Jha, he's batted down at 9, where he made 5, and then he didn't bat in the second game, wasn't needed. He did bowl, he certainly bowled very impressively, opened the bowling, but we saw this earlier in the week, and it wasn't from Nepal, it was from USA. The wild card was thrown out there. Nosh Kenjige put in at number 5 because of Sandeep Lamachani, I think was the theory. Almost something of a night watchman in an ODI. I'm not too sure what's going on with Gulshan Jha being sent in at number 6. A real wild card in the deck from the great Dav Watmore. Nosh Kenjige can't affect the stop at backward point, so Ricky, who still remains on the field, is going to slip and we'll wait for the signal. A few of the guys on the sideline reckon that that was 4, but the umpire, all he can do is ask the fielder. What does the fielder think? It was very much simultaneous. The act, ball back in and touching the rope, but the umpire is going to take the fielder's word and it's going to be given as 2 runs. This was very close.
Was he in contact with the ball in hand while he slipped? Because the slip was definitely not anticipated. Andrew, your thoughts on that?
Very close indeed. I think as he slipped, the key thing was he in contact with the rope with his boots when his ball was touching the hand? We don't have any referrals up to third umpires or ability to check whether or not it's gone for the boundary. I think USA probably fortunate to be allowed away with a couple there. Just trying to work out who Dominic Ricky is on for. I think it's for Jaskaran Malhotra. I don't see Malhotra on the pitch at the moment. I'm not too sure why that is, so we'll keep you posted on that. In fact, Malhotra's out at deep extra cover. Might actually be for the skipper, for Sarav Netravalkar. I'm going to correct myself. Now don't see Netravalkar anywhere on the pitch. So Ricky on for Netravalkar. He's taken a catch. He's cut off a boundary. And Gulshan Jah, in his first ever bat in international cricket, is finding out what it's all about. Halfway stage of the Nepal innings. Netravalkar back on now. We're going to take a look at this moment. Should this have been signalled for?
Now this is where Ricky would make the entrance. And very tight.
Yeah, very tight. Can't be sent upstairs, so you can understand why the umpire just has to ask the fielder. Hasn't a lot more he can do. He's probably, what, 75, 80 yards? It's the longest boundary in the whole ground. Away, there's no chance of him actually seeing whether or not it's gone for 4. But 2 runs to the Our production crew are determined to give us another look at this, aren't they?
Andrew, they're waiting for your verdict, it seems.
We'll just pass on that. Don't want to be giving out about the umpiring. Halfway stage, 93 for 4. Thuds into the pad and a big appeal given not out. Both Patel and Kenjige in particular were certain. We'll take a look at the replay of this one. Mala was a long way down, so everything has to go right for it to be given out. Did it hit in line? Was it going on to... Let's take a look. Skidded on now, clearly outside the line. Good decision. Ambitious appeal. There's notable pressure building on Mala as well. I wonder, was he involved in the decision for Gulshan Jah to come out and join him at number 6, or was it even a surprise to the captain?
A promotion of this kind with an iffy form Kushal Malla yet to come, I think would have been discussed prior. And Gyanendra Malla did not seem very surprised either when Gulshan joined him in the middle. They've got a slip in place now. USA.
Do you think there's any similarity to the Kenjige decision earlier in the week from USA of trying to hold back the power hitters, get them in later in the game? Has Jah just been sent in just to block things out? Yet another edge. Don't think USA's slip placement has been very good this week. No matter who it is in there, it's Krishnamurthy in there this time. Every time it seems to go left or right or in front of them. And that was basically a regulation edge, wasn't it? Should have gone...
Isn't a first slip.
Krishnamurthy's at 2.5 and going to get away for a couple of runs. And they're going to be maiden international runs for Gulshan Jah. And bizarrely now, slip's going to come out of place. Well, it's going to be replaced. So we've had Malhotra in for slip all of yesterday. We've had Krishnamurthy in for a couple of overs there now. And this time it's going to be Nisarg Patel. He's going to stand at something more like a conventional first slip. Poor, really poor from USA. Just poor game experience, game knowledge. You've got to know your angles at first slip. It's so important.
Usually at first slip, you have fielders who have a bigger span, much like Malhotra. It's not like Malhotra has dropped catches. It's just that he's been sitting too deep. Yeah, and he's got the span as well.
Jah is struggling. 26 overs gone. He's on 2. USA top 96 for 4.
Kenjige thought the finger was going up. Munank thought the same. How far down was the batsman is a bigger question. Very tight. Nisarg Patel is bowled well, as he has throughout his travelling days in Oman. Hasn't been rewarded as much with wickets, but he's always created the pressure for his teammates to pick up the wickets. Not on that occasion.
Yeah,
Throwing down.
Shot. Sweep shot. Mala's going to have to anchor this innings, and Patel just getting a little flat himself, and he's got it to the right 5. Look at this sweep. It's an absolute freebie. 2 flat and 2 leg side. Haven't seen much poor stuff from Patel, but that's a poor delivery. And the 100 comes up for Nepal in the 27th over.
This is good thinking. Get the boundary and then get the single. Just keep the scoreboard ticking as well. The strike rotating. Not letting the bowler also to get too comfortable to a particular batsman. Gulshan has been given the license to take his time as well with that promotion. Now a slip appears for Nisarg Patel. Will this be the arm ball?
Gets that down the ground to long on. Yeah, let us know your thoughts. A lot of criticism of America's decision to send in Kenjige up at number 5 last week in the reverse of this fixture, or earlier in the week on Monday. What do you think at home there about this decision, this wild card decision to get Gulshan Jah in up at number 6 on international debut? Bring the left-hander in. Send me a tweet at Cricket Badge. I'll try read some of those out when we get a chance, with probably the seamers coming on later in the game. Difficult with the spinners to get to them. That's on Twitter or Instagram. Slide into the DMs there on Instagram at Cricket Badge, and we'll make sure to read some of those out. That's a nice shot through the offside. Jah, growing in confidence, gets a couple with an authoritative stroke through the offside. Do remember to tell us where you're watching from. Is it on ICC.tv? Where in the world that is? Willow HD in North America, Action Sports HD up in Nepal, or on Fancode, the Dream 11 app there in the Indian subcontinent. 27 gone. The game right in the balance. Nepal 105 for 4.
He started well.
Just nudging the ball around here, Nepal, aren't they? Happy to just consolidate through these middle overs. Mala's looked particularly patient, and I think he knows he's going to drop anchor and bat all the way to 50.
Mala's got the game to change gears as well. Just get a feeling Gulshan Jah has been asked to attack a little.
What about the options for USA with the ball? No sign of Krishnamurthy yet, the 4th left-arm spinner, and perhaps surprisingly nothing from Stephen Taylor yet. He bowled out his 10 overs by the 23rd over of the match, I think, yesterday. Too many options again, the case for USA.
Stephen Taylor, given his form, his very fresh, recent form, not a bad idea at all against Gulshan.
Two singles from the over. Let's take a look at the bowling cards. Nepal 107 for 4 after 28. Do you think we'll see Taylor sooner rather than later, perhaps with the left-hander at the crease?
Yes, not a bad idea at all. Someone like Taylor is also soaring in confidence after a brilliant spell yesterday. That's Netravalkar for you. Spoiled for choices when it comes to the bowlers. Almost made a game out of the previous one. Kyle Phillip has indeed picked up a wicket. They're saving him for the burst towards the end. Saurabh Netravalkar can afford one himself, I think, at this stage. Looks like it's going to be young Krishnamurthy.
Yes, I know Stephen Taylor just yet. And your comments starting to flood in across social. Thank you as always for these. Really pleased for you keeping us company. It's very hot in the commentary position. Anup, the decision to sell Gulshan Jha in up the order might be because they only want one batsman anchoring throughout their game. If Gulshan is out, you'll see the same thing again. But if Gyanendra is out, then Kushal Malla is going to bat. Big swing and a miss, and we spoke about him maybe coming in to drop anchor. The last over or two, he started to play some big shots.
As far as Gulshan's concerned, he's making his ideas clear.
Yeah, nice shot through the offside, but Netravalkar cuts off. Next message coming in from Galway, Ireland, back in my homeland, the Emerald Isle. He's from Galway, but he's rooting for Nepal. Cool Dog 926 on Twitter. He says, at Cricket Badge, I think the Jha decision is poor and shows a lack of confidence in Kushal Malla. He is the more skilled batter. Even with a poor run of form, he should spend more time in the middle. Yeah, remember, Kushal Malla, just 17 years of age. And being frank, he's had a horror run with the bat here in Oman.
Right, he's searching for runs at the moment. Otherwise, no one can doubt his credentials. He's been an excellent servant for the game of Nepal as an all-rounder. Was also the youngest to reach a milestone of half century in ODIs. Was a little uppish, but safe as well.
Problem for Nepal here is it looks like they've got one rapid runner between the wickets in Jha, who's constantly pushing for the ones and two, and Malla, who's happier just to go slowly. Saw this yesterday when we had Zishan Maqsood and latterly Mohammad Nadeem at the crease. A lot of singles turned down, a lot of twos turned into ones.
I also think with the blazing sun,
good start from Krishnamurthy, just a single from the over, 108 for 4 after 29. Run rate dips beneath 4 and over significantly. Yeah, that run for Kushal Malla with the bat, 1-1-1-4. First 2 games against Papua New Guinea, and then just 1 and 4. He has been contributing with the ball, so that's why they're keeping faith with him. But they've shuffled him down the order. In the last game, he dropped down to 6. Now he's down to a minimum of 7. And that's why we're seeing this slightly strange decision to see the debutant, who's known as a fast bowler, in up at number 6 with his left-handed batting.
yes, he's a little untested at the lower levels as well. Probably that Watmore and Co felt there's not much information on how Jha bats. Let's throw him in. Couldn't have prepared for it. He's out of syllabus for USA.
What about this message from Suman Siwakoti? He's watching on from Virginia, USA, but he's supporting Nepal. That's a bit controversial. You have to support your land where you're living, surely. He's saying that definitely sending Jha into bat can be a great decision if he anchors the innings and builds up a long partnership with the skipper. Watching on Willow HD. Thank you for your comment. This one from Reading in the UK. It's Bharat Paudiel, also supporting Nepal. He says, if Nepal score above 200, do you think USA will try and punish the seamers to avoid Lamachani and the other spinners? Stephen Taylor into the attack, and I think to answer the question, That's exactly what USA are going to try and do. They're going to try and target the seamers and try and nullify the threat of Lamachani. It's a significant threat. We do see Taylor into the attack again. USA using a raft of bowlers. He's more bowlers than anyone this week.
Oh, yes, we were waiting for Stephen Taylor, isn't it? As time was passing by, Cha was also getting some balls under his belt. 18 of them now for 7 runs. He spent some time.
Yeah, 8 bowlers already used for USA today. Remember, both Malhotra and Madani bowled an over yesterday, so we might see the most extraordinary situation with all 10 outfielders being given a bowl. Malhotra is loosening up down on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It probably won't happen, but Netravalkar hasn't been afraid to shuffle his pack of bowlers, has he?
No, and he's looked to attack Cha as well with the slip in place. It's just that Cha has been able to negate that threat. I still feel that the left-arm orthodox can get Cha with the illusion of spin. Here is Taylor trying to do the same.
That's a better piece of running between these two. A good quick call right into the gap. Next question from Lalit Mahatara, who's watching on from Japan. He says he's loving the commentary throughout the tournament. Thanks so much, Lalit. He's asking, what do you think the reason is for bringing Gulshan Jah up the batting order? I'll pass that over to Suhas to answer.
And as I have been hopping around, was this something to get excited about? Monang Patel did think so. Now, 30 was gone, 111 for 4. As I have been harping about, it's just Kushal Malla's response with the bat in hand off late. Nothing else. But what I'm more worried about is the confidence of Kushal Malla, and if it's been conveyed to him way before this move was made. Andrew, what does it do to a youngster's confidence, and has it been conveyed?
Well, I think it's probably Dav Watmore trying to protect Kushal Malla. He knows he's struggling with the bat. He wants to keep him in the team as a bowler, and he knows he's a power hitter, so trying to hold him back. The biggest thing for the rest of this Nepal innings is they've got serious power down in this lower middle order. Karan Casey, Kushal Malla when he's in form, and Sampal Kami can all clear the ropes and clear the ropes with ease. We've seen them do that for Nepal before. It's only really Lamachani and Barry that are out and out bowlers in this team. So I think maybe they're just trying to get it as deep as they can. Can they take the game to 40 overs before those power hitters are in at the crease? They didn't want to lose any more wickets. Yet another change in bowling, though, back at the action here. Just the one over of Krishnamurthy. Going to be Nosh Kenjige back into the attack with the score on a Nelson. 111 for 4 after 30 overs. Who do you think's ahead of the game at the moment?
It's evenly poised. At 30, 111 for 4. With 6 wickets in hand, getting ready for a good assault. It's evenly poised. A wicket over here will tilt the scale towards USA, though.
Bishal Adhikari watching on ICC.tv from Qatar. Thanks for joining us, Bishal. He says, I think this is the right move by Dav Watmore. He knows better than all of us about Gulshan. I just hope he doesn't disappoint his coach with his batting. More attacking stuff from USA. Stephen Taylor being asked to come into slip. Anup Kajgate watching on from Hobart, Australia. So many Nepal fans in Australia. It's remarkable. Edged and edged short again of Stephen Taylor. Doesn't matter who goes into slip. It's the 4th different slip fielder used inside 2 days. None of them can seem to cling on.
Once again, for this, you usually measure the pace on the track and then stand accordingly in the slip.
Nice from Kenjigate. Beats him. Question from Anup in Hobart is, do you think after Dav Watmore steps down, should we have Paris Kadka as our head coach? Or is that asking too much of Paris Dye? Regards from Anup. Natural question. It might be a little bit early to be asking that of Paris Kadka. He's still quite a young man, really. I think if you look at what a lot of other countries have done, the likes of Ed Joyce, Ireland's finest batsman, he has gone and taken on some coaching roles, batting roles at first, and then he's now the head coach of the women's team. Might be a big, big ask for Paris Kadka. Think about Justin Langer for Australia, the batting coach. You serve your apprenticeship as a coach, you learn your trade. Might be a little premature to be thrust straight into a head coach role. 31 overs gone, it's 112 for 4. Questions keep on coming. This one from Wexford in Ireland. That's exactly where I live, would you believe? Bishnu asking me to mention that Wexford won the Division 14 T20 competition. There's a shout out for you. Utsua from Baltimore, USA. Where do you see Nepal from here with Gayanu batting at the crease?
Andrew, I'd really like to pass this question off to you again, because at the moment I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, fair enough. We'll look, Gyanendra Malla, 38 not out. To get these
And
Nepal fans into the game, he's going to have to start a counter-attack. It's all well and good knocking it around till maybe the 35th over, but at that point, with 6 wickets in hand, if he can still 6 wickets in hand at that point, he's going to have to start playing some aggressive shots.
And I think this question came in slightly early as well, when Rohit was in the middle.
Taylor going to continue silly mid-off now in place for Gulshan Jah. Slow through the air. Like to see that from Taylor. Tossed up. The innings of Jah and Kenjige, who played that elevated role earlier in the week, he made 13 off 26. Jah 10 off 27. They're almost very similar, aren't they? Big string of dots here. Pressure is mounting up for Nepal. You can almost sense the frustration and anticipation rising.
As far as the previous question is concerned, yes, probably would have made more sense when Paul was still in the middle. Of course, a very short stay for him today. Malla, as we've been telling you about this, he wants to anchor the innings. It's all about staying there till the end for him. And with Gulshan Jah and more fielders appearing around him, might go for the big shot now.
That's a lovely pace from Taylor. The only way to score off that kind of a pace from Taylor at a good length is by the batsman taking a risk, coming down the track or going deep in the crease and trying to work it into the offside for a single. He's all over Jah here. A bit quicker through the air, thuds into the pad. Look at this. 4 consecutive dot balls. It was 5 consecutive dot balls in the previous over. 10 off 31. What's going to happen? It's the big shot, and he's got it away. He's taken the risk. That's what he had to do. The pressure was rising. Not huge cheers from the crowd because they've been frustrated by a period of slow play, but he gets a boundary off the final delivery of the over. 32-4.
An international boundary to cherish for Gulshan Jah. His life has been full of surprises now, even today, when he's asked to be a promoted batsman. He's just announcing he's up and running. Still has got some balls to cover though. 14 of 32. He's taken his time. And Nepal at the moment, 116 for 4 after 32 overs. No surprises here. Kenjige from Alamarat end. Kenjige wants Mudani at point. And the skipper himself will be the third man inside the circle. Extra cover in place.
Yeah, Malla, who hasn't had any of the strike in the last 2 overs, just happy to keep rotating it, taking singles, just knocking the ball around with consummate ease at the moment. The next question from Bishal Dahal, watching on from Japa in Nepal on Action Sports. Saying the pitch seems like a pretty green one today. Do you think it's going to be familiar to the fast bowlers? I think, yeah, certainly it has favoured the fast bowlers, and that's going to give some hope to Sampal Kami, Karen KC, and the man on strike with the bat at the moment, Gulshan Jah. Edged again, and has that carried? I don't know if it has. Stephen Taylor is saying that it hasn't. It's bounced just in front of him yet again. Good honesty. Very, very good. Clearly on his replay. Yet again, the fielder just a little too deep at slip. It's on the half volley, and that's very honest from Stephen Taylor.
The curse continues. No matter where they're standing, it's just inches short of them. That slip fielder has got about 18 positions in slip itself. Constant changing of...
Big shot. Big shot down the ground. He's got it into the hitting arc. It cannons in to the construction site. Hopefully no damage done. None of the workers are in there today. They've got their day off. But finally, Gulshan Jah, after a real battle, gets one where he wanted it. It's not particularly pretty on the eye, but it's mighty effective. It thuds into the second tier.
What better way to even decide that it's the second tier? You just have the scaffolding, easier to notice. And it's good that all the workers over there are wearing helmets, not just because they're part of construction job. It's also because there's Gulshan Jah starting to open up. And that ball was hit with all ferocity near one of those men in the construction job.
See, I think the problem for Jah is he's shown that he can actually hit the ball. He's shown that with the 4 down the ground and now the 6 over long on. Just far too many dots. Complete inexperience. Never played an international. Only played 2 registered domestic games earlier this year. These dots are not helping Nepal. That's going to close out 7 runs from that over. That's okay. But needed the couple of singles to go with it. 33 gone. 1, 2, 3 for 4. Perfect symmetry in the scoreboard.
Munang Patel having a word with the umpire, perhaps asking him what the danger area is.
Great comment here from Sujan Bhatta even, I correct myself, all the way watching from Kathmandu in Nepal. Despite my board exam, he says, I can't keep my eyes off the television. Do you think the pitch is a bit slower than the other day?
We're expecting it to get a little bit more slower. As far as the pitch pace is concerned, it hasn't been really too paced. But it's been green for sure. And Gyanendra Malla, well, he will not have this in mind, but yes, he would really want you to score well in the exam as well.
Yeah, best wishes with that board exam. Overpitched by Taylor, but can't beat it. Make sure to get a bit of study in if you can. Used to do the same myself. Vividly remember my examinations in school was during the 1999 Cricket World Cup. I used to go up to my room, tell my parents I was studying, and I watched every single ball of that tournament as a youngster.
For me, cricket or no cricket happening during my examinations wouldn't have made any difference. And I'm in no way suggesting the brightest kid to be there.
More questions coming in. Thank you for all of your support and your kind comments as well. It really does mean a lot to us. We're grinding it out in tough conditions. It's warm. We're outdoors, 38, 39 every single day. Beautifully bowled, just off the inside edge, a bit quicker through the air. Candy with the next comment, saying in ODI cricket, and Jah already looks more comfortable than some of his colleagues with the bat. Yeah, not a bad debut for him. Remember, he's mainly a bowler.
Yes, with 20 on the board, now starting to open up. It's looking much better. That's straight to Gore.
Again, just too many dots. Ayush Shrestha with the next comment. He's saying that the captain, Gyanendra Malla, has talked about Gulshan Jah's batting during the training camp before coming to here in Oman. He thinks putting him up the orders to give him a bit of confidence at this level. 34 gone, 1, 2, 4 for 4. Really are flooding in. We're not able to keep on top of them, to be honest. We're trying our best. And up with the next question. The injury of Dipendra Singh Airi has really injured and damaged the Nepalese middle order. Hopefully the upcoming Everest Premier League will help to fill up a few spots as he feels they're a bit light on batting. I do think their bowling's a stronger suit.
It's never easy to lose an all-rounder. and that too so suddenly. So the moment he said, my ankle's iffy, they had to search for another all-rounder, and it hasn't helped Nepal that Kusal Malla wasn't in great form with the bat in hand. Another all-rounder. But yes, talking about the efficacy at the Everest Premier League, Andrew, your thoughts? It would be there.
Going to have a big impact. Can't tell you just yet whether it'll be there. To keep that as a surprise. Don't want to give anything away. Lots of questions about that when I'm going to get on the plane. We'll wait and see. Paratosh Lamsal. Keep your eyes on the Twitter feeds. Might have an announcement coming sooner than you'd think. Watching on from Chitwan, Nepal. He asked, does he think any American player could make a big impact in that Everest Premier League? I think there's one or two for sure. A lot of talk about Malhotra, naturally, with that innings of 173, but I think in terms of an all-round cricketer who ticks all the boxes, Stephen Taylor would be my pick. He's a dynamic left-handed batter, a very effective off-spin bowler, and he's a gun fielder, isn't he?
Oh, excellent. And very honest fielder as well, is what we're realizing as the game has progressed. Giving it all.
Big shot attempted, and it's thud into the, I think, the lower stomach of Monank Patel and back onto the stumps just as well. Jazz foot didn't leak out. And look at Mala. Mala comes down to Ja. He wants to talk to him. Look at this. It was an attempt of the big six again. Luckily not into the abdominal protector, but just into the lower stomach. I'm sure Patel will be okay. Not easy keeping even to the spinners, is it? Driven through the offside. Ja will get there, but if you think about his strike rate, it's exactly 50 now. I spoke about the 35 over mark being the place where Nepal had to start changing their approach. Do you feel a change in their attack is going to come now?
Absolutely, yes. In the last 90 balls, they'll be expecting more than 130 with wickets in hand.
That is the key thing. They do still have 6 wickets in hand and 3 big power hitters to come. That's where the hope remains. There's plenty of life in this Nepal innings. It's been absorbing stuff as it has been throughout all of this return of Men's Cricket World Cup League 2, supported by Dream 11. 127 for 4. Take a very quick look if we can. We won't be able to. We'll come back to those. Take a look now at the bowling figures with the drinks break just coming up. 8 bowlers used, so plenty of overs left. Nisarg Patel, probably the only disappointment so far for USA. He's been the pick of the spinners, but not today. Good stuff from Kenjige in particular, with 1 for 20. Taylor introduced very late into this innings, unlike the other day where he bowled the 4th over of the match, doing an effective job as well.
Yes, that's also because there wasn't a left-hander on offer for him to bowl at. It's only when Gulshan Shah came to the middle. Netravalkar said, Taylor, loosen up.
Next question, Asim Paudel, watching on Action Sports HD from Bardia in Nepal. He's asking, what is the main reason behind collapsing middle-order batsmen for Nepal? Well, there hasn't been a collapse today yet, so do keep faith. Could well come still. But it hasn't been a collapse. It's just been the occasional wicket. And they're starting to build a partnership, a good partnership between these two, but they're taking their time to do so.
Taylor has been tidy in this over too. Good work by Nisarg.
This partnership already worth 40. Jazz contributed 22 of that, Mala 17 and an extra.
But the time it's taken, the big shots need to unfurl sooner than later now.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? It's taken 12 overs for those now 41 runs. So we get to the end of the 36th. Nepal 130 for 4. USA have been rapid through their overs again today. We won't have that second drinks break just yet. We'll keep going with your questions though. Nice comment here from Sambhav Mala. There was a time when Nepal played, all we could do was scroll through Cricinfo just to see the updates ball by ball. All thanks to ICC for giving the live stream of almost all the tournaments nowadays. Yeah, spot on. Credit to them. 540 matches as part of this ICC Global Pathway events that are going to be covered around the world. It all started in Spain, in La Manga last month. That was the European T20 World Cup qualifier. This, after 18 months of hiatus, is the return of Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. I'm going to be bringing you every ball of it on ICC.tv. Yams watching on from the lockdown city of Auckland, New Zealand. Sorry to hear you're having to go through that. He's asking, what do you think of the captain's strategy, Gyanendra Mala's strategy of batting himself, taking his time? Is he batting too slowly?
This question will change the moment Gulshan Shah gets a couple of good pings from his bat and sends it out of the park, isn't it? So it's about Gyanendra Malla not batting too slowly. It's about the other batsman who's got a different role to up the ante, doing it or not.
Netravalkar is going to bring himself back into the attack from the Al Emirat end, and he'll be facing his counterpart, cuts him away. Does Malla. There's the Nepal fans. Look at those stands. 15 days ago when I landed here, none of those stands existed. They've put them up in a flash. They've completed the dressing rooms in a flash. We've nearly completed a 3-story VIP hospitality centre. It's the field of dreams in Oman.
Yes, the stands did not exist, but the fans did. They were swarming in when Nepal played. That's the love for the game. The Himalayan country, beautiful indeed. Netravalkar, is this one going to be a little slow as well?
I've seen him do this a little, Netravalkar, throughout the week, always bringing himself back on for that one over before drinks. It worked yesterday. Picked up a wicket and they went straight to the drinks break. More questions. Nirman Napani, he's asking, hi Andrew, how rare is it for a player like Gulshan, who hasn't had any significant experience at domestic level, to find his way straight into the senior side? It is rare, but you think of the players who have done it, they've probably generally gone on to be stars. Maybe Gulshan Jah can be another one like that. I think of Ireland, I think of George Dockrell. The exact same situation, a 17-year-old who played no high-level domestic cricket and just catapulted from club cricket into a World T20 there in the Caribbean back in 2010 at 17 years of age. Similar for Gulshan Jah.
Now, Gulshan Shah has got a very interesting story indeed. He's played 2 games at the lower level, of course, before being catapulted to international. But yes, he's a story of faith. He's a story of believing in oneself.
Top edge, heads down towards the third-man fielder, but Malla will survive. Madani will cut it off. Brilliant work from him. There should have been 2 there. Again, poor running from this pair. What should have been 2, just a single.
Just when Nepal are trying to break their shackles, they've kept it tight. USA. I'm talking about Gulshan Shah's story. Now, he was someone who, during the lockdown, now before the lockdown, went to India, went to Ranchi, where Dhoni comes from, in Arunodaya Cricket Academy, honed his skills, took his cricket very seriously.
Another edge and another one wide of slip. This is turning into calamitous stuff from USA. Wherever the slip is placed, it's going to go wide of him. Why is he not at first slip? That would have gone straight to him. I think for the 4th time in this Gulshan Jah innings, he's edged it wide of the man behind square on the offside. And USA just can't get that right.
Andrew, next time I wouldn't be surprised if Monang Patel comes out with a protractor and says, this is exactly where you stand, my friend. This is slip for us. It's called slip, and they've let chances slip through. Now, a cosh towards the left, cosh towards the right. How many adjustments will the slip fielders make? It's just not coming to them.
4 more runs to the total. Crucially, though, for Nepal, Ja moves to 27. He's going to hit it into the sky and wide of Kyle Phillip at mid-off. I thought the change in approach might come around the 35th over. It's proven to be the case. Nepal trying to up the ante. And with that over, 8 runs coming from it. We see 1 short signal, so I think that's only going to be a single, remarkably. No more poor running between this Nepali pair. 37 overs gone. We're going to have a drinks break. We'll have a break in the commentary box. We'll be welcoming Paul Radley from the National after this. It'll be great to hear the journalist's thoughts. For the moment, we'll take a break. It's 138 for 4. So welcome back after a much-needed drinks break, not just for the players, but also, well, for me, I think, not for my co-commentator, Paul Radley, who's been sitting down in beautiful air conditioning, unlike us slaving away out here in the 39-degree heat.
It has been toasty today. Actually, I think it's hotter. USA and Oman got away with a little bit cooler weather yesterday, actually, but it's been very hot today.
Really is game fascinatingly poised as well. Nepal kind of taking their time. I think they're setting things up for a late assault.
Well, let's hope so, because I think they've missed a few opportunities to score. I'm not sure they've batted with the urgency required. Obviously, lots can still happen from this position, but I think they could have found a few more ways to try and score. Hopefully, they'll catch themselves up at the end and.
And I wonder, is that the message that will have gone on from Dav Watmore at that drinks break? It probably came at a time that was needed for Nepal.
Well, you'd hope so. I don't know whether... I don't know whether it's planning that they've gone like this, or just literally they just haven't been able to time it. You've seen a few player misses when they've tried to say really big shots, but it's just not coming off really.
Gulshan Jah has chewed up a huge number of dot balls as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's been the real problem. They haven't found a way to score. They've let each of the bowlers, and USA have used enough. They've let each of them bowl at them, and like you say, build up a lot of dots. The dot ball percentage is very high, I think.
And even there, you see
Yep.
with the excellence of the American fielding, which I think you'll agree has just been simply outstanding today. It's just putting Nepal into a spot of bother, isn't it?
Yeah, I think definitely the case. The one guy in particular, Kareem Agor, it's like watching Ravi Jadeja actually for India. You often feel like the batting team, anytime they hit it on his side of the field, you're fearful that they don't want to take a run.
Yeah, you're spot on. An interesting moment in the match here, because Madank Patel, who took a little bit of a blow to his lower abdomen, I don't think it was that bad, probably just said the wind knocked out of him, is going to come off the field. And that's the wicketkeeper off the field. Luckily for USA, they have two out-and-out wicketkeepers in their side. So Jaskar Malhotra took an overs break during the drinks break. Gloves, and here is that catch. God, it gets better every time you see it, doesn't it? Develop.
Absolutely spectacular. Second good one.
But the ground fielding yesterday in the loss to Oman for USA was brilliant, but their catching let them down. But this time they've put the two of them together.
Absolutely. Yeah, they did drop a couple of soft ones yesterday, but have taken some, not even half chances, a couple of the ones they've taken today.
Short ball from Netravalkar, hit out towards those fans, and I think we're going to have the biggest crowd of the week, because it is just approaching 5 o'clock local time. It tends to be a day off in the Middle East, a Friday, and that temporary grandstand, which seats about 800, is nearing half capacity already.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? It's getting a little bit of a taster for obviously the T20 World Cup that those stands are being put in for. We're just getting our first real taste of what it might be like actually at that event. Shown on screen there, just filling up quite nicely.
Yeah, love to see the Nepal fans in. The flags flying proudly, but I think Nepal's batsmen need to bring them into the game. They need to start giving them something to cheer. Mala's on the verge of a half century, but Jazz just really struggled to get going. Hits that straight towards Elmore Hutchinson, who takes a simple catch. It's going to end what was a really turgid and strange stay at the crease. He is on debut. I have to give him some slack. He did make 28, but he could never get going. A few edges that fell short of slip. And the experiment with the youngster in up at number 6 is ended. And Netravalkar back in the wickets. One left-hander will be replaced by another, because Jah is gone for 28 from 53 deliveries. Will bring Kushal Malla to the crease. Nepal, 140 for 5. Take a look at the batting card. The saving grace, the hope here for Nepal. power hitting Mala at 7, power hitting Karen KC or Sampal Kami at 8 and 9. They can all clear the ropes.
Yeah, absolutely. Even Sandeep Lamichhane hit 6 the other day. But they shouldn't really be leaving it. Shouldn't have left it to this position. But there's no point saying that. They are in this position. So, yeah, let's hope for their sakes that those guys can find the pace of the wicket a bit better than the previous guys have managed to.
And probably the hope as well for Nepal. Mala can certainly go through the gears. He's just knocked it around. He hasn't played a shot in anger. But Kushal Malla comes into this innings with scores of 1, 1, 1 and 4. That is a horror run of form to mark the return of ODI cricket.
Yeah, and from the look of that first ball, yeah, the captain's come down and perhaps maybe have a bit more of a look than you managed there. Just try and get your bat on, hit a couple back straight, I'd have thought, at this stage. A few overs still to go. There's no point not playing yourself in.
He's going to keep swinging. Bouncer this time, and he's going to get a word from Netravalkar. Remember, the word from Netravalkar earlier in the week in this exact fixture earned Netravalkar a demerit point. Mala claimed he didn't hit it as he was given out caught behind, and that sparked a volley from the American captain, and it got the wrath of the ICC match referee, Graham LeBroy. Hit into the sky, out towards the point fielder, Kareem Agor. He's taken 2 worldies, 2 different level catches. He's not going to drop that. And Kushal Malla's quite disastrous tour with the bat continues. He's now made 7 in 5 innings. I think it was the cutter. It surprised him. And I think Malla is not going to want to see that one again.
He does look understandably disconsolate coming off. Very slow trudge to the dressing room and the boundary rope. Junior Murray speed he's going at to get off the field.
Have to love a Junior Murray reference. Good from you. Great West Indian keeper of the 80s and 90s. But Malla's stay at the crease, a very short one, and you have to question all 3 shots he played, not just the one he got out to.
Yeah. I don't really. I mean, I understand obviously as we've laboured the point ourselves that they do need to up the scoring rate, but he didn't need to go just headless chicken style like that from the off, because there are still 11 and a bit overs to go. So just hit a few straight back down the ground, just get used to the feeling of bat on ball, and then play those sort of shots when you're seeing it a bit better. That's just pretty showing his age, showing his youth. I think he was there.
We were talking before you've come up to join me here, Paul, about whether or not Dav Watmore was doing the right thing by continually bringing him down the order. And we were questioning whether that would affect his confidence. I thought it's the right thing to do, to try and protect him a little bit. He's 17 years of age, this young kid. Yeah,
and he did have that success last year early in his career when he was down the order. So, well, you'd say it should be freeing him up to play an innings where we wouldn't have too much to lose, but I mean, he proved that in every situation there's a little bit to lose, because that was pretty poor, that little 4 balls through, 4 ball stay that he's just had.
Yeah, and the good thing from USA's viewpoint, they're continuing to attack, which they didn't do at points yesterday. Netravalkar is going to come around the wicket to Sampal Kami. Another poor little piece of cricket. It's only marginal, but Malla's scooped that one up in the air. He should have run through and let his captain back on strike. He didn't, so Kami had to face up to the new ball. First up and 39 gone. Nepal in trouble, 140 for 6. Where can they go from here?
Yeah, I must say, actually, just you mentioned obviously that was probably disappointment at the shot he played, and probably in full knowledge that he was going to get caught out. But like you say, he could have run through. In actual fact, the running between wickets, I haven't been that impressed with that either.
No, and I think that's actually been a similar problem yesterday for Oman when they had, it's almost like you had a tortoise and a hare at the crease with some of the younger batsmen in with either Mohammad Nadeem or Zishan Maksud.
Suraj Kumar and Mohammad Nadeem, that was striking, very striking.
But similar again today when And certainly Mala is veering towards the tortoise roll. He's not super slow between the wickets, but a number of times when singles could have been twos and dots could have been ones, they haven't been converted.
Didn't seem like there was any purpose to either. They weren't even trying. I mean, often you can't make a 1 into a 2, but you should show willing, I'd have said.
The star of the day for me so far, Kareem Agor back into the attack. He's got 1 for 21 with the ball. He's got 3 catches. 2 of them worldies. If you're maybe just waking up back in America and tuning in, keep an eye on your social media feeds, because the second one is going to be clipped up and played over and over again. Full length to his left, hung in the air. And the most brilliant part about the catch, he didn't catch it clean at first, but somehow managed to adjust the ball in his hands, clasp his fingers around it. As Cammy's going to get off the mark with a quick single, and then brace for impact and cling on.
Yeah, well, you're talking, one finally has got through him, actually, off his own bowling to his right-hand side, which obviously not quite as strong as his left. But, yeah, that was a collector's item there, one going past him.
Paul, tell us where you think this Cricket World Cup League 2 is at generally. We'll take a look at the league table at the end of the over as well. Oman are in a very strong position.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably beyond what even they'd expected, I'd have thought. They seem to be playing. I mean, yesterday's game was close, but comfortable enough just about. They got over the line. And that's 10 wins from 12, I think it is, in the league now. And to be honest, a lot of the time, they've seemed like they're playing a different game to everybody else in this division at the moment.
Well, that's brilliant from Nosh Kenjigate, helping out his partner in crime and depriving Mala of that 50 for the moment. That's the end of the second power play. We're into the third. 40 overs gone. It's 142 for 6. We'll take a look at that points table. You talk about winning ugly as well. I hope Omani fans won't mind me saying that. Yesterday was exactly that.
Yeah, well, they went from one end of the scale to the other, didn't they? Absolutely crushed Nepal a couple of days earlier. And then chasing 18 runs less, they really struggled to get over the line yesterday against United States. When, to be honest, they had the game in the palm of their hands at the start of their, or 2/3 of the way through their innings, and then there was a bit of a fight back led by Elmore Hutchison, just swinging quite freely. Got to 49, not out, unlucky not to make a 50 by the time the innings was closed.
Nicely bowled by Netra Valkyrie, using that angle around the wicket. Yeah, it was a gem of a knock, wasn't it, from Hutchinson? And I think the thing that ended up deciding the game, even though America batted so poorly at first, if only Netra Valkyrie could have stayed with him and allowed him to open his shoulders after he got to that landmark of 50, we might have seen 5 overs of almighty hitting. Yeah,
you know, ifs, buts and maybes, that it's possible that could have focused Oman's minds a little bit better than what they actually came out and did, because they weren't too smart about how they opened up their innings. I mean, you know, there's no reason why they should have had such an emphatic start as they did in the Nepal game, but they looked a little bit just off, out of sync, I'd say, at the start, and then counted against them all the way through the innings.
Are we possibly as well just seeing that maybe the batting wickets aren't quite as good as we think? We haven't seen a lot of high scores, have we?
Difficult to, yeah. I mean, I suppose we're getting halfway through the tournament now, so it makes sense that the wickets will be starting to show a little bit of wear, and that could be the case today. In which case, Nepal, you'd have thought Nepal's very good spin bowlers. You know, they'll be in the game whatever they're defending, so it's possible that's the case. Although I wouldn't say that the wickets have played too badly, not from what we can see from up here anyway.
Is there also just a little bit of the aspect, as Cammy will get through for the quick single, or rather ambitious effort, we'll say, from Kyle Phillip to effect the run out, about 15 yards wide with the throw pretty much. But is there an aspect of, with the absence of international cricket, the step up to facing better bowlers, the batsmen are just taking a little while longer to adjust as well?
Yeah, I suppose they haven't had a lot, have they? As we've said, there's been was it 18, 19 months between this the last time this tournament was played itself, and they played a little bit of cricket, but in build up to it, but the intensity is a lot different. So yeah, that could be counting against the batsman, definitely.
And that's going to be 50 for Gyanendra. We haven't heard the Nepal fans in the game too much today, but a third one-day international 50 for Gyanendra. Just a little raise of the bat, no more. He knows that his job is probably only half done.
Yeah, 50 of 91 balls. Still there to see it through to the 50 over mark.
There's his numbers on your screen now. 50 off 91, just 3 boundaries. It's been a really watchful innings. Perhaps conscious of the fact that his other batters have been struggling for form a bit, and that's going to go high in the sky towards Elmore Hutchinson, who nestles under it. The American fielding's been first class. Gyanendra stares at Cammy. He's disgusted with him. He can't work out what his all-rounder has done. The hands on the hip now. He's given it away from the last delivery of the over, and another really poor shot from a Nepali batsman.
We could get, just not really sure what the thinking is. Whether it's the pressure of the low scoring at the other end getting to them, and the feeling that they've got to have a dart, but it's nearly slipped out.
He's got big hands,
yeah,
Elmore Hutchinson.
He's got big buckets, just at the edge of it.
Yeah, but that's yet another wicket, and a disastrous one. Sampal Kami is gone for 2 from 7 deliveries. He's a fine batsman. He's a great striker of the ball, but he's given that one away. There's been a few moments today where there's going to be batsmen who aren't going to want to watch their shot again, and that's going to be one of them. The American bowlers continue to profit, and this little glut of wickets here falling at 140, 140 and 144 is surely putting them well on top.
From what you've seen up here, Andrew, what would you say it's down to? Do you think it's in terms of the difficulties with the scoring? Is there much to suggest it's due to wickets, lack of urgency, excellent bowling? As you said, absolutely one thing you can't argue with is the fact there's been absolute superb fielding. But other than that, what do you think the reasoning is?
You could make a case this might be one of the best fielding performances I've ever seen at associate level, let alone up higher. Standard of fielding from America, I think it's even surprising me. Didn't see this coming from them. They've been magnificent in terms of why the scoring's been taking a while to come. As Karen Casey comes to the crease in at number 9, going to have to perform another miracle rescue job, as he so often does for Nepal. I think the wicket is a little slower than you'd think. And that's what Oman were saying yesterday. Remember, in fairness to the curator here, who does the most brilliant job, he's keeping the middle of the square for the T20 World Cup next month, and you can understand why. So this is the same wicket that both USA and Nepal used earlier in the week on Monday, but it was significantly greener. He put some water on it, he let the grass grow. You have to remember, as
that's a really good shot,
shuffles that into the leg side, he's going to get rewarded with a boundary, the first boundary in a long time as well. KC's going to have to do what Elmore Hutchinson did yesterday for Nepal, and he's very capable of doing that.
Just that shot there is what the batsman should have been looking to do a lot more of. There's a big gap there. He spied it. It doesn't matter if he whacks it to the rope or not. They could have easily got 2 or 3 there just by hitting the gap, and that's what's not happened often enough in this innings.
And the other thing you've got to remember as well is that Nepal still have to bowl on this wicket. So we thought yesterday, when USA were bowled out for 170 odd, well, the game is over. Oman are going to chase this like they did against Nepal in no time at all. Went down to basically the final ball of the game. And in fact, if USA had held their catches, they probably would have won the game. So if Nepal can just battle up here, if they could get 200 on the board, Karen KC goes as he can, they could get 220. But even if they could take 200 in, as they bring up the 150 after 42 overs, particularly with Lamachani, who should hopefully be fit to bowl tonight, could well be enough.
Yeah, like you're saying, obviously it's fair enough that the pitch will be tiring a little bit more than it was earlier in the series. In actual fact, I've noticed since I've been sat up here with you, the angle that we're looking at it, with the sun behind on that side, you often actually see a little puff of dust coming off the wicket, which suggests obviously it's drying out a lot, so could be the reasoning for the difficulties with the scoring. But just going back to Karen Casey's swept shot there down to the 45 boundary, it was just a matter of finding the gap, even if it didn't go to the fence. And you've seen the two previous wickets that fell, Kushal Malla and Sompal Kame. It seemed like their best, or the option that they felt that they had to score, was just to have a big mow and hope for the best, rather than picking the gap and just manoeuvring the ball into it.
It's been the number of dots, Paul, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's just been far too many.
Yeah.
And it was an experiment with Gulshan Jan debut, throwing him in at 6. I'm not necessarily sure it worked, but Dav Watmore might be going, well, look at what happened with number 7 and number 8. That's why I sent him up the order. Needed some consolidation. And these final overs from Kyle Phillip now, who's been impressive on debut, extra pace on the ball, they're going to be fascinating, because he could easily take the wicket of Malla, or Malla and KC could start to hammer him to the rope. So critical last 8 we're looking forward to now.
Yeah, extra pace on the ball. It's actually, he's not coming on now. Netravalka's taken the ball out of his hand, and he's going to have the over. Or somebody else is. Whoever.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. The bowler fully measuring out his run-up.
Yes.
On you go, Kyle. You have a bowl. Actually, no, sorry. I've changed my mind. And he's grabbed it back out of his hand. It's going to be Netravalka. We'll have to get our scorers to correct that, because they'd already put Kyle Phillip in. So here comes Netravalka. He's 3 for 22. He could actually bowl out here. Could bowl these remaining 4 overs. He's been outstanding, the American captain, hasn't he?
As he so often is, it must be said. And like we've been saying about the dry conditions assisting the spin bowlers, he revels in that as well.
And what's more, in this 3-wicket burst, Paul, I know again it's a little bit of a disparity between the number of matches played between all the teams in this table. Netravalka's gone to the top of the charts. He's gone above Bilal Khan. He now has 25 wickets in the 15 matches that USA have played. Average of 15.4, but look at that economy rate, 3.3. Those numbers, phenomenal.
Yeah, fantastic. In conditions that don't necessarily favour swing bowlers. Obviously here, also in the UAE, he really thrived as well.
And also in Kathmandu 18 months ago, one of the few kind of successes of that tour was the bowling of Netravalka. Deserves to be on top of this table, doesn't he?
Yeah. Left armers to which point?
Akib Ilyas is in 5th with his right arm leg spin.
Yes. Or off spin, depending on who he's
yeah,
bowling
bit of both, doesn't he? Yeah, Netravalka on top with 25 wickets, and then it's also the left arm seamer Bilal Khan in 2nd, then the left arm spin of Maqsood with 21, and that's Pakana of PNG with 17. And Malla can't just get bat on ball. Paul Radley has his head in his hands next to me. Fantastic to have you in the commentary box. For all you associate cricket fans out there, get onto Twitter, give him a follow at Paul Radley, the sports writer at the national newspaper in Abu Dhabi. Sad news though from Paul, you've got to get back to the UAE. We're going to have to bid you farewell this evening.
Yep, heading back tomorrow to get back in time for the restart of the IPL. Pretty lucky that that's coming there from my perspective, but yeah, sad to be leaving here, I must say.
Finally does make contact, but it will just be a single. What is it about the associate game you love so much? You're such an advocate for it.
That's a really good question. I'm not sure I could put it into words, really. Just think from a journalist point of view, there's a lot of stories out in the associate world that haven't been told on a wider scale. So it's good to see that. And also, you just see a lot of really good cricketers that you don't know anything about. Like, for example, today, I haven't really closely followed until we've been talking about it in this series, you and me, about Kareem Agor. To see somebody like that doing what he's done today, it's just like opening your eyes to something new. It's fantastic. That's one thing I really enjoy about associate cricket. How
big a deal do you think it is, this agreement between IMG and ICC to get these game streamed. The access for people to see that catch from Kareem Agor, the grab from Rohit Powdell the other day, the 6-6s. I know that wasn't in the ICC events, but it just looks like there's ever more broadcast and availability of live streaming for these associate sides.
Yeah, well, I think it's the clips of incidents like that. Like, hopefully we're going to get Kareem Agor's catch. Rohit Powdell's the other day was stunning. I think did you describe it as the best catch you've ever seen live?
Yeah, absolutely. The athleticism, Kareem Agor's challenged that one today. I think we're going to have to have a bit of a poll. Might have to go up on the gram or on Twitter which grab was better. We'll see if we can get the ICC to clip the two of them together. But more tight stuff from Netravalkar. Just 2 runs from that over. And unless Mala or KC can really get going here is that Powdell catch. I got ever so excited, didn't I, in the commentary box for this one, Paul?
Quite rightly so. I mean, look at that. It's amazing on its own. Now there's this bit, throwing it back up, relaying it to himself, getting back inside. And you can see, obviously, that, you understand why the umpire was having to think about it at the time, but you can see how he got it all perfectly in sync. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I kind of had to go and apologise to Ahmed Shah Pakteen afterwards because I was so excited. I think I said, Ahmed Shah Pakteen, put your finger up, but this is the one today. Kareem Agor flies through the air. He's juggled it. That's the brilliance of that one. Would have been brilliant without that, even if it stuck cleanly the first time. But to have the presence of mind, just like with the Powdell catch, to be able to acknowledge it's not firmly in your hand, and he's just tossed it up after. Like he was always going to.
Was actually on where I was watching from. Was actually on the angle of that, and he just didn't look in doubt at any stage.
This was a good one too from Dominic Ricky, the subfielder. Going across to his right, lost his sunglasses in the process. And the highlight clip we don't have for you was the other grab from Gore, which was almost, in a funny way, almost even better. Because he's run back about 20, 25 yards. It's gone miles into the sky over his head. As Kyle Phillip comes back into the attack. Change and ends for him. And what we saw again brilliantly with the angle we were at, it swerved viciously, almost like a tornado down to his right out of the sky. Somehow Gore managed to hang on.
And again, it didn't look in doubt at all. Whenever it goes near him, you think, might as well start walking, batsman.
Do you feel there is I don't quite know the correct word to describe it. There's a lack of recognition, perhaps, of the quality of some of the cricket we see on display at this associate level?
That's a good question, because a lot of the people that you'd speak to, like I'd speak to you a lot about this cricket, or other lads who are reporting on it, say Peter De La Pena, for example, and certainly no, there isn't an underappreciation of how good it is. It's people perhaps who only follow mainstream cricket that probably just don't pay this a thought, and then might see the odd incident that's maybe it's a mismatch against a full member or something like that, where they just write it off. That's their only experience of it.
It's a lovely shot through the offside, but can't beat Netravalkar, will just be a single. I suppose one of the great tragedies in the associate world in recent times, not just the reduction of the ICC Cricket World Cup to 10 teams, but then also the big gap between the T20 World Cups. Obviously, part of that gap was enforced because of the COVID pandemic, but it's been 5 years since the T20 World Cup. And if you think back to the group stages there in 2016, Afghanistan, who were then an associate, lit the tournament up, won the group, got through the group stages, went on to beat the champions, the West Indies, in the Super 10. Should have beaten England, arguably, in that Super 10 as well. So nearly challenged South Africa. You must remember Mohammad Shahzad smashing Dale Steyn to all parts of the Wankhede. I think they were ahead of the rate at one point in that chase at 200. But that tragedy is going to be replaced by a real wealth of global events and exposure for these associates. A T20 World Cup in a month's time, a T20 World Cup in 2022. Who knows, maybe a couple of associate sides can get through the Cricket World Cup qualifier for 2023. And then the brilliant news in 24 is that could go to the boundary. It does. Shot. Clever batting, using the pace. He's known for his power down the ground, but he's shown a bit of touch there, Karen Casey.
Deafness. Just good thinking. Just good thinking. If he gets more bat on that, then that's where it's 1 run, maybe 2, and that's fine. He just needs to get his scoreboard ticking over. And the fact they got it a lot finer, goes for 4, great batting.
Yeah, The final point I was going to make there was then the T20 World Cup in 2024 will not only expand to 20 teams, but it won't be a group stages followed by a Super 10 or 12. It will be 5 groups of 4. So if you're an associate and you can get your qualification spot, if you're a Papua New Guinea or maybe a Singapore or a Canada or a Namibia, you're not only going to qualify if you qualify, you'll get 4 games, guaranteed games, against the big boys. So you might get to go and play India or test yourself against England or the West Indies or Australia, and that could only be good for the associate game. Yeah,
it provides so much incentive for the players then to improve themselves and gives them a target to aim for, which I think, as you said right at the start of that, this 18 months without cricket must have been a real drag for the players. For them, you can really imagine a lot of them became pretty disillusioned with the game. So to have those, that real incentive of all those things that they can aim for now, it can only be a good thing, like you said.
Yeah, spot on. 6 overs remain here. Andrew Leonard with you. As always, I've got Paul Radley of the national newspaper in Abu Dhabi with me as well. Let's take a look at America's options for the last 6 overs. Maybe surprised to see Kyle Phillip come back so early. I thought we might see 1 or 2 more overs of spin. But is it that power that they're fearing of Karen KC down the ground? Netravalkar may well have to bowl the final 3 overs from this, the Al Emirat end, but will they be able to rely upon the debutant? Hit into the air. Is that going to carry out towards Nosh Kenjiga? It is. Karen KC is yet another one of the Nepal batsmen to give it away. America's catching continues to be outstanding. I think this pitch is definitely a bit slower than you'd think. Netravalkar, the tournament maker, watch that. I think it wasn't even a slower ball, just his natural length, not into the hitting arc, and he perishes. It's 4 or 5 very tame dismissals now for Nepal.
At least Karen Casey showed some intent to bat with a bit of sense, and perhaps reverting to his more usual method of trying to give it a whack, and it's just gone to show that it isn't easy to play that way. And I wonder if you'd hope from their point of view, United States batsmen are looking at this and realising it's the dot balls that are going to count against us here if we're not going to chase this. So I wonder if they'll go about their innings a entirely different way to how Nepal have played it.
And look at this batting card, Paul. It's really, with the exception of Kushal Birdle's aggressive start, Gyanendra Malla anchoring the innings. Gulshan Jah, the debutant, may have made 28, but he could have been out 5 or 6 times in that knock. Lots of edges. Outside of those 3, nothing.
Yeah, but I think benefited from being a very good player, first of all, but also the ball being a bit more hard at that point. Scoring you get a bit more value for your shots, I'd say. I must say, Nepal aren't out of this, given the bowling attack that they've got. But they're going to have to bowl at Anfield extremely well if they're going to defend whatever they make.
Yeah, and I know we keep saying it, but it seems to be a critical juncture in the match now, because this innings could end very quickly. USA could mop up these last 2 wickets and be chasing 165 or 170. But if Nepal, particularly through Malla, can find a way up to 200, that could well still be enough.
Yeah, if they get to 200, I think they've done pretty well, to be honest. And that's definitely something to defend as well.
The problem is for Malla, he's just been watching on incredulously, hasn't he, from the non-strikers end. At least the last 4 dismissals in particular, all just chipped up in the air, giving it away. And the way Lamachani bats, he kind of goes hell for leather from ball 1, so might be opportunities there. But Malla will be on strike for the moment. What is it about Netravalkar's bowling? If you look at him, you might think he's pretty innocuous. Why is he so effective?
Well, he's extremely accurate. I've always thought, if on those warm-ups before the game where they put the little paddle as a target just above the off stump, see if the bowler can hit it. I reckon he'd win that game most times out of whoever the competition was. He's so accurate. And I think he's quite clever as well in terms of his changes of pace, which obviously is needed on pitches like the ones that they've been playing on.
hit through the offside. He's timed that quite well, so Lamachani should get back for a couple, particularly with Kenjige being a left armour, but God, had to step on the afterburners a bit to get home. What have you thought of the general development of Nepal? I think there was a lot of excited people back in April with that T20I series at home under Dav Watmore. They are improving without doubt, but they're going to bid farewell to their head coach at the end of this tour.
Yeah, bid farewell to the head coach, and obviously recently bid farewell to their arguably their greatest ever player, or perhaps not even arguably.
Well, look at that. I'm not sure if you noticed that on your screen. In the middle of the delivery, quite literally, just as he was letting go of the ball, all of the floodlights came on. Just like that.
Not a little subtle warm-up either, is it? They don't take any time to burn in.
It was just like that, wasn't it? As if the light bulb went off. They decided to just stick them all on. It wasn't a few of them lighting up. I think Mala would have been well within his rights to arguably pull out there, but it was probably too late as the ball was delivered. I'm not sure they'll be doing that next month at the T20 World Cup.
No, you'd imagine not. In actual fact, they did do that the other day. They switched them on first of all, then switched them back off again, and then switched them back on again in exactly the same way. Well,
apparently that was so that the board members who had gathered for their meeting could see the quality of them and how they were developing.
Mid-game. Righto.
It is a wonderful facility here, though.
No, it's absolutely spectacular. I honestly don't want to leave tomorrow, but...
You obviously live full-time in the UAE as we get to the end of the 45th over. It's 161 for 8. There is a tangible difference between the countries. It's noticeable. Can you describe it to our viewers? How do you feel coming across here to Oman? It's a very friendly place. Great,
it's extremely friendly. Oh, especially this, the country itself and the city, Muscat, but just coming to this ground, the welcome you get is just second to none, to be honest. I don't know how I now switch the conversation back to the UAE and still be polite.
And still be allowed back in.
Yeah, exactly. No, not that UAE is. In fact, it's obviously a famous thing, Arabic culture.
We're just talking about the hospitality. I don't know if he was listening, but one of the gentlemen, one of the board members, won't name him, just come in with a lovely cooler next to us, and I'm going to be ever so excited to see what's within that cooler. Can't say it on air, probably, but I think we're being incredibly well looked after, as always, here by Oman Cricket.
Amazing timing.
So hit into the sky, and I think Krishnamurthy has put that down, Paul.
I'm not sure he did. I think it was wide of him. That's what I thought from my angle, but mate, you might be right. You've got better eyesight than me, Lenny, with your glasses on.
I only got half a look at it because I was so excited, but Lamachani will always go hard at it. Krishnamurthy across to his left. Maybe just half a chance at best. Haven't seen any misfields really from USA, so maybe a bit harsh on him. But I'm not sure about this option to continue with pace. It's going to be a risk. Philip on debut, boundary off his first ball. Lamachani gets underway.
I think you might be right, Lenny, that it feels like just they're doing the accepted thing. You bowl your seamers at the end when it might not necessarily, in this situation, be the best option. But it's just like the accepted wisdom to do it.
Particularly when if you were to bowl one of your left-arm spinners and they have 4 of them to pick from and none of those 4 left-arm spinners have bowled out, they have a massive leg side boundary to protect. And I can't see them really going for boundaries unless Mala takes them on down the ground. It's going to go out to Kenjige, and would you believe it? Of all people, Gyanendra Mala has given it away, and look at that, lovely to see. I think it's a kiss of the shirt, a kiss of the USA cricket badge from Kyle Phillip. Such a proud young man to be representing USA. He has bounced out. The Nepal captain, what do we know? It was the right decision, and he's got the big wicket.
Another solid catch. Just about.
Just a nice reaction there as well, wasn't it? A bit of a sharp intake of breath as that just held on. I think the fortunate thing for Kenjige there was it wasn't straight into one of those 4 floodlight pylons. I think it's difficult if you lose it into that.
Or the sun, which is just setting.
But that is going to be the end of Gyanendra Mala. He looks disconsolate. We will get his stats on in a second. He'll be replaced by Sushan Bari, but Mala's gone for 55 from 106 deliveries. I am looking at the big screen. It might be 105. I thought it was just as I said it. 55 from 105. And Nepal have just gone nowhere at the tail end of this innings. 166 for 9. Look at the collapse. We were getting questions about why does the Nepal batting order always collapse. They hadn't collapsed yet, but you've almost predicted it in advance watching on from home. 140 for 4. A few moments later, 166 for 9. Get into the offside. Lamachani, I don't think I've ever seen him do anything but play a shot every ball. So we're going to be in for action in the last little bit here.
He's a very jovial chap, isn't he? I always noticed this. Against Oman the other day as well. He's always chatting away to the opposition there.
Plays the game the way it should be played.
Yeah,
Even
absolutely.
you saw last week when Manak Patel played him so well and made the 100, he was the first to go and congratulate him. We need to see more of that in our game. This nonsense of aggression between sides. Good drive from Sushan Bari.
You are preaching to the choir there, Lenny. I totally agree with that. Too much unnecessary aggression. Oh, and don't get me wrong. You like to see intensity and a bit of aggression when it's warranted, but just mindlessly doing it all the time is something that is a really loathe in cricket.
Well, it's nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not a contact sport. Never has been a contact sport, nor should it be. And what I think you do see in the associate world, again, another benefit of it compared to the top world, is Kyle Phillip looks for the Yorker and he's going to get away with a dot ball. Almost over waist high full toss. End of 46, 167 for 9. You see a great camaraderie between the sides, almost a brotherhood, isn't it? Within the men's game, all the sides are sharing hotel there at the Sheraton. I've seen some of the players intermix with each other, sharing breakfast tables. And you saw off the pitch, whether they win or lose or tie, they're congratulating each other. I think they all make very similar sacrifices to chase their dreams.
Yeah, totally right. Actually, they couldn't put that any better myself. Actually, they obviously all have a empathy with each other as to, you know, all the backgrounds differ greatly between each of these teams, massively. But they're all pursuing the game in a similar sort of way. Not making the millions. Well, Sandeep is, but
well, the funny thing about Sandeep, and it's a great little segue to it, he's turned down a CPL contract to come here and play
fantastic
Cricket World Cup League 2. So it's costing him financially to be here. And that's how much playing for Nepal means to him.
Well, that is absolutely brilliant. Wonder how many other people would do that in that boat, because obviously cricketers, sportsmen of all types, at the top end of the game, you know, I think of footballers back in the UK get a lot of grief for being mercenaries, but I wonder how many would do exactly what Sandeep's done there. It's very impressive.
For a young man as well, still just 21, remarkably. Cut away, hit nicely by Lamachani, but will just be the single out to Kenjige. Yeah, and all these players at this level, while some of them may be on something approaching retainer or professional contracts, almost all of them really semi-pro. They certainly aren't able to concentrate just solely on their cricket, except for a select few. They juggle jobs and families and travel with chasing their dreams of going on, and that's why I'm so excited about the next 3 years. We'll have 4 World Cups in 4 years. We just talk about the camaraderie. We don't see that too often at test level either. Look at that, a pat on the back from Lamachani for Gore as he ties his shoelace.
But you do see it virtually every game with Sandy. I don't know. He needs some Velcro shoes, I think, because he always needs somebody to do his laces up every game when he's batting.
Maybe he just enjoys that camaraderie.
Yeah, I think he does, yeah.
It's good from Barry.
It was Zishan Maksud the other day, did his shoes up for him.
Yep, I think it has actually happened every game, isn't it? And I think for Nepal fans who were so concerned, neither of us knew really what was wrong with Lamachani at the time, and it's distressing scenes then. I saw your tweet of Lamachani going off to the ambulance just to get a bit of treatment. He said it was a horrible discomfort that he had. He couldn't even move, really.
Yeah, it was a very bizarre incident, that, because it looked, I couldn't see which moment it had happened, but it seemed like as he was running to get the ball, he didn't dive. I don't think, as far as I know, you may know better than that. I think as soon as he was going to retrieve a ball that had gone past him, I think he was fielding at mid-on at the time, he looked in discomfort all the way to the boundary, and then sort of more or less collapsed over the rope.
Netravalkar chasing a 5-wicket haul. Not going to get there just yet. Still has 8 deliveries remaining. Yeah, I was talking to Sandeep straight after the game, and then again in the hotel. He was saying that he didn't eat much during the break. It wasn't that he overate, and sometimes you can get that in extreme heat.
I honestly thought that could have been the issue because of food is so good.
It is very good, fair. But he tried bowling a few in the interval, and he was really struggling. He wasn't on the field for the first 3 overs. He was over in the team tent. And then it was just 2 overs later on the pitch, whatever happened with the gas or something within his stomach region, and won't get much better care than Vikram Napani, the Nepal physio, but he couldn't work his magic, and with Lamachani unable to bowl, Nepal were hammered out of sight by Oman, weren't they?
Yeah, there was also a paramedic assisting them. Sandy, once he had got back onto his feet after he was lying prone on the boundary rope for quite a while, once he got back to his feet, he was sort of led away to the ambulance. It looked like he might be heading to hospital, but after about 5 or 10 minutes, he decided he'd just sort of head back to the team area.
Slower ball. Lamachani will keep the strike. That brings the 170 up. It might not seem like enough, but with 10 overs of Lamachani to work with, if they can get a little late boost here from the last 18 deliveries, where there's light, there is hope for Nepal fans.
Yeah, Lamachani on strike, like you say, doesn't die wandering. So if he can mill away and get a couple over the rope, 12, 18, could make a big difference in this game. Brilliant.
Yeah, just showing Paul Radley on my screen here what USA Cricket have just tweeted out. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No. It's our star fielder, Kareem Agor, taking an absolute worldie at backward point, and they've captured the exact moment where he was flying through the air.
Brilliant screenshot that is. Find that, I think. Tweet that out.
Yeah, I think Paul Radley's going to tweet that now. Give him a follow, guys, at Paul Radley. Always brilliant to hear his thoughts. We really thank him for coming up and keeping me company in the commentary box. The sun just creeping ever closer towards the Muscat Mountains that ring the ground. No cloud like we had yesterday, which made for an even more spectacular scene. The short stuff will continue from Philip. Do they ever get a bad sunset at this ground?
I know, it's spectacular. It really is spectacular every day. I think the photographers that come for the World Cup for the first time, I think they're going to have a field day with some of the shots they're going to get of this place, because it is absolutely stunning. Yeah,
and it's so exciting, isn't it? The speed that the development is taking place. Yep. When we were first here, there was no stands. They're in now. By all accounts, this project, although it might not look it right now, the VIP hospitality and media centre.
Shot.
The Al Emirat end. It's well on schedule. They're going to come back for a second. Krishnamurthy's got a gun arm, and direct hit is going to be really close.
Oh, what a throw.
But given not out, he has a flat gun arm, the young 18-year-old. He nearly caught the Oman captain short yet. The replay of this. How close was this, Paul?
I think they'd definitely be looking for a review here, or the third umpire would be looking at this. Oh, that is very close. What a throw that is from the rope.
I think it would have been sent upstairs. There's no argument about that.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, would have gone up to the third umpire, which we don't have in action here this week. There will be next month, of course, when those pictures go around the world on. Hit into the air and just out of the reach of Kareem Agor. If anyone was going to be able to get there, it would have been him. But a bit of fortune for Lamachani. He's calling for new gloves.
Thought we were going to see another specky there.
Maybe Gore is just not wanting to hug the limelight too much after those two brilliant catches. But Nepal battling up to a total that's very similar to America's from yesterday. question is, will it be enough?
I think it's nicely poised. It could go anyway, really, couldn't it?
What have you made of Kyle Phillip on debut? You surprised that he hasn't been brought into the side yet?
He's got, obviously there's very striking and obvious attributes that he's got with his height, and he hits the pitch hard, gets a lot of bounce. He reminds me a little bit of sort of a Chris Tremlett or a Blessing Muzurabani from Zimbabwe. And he's extremely tall. It's the back of a length in it, and it leaps up on the batsman.
Yeah, Muzurabani's not a bad shade. A different action, but just some similarities in terms of levers. I think from being around all four of the international teams here this week, you get to know the boys even better. I don't think you'll meet a player with a better attitude than this kid. He's 24 years of age. He just wants to bowl and bowl and bowl. In fact, the coaches, one of the days this week, I think Team USA had to pull him out of bowling.
Really?
Because he'd bowled 20 overs in training and he was starting to have some pain in his shins. So they had to say, Kyle, I know you want to keep bowling, but we need to protect you as well.
Well, that's the sort of attitude that you want, isn't it?
Hit into the sky, and it's going to go down to third man and be taken. You just felt that was coming from the way Lamachani was hitting. I think all of the final 6 wickets of the innings have been just scooped up to fielders in the deep. Kyle Phillips got 3 wickets on his international debut. From in, he could have had a 4th as well, but the short ball, that natural length, has just proved a bit too much for Sandeep Lamachani, as we see more and more often in international cricket. Third man is a wicket-taking position, and a real deflating end to the innings for Nepal.
Deflating end. Didn't really rise above that for much of the innings at all, really. It's just, I think, as we've mentioned a few times, needed to find scoring options, reduce the number of dot balls that he used, and the way the last few batsmen were out was sort of symptomatic of the fact that the scoring was slow all the way through, really.
Yeah, real disappointment, but it's not up to the tail enders to make the runs for Nepal. You can't blame Sandeep Lamachani for having a go, but let's have a look at this on the left of your screen there. We saw this yesterday at the halfway stage of the game. The entire Team USA group spent about 10-15 minutes talking to each other out on the pitch before the chase of Oman. This time they're just having a bit of a word, saying we've got to win today, we've got to arrest the slide. It's been 6 consecutive defeats in Cricket World Cup League 2 for them. They've given themselves a big chance of changing that. They're going to need 175 to win. Yeah,
I think Saurav Natravalkar in his post-match interview with you last night mentioned how proud of the fact he was of the fielding effort, and presumably that's just what he's been saying to his boys just then in that little huddle they had on out on the field, because bowling was decent, the fielding was world class.
I thought that was a really strong piece of leadership to end the day, because he didn't focus on the fact they'd lost. He focused on the fact that in the second half of the game his side were outstanding, and they really were. If only they could have got some runs on the board against Oman, they probably would have watched. Kyle Phillip has been asked to lead his team off. We're going to bring you that picture there now. Lovely to see that, and he gets a big high five, a pat on the back from his coach Jagadish Arun Kumar, and there's Kirk Higgins. He's giving everyone a high five, isn't he?
It was great to see Phillip leading them off there. Really nice touch.
Lovely touch, and I think every single one of those 11 players for USA should be proud of how they've performed. Not sure whether it's going to be enough, but they've restricted Nepal to 174. Outside of Bertel and the skipper, Gyanendra Malla, not a lot to shout about. I think there may be some calls for Sharad Vasakar to come back into this Nepal batting lineup. What do you feel?
Yeah, a bit of experience. Maybe he'd have... Well, you can't imagine he'd have batted like anybody did from sort of Jar onwards, really, in terms of just swishing shots up in the air without... and just sort of milling away mindlessly at it. He'd have thought with his experience, he'd have been looking for just to turn the strike over and just reduce the number of dot balls, because I thought that's what they sort of needed at that moment in time.
I was quite surprised not to see him in the starting 11 today. But for USA, their bowlers, frankly, pretty much to a T outstanding. Really just Nisarg Patel, who's been brilliant throughout the tour, not finding his rhythm or range. But crucially, the seamers are the ones on a green wicket who've done the damage. 8 wickets for them between Philip, Netravalkar and Hutchinson, who actually bowled a really good 4-over spell. Netravalkar leading from the front again, and Gore and Kenjigate will be pleased with their efforts as well. Tight stuff from Stephen Taylor, but the key thing on that graphic, look at the collapse. From 140 for 4, they had actually built the platform to get up towards 220, and then they fell away very tamely indeed.
Yep, 30, what is it, 30 from that position? 34, sorry. It's just where, like you say, that's the... Who knows whether it's the winning and losing of the game? We obviously don't know until both sides have played, but that was what sort of hamstrung the innings, definitely, for Nepal.
And as we've seen a few times this week, a side bowled out inside the 50 overs. Nepal, 174 all out. I'm going to thank Paul Radley for the moment. We're going to persuade him. I'm going to twist his arm and talk to him again in the second innings. Thanks for joining us, Paul.
Thanks, Andrew. Hope you see you later on.
Most definitely. And what that means at the halfway stage of our coverage of Game 4 of ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2, supported by Dream 11, USA are going to need 175 to win to get their first win of the return of this tri-series. Nepal are going to need some magic from their superstar, Sandeep Lamachani. We'll be back with you with all the coverage in 40 minutes' time. So a very good evening and welcome back to the Oman Cricket Academy main ground here in Muscat in Oman. Game 4 of the week in ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2, supported by Dream 11. And the floodlights have taken full effect. Another stunning sunset. And a stunning performance from USA has restricted Nepal to 174 all out, bowled all out. Inside there, 50 overs, going to be Stephen Taylor and Sushant Madani to open the batting for USA. Sampal Kami has the new ball in hand. Good stop in the covers from the youngster at Rohit Powell. Andrew Leonard here with you again. And Nepal are going to need wickets. They're going to need to fight like tigers, just like USA did last night. It's a very similar score. I've got Suhas Vedham with me again. Is this going to be enough for Nepal?
They've got to pick wickets early, as simple as that.
Hit into the sky. Going to be the first runs, and the first runs in the shape of a boundary. Remember, it was Sampal Kami who was smashed everywhere by Jatinder Singh of Oman in a chase that was made very light work of. And that opening boundary has silenced the home crowd, the Nepali crowd, who are in supporting them in big numbers. I think USA are going to go at the seamers and try and quell the effect of Sandeep Lamachani.
Seems like a possibility to fire up top, and Taylor was looking to even smash this one away. Didn't need to though. Was down the leg side. Sampal Kami, it's important for him and his team that he starts off well. Wasn't in rhythm in the last one.
That's a lovely shot. Going to be work for Sandeep Lamachani in the deep. You'd expect Taylor to get back for the second. He will. It's the longest part of the ground. Yeah, Kami's had a bit of a mixed week. He did help get Nepal over the line against PNG in their return match. 22 not out with the bat. But since then, just 2 wickets, 2 low scores with the bat, and he's been very, very expensive indeed. He just kind of skids onto you a bit, and we've seen with the floodlights taking effect, tended to just, if anything, hurry the ball onto the bat a bit, which I think Taylor will enjoy. He's going to play his shots, isn't he, right from the off?
Yes, we'll want to chip away as much as he can from the target in the first 10. Was trying to get on top of the bounce as well on this occasion. Sampal would be happy that there's something on offer now. Usually gets a bit of shape, Sampal. Captain believes that he will in this innings as well. He's given him 2 slips in the shape of Asif at 1 and Bhurtel at 2nd. Second slip. Otherwise, he's got Rohit at point, skipper, and KC at extra.
It's a beauty. And that is that shape away from the right-hander. That's got to be the length. He can't get too full and he can't get too short. Good length, and just a prod from Madani beats him all, ends up outside the off stump.
A little tentative early on in the innings as well. Sushant.
Watched into the offside. So 8 runs coming from that opener and over. Nepal can't afford too many like that. Let's take a look at the potential American batting lineup. Madani and Taylor being continued with at the top of the order. Dominic Rickey can probably consider himself a little bit unlucky to be left out. But who else do you feel holds the key to this chase for USA?
Stephen Taylor, with the way he can start, he can borrow relief out of Jatinder's book when they played Nepal, Oman. It's important that the opening stand is a quick fire stand as well. They don't waste much time. If they can get the game under control in the first end, it's very difficult for the fielding team to crawl their way back thereafter. Yesterday, USA were able to almost defend that total because they got early breakthroughs. And once again, it's about the momentum in the first end. Gulshan Shah. How long have we waited to see this star play international cricket now? He was there from the moment he was named in the side. Anticipation just grew and grew, and he's making his international debut at Oman Cricket Academy in front of Nepali fans. Big moment.
Yeah, amazing to think, just 17 years of age, competing in the Kathmandu Mayor's Cup. He only played 2 games, but he's been catapulted into this Nepal setup. Dav Watmore has favoured youth. He hasn't been sticking with the veterans, and of course trying to find a way forward with the loss of Paras Khadka, who's now retired from international cricket. But a few clips going around the internet that went a bit viral of this young man, Gulshan Shah. He can get it through. Definitely has some wheels. Let's see what he can do here in international cricket. Starts full right into the block hole. He'll be glad to get underway.
You mentioned the Mayor's Cup. It's something that he was waiting for. And then he had to wait for his debut as well. But there was a lot of waiting. Once he got his opportunity in the first game, gave away 22, was economical, but wasn't amongst the wickets. But then came the big final. And he just dismantled Armed Forces 11. Armed Police Forces. That was the team that he was absolutely magnificent against come the big finale.
Only half a stop in backward point, and I think we're Nepal to have any chance of defending this low total. We have to field like USA did in this first innings, or like USA did last night, and also hold on to their catches. It was a really complete performance, wasn't it, from USA in the field? I think certainly as good a fielding performance as I've seen, not just from America, but possibly even at associate level.
That's risen the bar. What Karim Agor has done is he's single-handedly risen the bar.
Pickup shot into the night sky, going to soar over the head and not quite out of the ground. It was more of a top edge from Stephen Taylor, but too short from Jah, who's actually lost his boot. Such is the force that he was propelling himself down at. Just a pickup pull shot with that Caribbean flair from Stephen Taylor. Goes into the night sky. Another great ball follow. Goes all the way for 6.
And this man's pure power. Just had a little bit of timing in the mix. He's cooked up the ingredient for a perfect 6 on the leg side. Gulshan Shah losing his shoe, and then his teammates helping out. Little Cinderella moment. I've seen that happen in the IPL as well, where I think it was Basil Thampi who lost his shoe, and it was definitely David Warner who gave it back to the bowler, and he did so while running that single. We'll have to go and check who the bowler was, though.
Attempted pull shot, but no timing again from Taylor, just coming off the toe end of the bat. Runs flowing for USA, and I've no doubt that team talk they had was to target the seamers. The seamers have historically been the weak link for Nepal. They have been improving in recent times, but haven't bowled to their potential over the last 10 days or so.
And historically, US and Nepal clashes, USA have been troubled by spin more. Rekmi Vishwakarma, then Lamichane. Now, Pacers testing them a little.
Beats him outside the off stump, and Taylor's looked really composed to start with. Madani just looks a little nervous. 3 starts, in fact 4 starts he's had in his international career. Every time he's been up 7, 16 and 20, and he's been really good through the offside, but just playing the wrong line that time from Ja.
Sometimes as a batsman, you wonder when will the law of averages catch up as well. It's time for a big innings.
Playing a miss, that's nicely bowled. That's a good length. Good close out to his first over, but he was dispatched for the 1-6. 2 overs gone, 17 for none.
Hint of movement, but didn't find the outside edge this time. But enough to keep Gulshan Shah excited to come back and bowl his second soon.
Well, would you look at this? 2 overs into the game. That's all it's taken for Gyanendra Malla to say, I've seen enough of this from the seamers. I can't wait to make something happen in this chase. I'm going to go to my superstar, my leg spinner, Sandeep Lamichane. He's going to be bowling with a 1-over-old ball. The 2 new balls in effect. Just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle, so the protection is on the leg side, deep mid-wicket and long on. Can Lamichane work his magic early? Probably will see him bowl a lot of googlies. Might be time for a Lamichane googly counter here in the commentary box. He starts with 1.
Good thinking about Gyanendra Malla. Saw that the pace of the bowlers was used against them. Dispatched to all parts.
That's a beauty. Back-to-back googlies to get things going. And the reason he's doing that, it'll bring the ball away from the left-hander. Bring that slip into place. Lands it with almost no discernible change in action, and crucially no discernible change in trajectory or speed.
Yes,
it's a leg spinner and hammered through the offside. Good diving stop. It's only half a stop, so Taylor will get back for a couple, but I think that's 2 runs saved.
Excellent stop indeed. Taylor had crunched it. What that shot also tells you that Taylor's going to attack. Watchful for the first 2 deliveries this time, even though it was almost going on straight. Taylor had the time to attack.
Nicely played. Touch this time. He does have touch and power in his game, Taylor. Such a crucial player for USA. If he goes well, if he performs well with bat ball in the field, USA tend to do well as well. I think he was given a little bit of a dressing down by his coach last night as well, from what I gather. Not happy with the softness of his dismissal, just chipping Bilal Khan up after having hit him for a boundary. But he started really productively here in this low chase. And a very good leave and a confident leave, because if you don't know that that's the googly, you're going to end up being bowled or LBW. But Taylor's made a statement with that leave. He said, I'm picking you out of the hands, Sandeep. I'm happy to shoulder arms. And Sandeep immediately changes his angle. It's going to come around the wicket.
As soon as Sandeep comes around the wicket, Taylor changes his guard too. He's allowing himself the gap by choosing leg stump.
Another googly, and that's what you get from around the wicket. You angle the ball into the left-hander, you turn it away. 4 googlies in that opening over. A good one from Lamichane, but 4 runs to USA, 21 for none.
Stephen Taylor off late. 1 big innings against PNG. He was a little unwell as well in the first when he was trying to field. But then came back, played that blind 82 on that occasion. Unlucky to miss out on a century. But then after that, 17-14 against Nepal, the last time he played, and versus Oman, the soft dismissal of at 4. Just 4 runs at that time. Are we in for a Taylor special? He's got to start. And he's also taken a bit of time. Modani at the other end, 1 of 5. Gulshan will continue. A watchful Modani. Just seeing if the ball's moving a little more than anticipated. Gulshan Jha undoubtedly would want to bring it closer to that off stump. The target's not a very daunting one. A leave here and there is fine. So that line will have to be questioned. Will Gulshan bring it closer though to off stump?
Modani will get that one through the offside, and I think these two complement each other really nicely as an opening pair. Modani not a quick scorer by any stretch, but he's good, solid technique. Does favour the offside in a big fashion, and Taylor just seems to blitz from the off, really, doesn't he? Loves the extra pace on the ball. Likes to take advantage of the fielding restrictions with just 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Nice shot, but straight to the man at backward point.
Coming to a point on Modani, was looking very fluent when he was striking it through the offside in the last game against Oman. Got to 20, but then gave it away. But what we saw in that shot 20 is that he's very pleasing on the eyes. Good stroke maker. Gets the length early. Picks it. And then very fluent with the drives too.
It's a good leave, and look at that late movement. Most of the movement coming after the ball has passed the bat. But good work by Binod Bandari. He's had to go a long way to his left. And Nepal are going to like the looks of that from Gulshan Jha.
Yes, now can Gulshan Jha start swinging it a little early before it goes past the batsman? Oh, that was some banana swing. Taylor had decided to leave at the moment ball started moving away. Little did he know where it would finish. Quite a leap by the keeper, Bandari.
Driven, but straight to Rohit Powdell. If that's gone 2 yards either side of him, I think that's 4. Hit like a absolute rocket towards the cover fielder.
This is the second time Powdell's been in action. The second boundary that he has stopped. First time was at point. This time slightly in front of point. Nepal need this. And bowlers need the support of this kind to make the targets well. At the moment, USA on top. Not a flyer, but given the circumstances and the target they're chasing, at par.
This is good from Jha. I like that length from him. Don't think you want to get too full to Taylor, particularly with the angle going across him. So just 1 run from that over. A good second over in international cricket. 4 overs gone, 22 for none.
Went for runs in the first over, Gulshan Jha. In the second one, he's pulled it back. Just 1 run given away. Lamichhane to Modani with a slip in place. What's the plan going to be now? Will it be the googly first up once again? Or will he bring slip into play right away?
Starts with a googly, thuds into the pad and given. I think Madani's going to feel very hard done by here. That's turned sharply. It's got to hit right in line with off stump to be allowed to travel long enough to go on and hit the leg stump. Is this going on to hit leg stump or is it not? The Nepal fans, they don't care. They've got the early breakthrough and no surprise, it's gone to their star man, Sandeep Lamachani.
Rewarded for Nepal, and Lamachani has struck.
He certainly didn't pick at Madani, and he's played across the line of the ball. But I think you'll see from the sharp spin of that googly, we'll see if we can take another look at it in the replay. It's going to have to do an awful lot to cling on and still clip leg stump. It's spun sharply here. Look, no, we're looking at catches now. We might come back to that. I think that's the row at Powell catch. Lamachani smiles at the umpire. He almost convinced him into that decision. But we've got a game on now with Lamachani in the game. He strikes in his second over. And it's going to set a few nervous jitters going in that American change room. And here it is. It's definitely the googly out of the back of the hand. It's pitched on what? Middle and off. Struck in line with maybe middle and leg. Still has quite a way to travel. Is that going on to hit leg stump?
Well, the umpire certainly thinks so. This looks very tight for me. How much was it turning? That's the question. Are you happy with the bounce, though?
Doesn't really matter the bounce, even if it was going to bounce over the top. It's all about the line. The line of that ball is probably going to, I think, miss a fourth or maybe even a fifth stump. And change in tactics as well for USA because they're going to go with Kareem Agor. He batted number 8 yesterday and he's up at number 3 today.
That innings, that little innings, would have helped USA management make that decision to promote him up the order. Okay.
Leg spinner, so starts with a googly, follows it up with the leg break. Lamachani googly counter already on 6 from 9.
The wizardry of Lamachani has started to work.
Googly, it's a much flatter googly, and I think Gore's picked it, but then because he's trying to come down the track, there was a bit of a drag down. It's ended up thudding into his thigh pad. Something happening every single ball when Lamachani's bowling here.
Now with this delivery, yes, it did sway down the leg side, but the batsman also made sure that he takes LBW out of the equation by jumping down the track.
Googly again, big swing and a miss, and it's bowled him. Not sure what Kareem Agor is thinking coming down the track like that. And all of a sudden, they've only got 174 on the board, but it's advantage to Nepal because their golden boy, 21 years of age, is weaving his magic again. Remember, it was 6 for 16 he took against America as they were bowled out for just 35 18 months ago. But the pressure is told on Gore. He tried coming, or it's another googly, doesn't get to the pitch of it, cuts him in half, and it's just clipped off stump. He would have been stumped even if it didn't. And Taylor can't quite believe it. Takes a look back at the pitch. And all the 2s on the board for USA. It's 22 for 2.
Once again, the shot selection. Why did he have to do this without opening the account as well? Had faced 2 deliveries before this one. Wanted to take on one of the best in the world. And that too, when he just picked up a wicket and is looking in.
Yeah, there's the replay, and it's only just grazed the top of the off stump, hasn't it? And you can see poor old Binod Bandari. He's picked the googly. He knew it was the googly, so his gloves were right in line with where they needed to be. It's ended up thudding into him after it's clipped the stumps. He's worn one for his team there. Monank Patel, the Centurion against Nepal earlier in the week. In now. I'm going to start with the googly. We'll see a lot of these from Lamachani. He's bowled 12 deliveries. And by my count, he's bowled 9 googlies now. Outstanding from him. He's got 2 wickets, 2 in the over. USA in early trouble, 22 for 2. No ball called, and runs to add insult to injury. Can Taylor get back onto strike? He won't. So the free hit's going to go to Madank Patel. That will allow Nepal to change the field, but Jazz overstepped in just his 3rd over of international cricket.
He's got to be careful of that. He's got to be careful of that also because of the target. Nepal can't allow many extras. Gulshan Jha, in search of his first wicket here, holds a lot of promise.
The disappointment for Taylor for not being able to get back onto strike. It means that the field can change and Nepal can try and put protection in the deep, but also it means the left-hander isn't on strike with a much shorter boundary to his leg side. So just unable to get back for 2. Good work from Lamachani has cut off the possibility of that second. And you get it through the offside, a misfield. Obviously, the free hit you can only be run out on, but Patel will just get a single, so not too much damage done.
Taylor would be calculating that in just 1 ball in this over, effectively, 3 runs have been scored. That means he's got 5 to face of Gulshan Jha. That is, if he's going to go for the big shots. I just get a feeling that he will continue to play the way that he usually does, despite having lost a couple of partners.
Hit down the ground. That is a very, very special stroke from Stephen Taylor. It's no more than a push, really, and it is completely silenced. Although there's been a little ripple of applause, appreciation for the shot from the Nepal fans who are packing that grandstand to nearly where it went. He hasn't tried to hit this, and he's got it down the ground for 6.
Just checked, it doesn't have a full flourish, and he doesn't need them. And that's also gone to the empty stands, not to the one filled with Nepali fans. Gulshan Jha, how is he going to respond to that one?
More runs, 6 followed by a 4. And for USA, I think you have to go with this approach. Lamachani provides such threat. Just need to survive there. Going to have to go at the seamers, try in a flash, and that's what Taylor can do.
Poor delivery that. A follow-up delivery, especially after being hit for a 6. The shorter boundary also coming into play. All that Taylor had to do was stand tall. Clear the man at short fine leg. The ball did the rest. Gulshan's providing the pace already. Gyanendra Malla having a quiet word with Gulshan Jha. And these are the testing moments in international cricket for him.
Good leave. Good comeback, but also a good leave from Taylor. He looks sharp in his footwork, doesn't he? Looks like a man who's in form. Good with the ball yesterday. Needs to do it with the bat today for USA.
He's got off to a good start. 30 of 21. And scored bulk of the runs for USA at the moment. And USA want him to stay there for longer, to guide them. in this front chase. Oh, that was close.
Inside edge, yeah, fortune this time. Well bowled by Gulshan Jah, but the power that Taylor possesses means that the protection's in the deep on the leg side, out at deep square leg. So fine leg up in the circle. On, but it's gone to the leg side of the leg stump, and Lamachani chases in vain. 4 more. Feels like this entire match is going to ride on the 10 overs of Sandeep Lamachani. It's ludicrous to say it, but it really does.
Also, on how well can Nepal curtail in the first 10.
Oh, glorious from Stephen Taylor. When he's good, he is world-class, Stephen Taylor. He's long been talked about as a cricketer of immense talent, and just slightly over-pitched. Wasn't even a half volley. And again, just the drive. He's intentionally hit this in the air. He knows long on is not in the out. It's mid-on in the circle. And that's 4 more. Really expensive over. And costly, just as Nepal had found 2 wickets the over before. With 21 runs coming from it.
6 overs gone, 43 for 2. Yet another expensive over for Gulshan. This time even more so than the one he started off with. Now Sandeep Lamachani, he's playing a different game altogether. From one end, it's a different game. The vibe changes, the air changes.
Big googly. You could see that out of the back of the hand, and a drag down, cut away. Madank Patel, without doubt, was the one batsman who played Lamachani better than any of the other Americans. He took 2 for 35, but that second wicket in the initial fixture between these two sides was off the 10th, the final over, the 10th and final over of his spell. Final delivery, excuse me. So Patel had done an incredibly good job at keeping Lamachani out. Can he do it? Again, a leg spinner this time. Started with the googly, followed with the leg break.
Mixing it up nicely, not letting the batsman settle down as well, Lamachani. Dragged it down a little bit in the last one, had the width on offer as well. Madank Patel went after it. Madank Patel is someone who's played formidable cricket in Gujarat as well while growing up. Those are tracks which will turn. So he's got the technique. Spinner.
You can see he's probably one of the few American batsmen as well. He's played a long way forward to Lamachani predominantly, but when Lamachani goes shorter, he's not afraid to go onto the back foot because he is picking him out of the hand. Nice googly, but clearly going down leg. I think even Lamachani shouldn't have been appealing for that one.
Yes, he withdrew his appeal halfway through. And a wry smile towards the umpire as well. In the heat of the moment, he did go for the appeal, and then the hands withdrew themselves. Interesting battle this, Sandeep to Madank Patel, especially when Nepal's on top.
Here's the googly, and you can see crisp footwork from Patel. He's immediately picked that out of the hand, so he presses forward from his forward press onto the front foot. Good strong drive, although it's straight to cover. Going to finish with another googly, and almost with that forward defence, he's emphasising, Sandeep, I'm picking you, I'm coming forward, I'm not attempting to score. 3 overs of Lamachani are gone. If you're a USA fan, you almost need to tick them off one by one as they go. That's going to be the key to this. And there's a meeting of the brains trust. Mala, Bandari and Lamachani trying to work out how do we use those 10 overs of Lamachani. 7 gone, 45 for 2.
Absolute gold dust for Nepal here. Lamachani is 10 overs. And if Madank Patel's got the watertight technique as well to play spin, not that others haven't, but he's definitely shown in this little period that he's picking Lamachani. And if historically as well, you had an idea that he has been on top of Lamachani more often than not, why do you think that experiment with Gore came in?
Absolutely no idea, being frank. Can't see any rhyme or reason to it because Gore is a very fine batsman, don't get me wrong. Impressive 40-odd yesterday, but he spent the majority of his career in the middle and lower order for USA. It looks to me like a guy who's perfectly suited to number 6 or number 7. Probably a batter who bowls as opposed to a bowler who bats, I reckon, although he is an out-and-out all-rounder with his fielding as well. And with the way that Patel played Lamachani so effectively just a few days ago on Monday, you would have thought surely your number 3, who's made the century earlier in the week, is the absolute cast iron man to send out at the fall of that first wicket. So the introduction of Sushan Bharti, spin from both ends, but Taylor greets him with a smash through the offside. It was aerial for just a moment, but he hit it well enough to get it away for 4 more.
That length. Tall man Taylor is thriving. Quick to bounce back. And once he rocks back, all that he had to do was put a little bit more power. Infield's just a joke to him. He's got that much power. Everybody at the edge of the 30-yard circle as well. And this standing so.
Can't pierce the infield this time. USA's run rate here, look at it, it's cannoning up around 7 and over, just a little less at the moment. This is a big problem for Nepal. None of their other bowlers, with the exception of Lamachani, showing any consistency. Down the leg side this time it'll be a wide. They're almost like they're not in awe of their colleague, but it's very much a one-man attack at the moment.
Not quite sure what he was trying to do with that line as well, with point in place and no one patrolling the rope behind. Taylor was right to send that into the sky.
He sent that one into the sky, but there's a man out there, and Stephen Taylor has got a life because Kushal Bertel, who took a brilliant catch off Jaskaran Malhotra in the reverse of this fixture, infinitely harder than that one, I think may have been blinded by the floodlight pylon. That's what he's trying to say. But possibly the match. Taylor's alive.
Taylor gets a life, and only time will tell how costly this one's going to be. Yes, lights might have come into his eyes, blinding him a bit. And that's not sweet pain on his chest as well as leather hits him.
Real fortune for USA, fortune for Taylor. Just skidding on. Remember, this ball is only 4 overs old, not even 4 overs old. 2 new balls in all one-day internationals these days. So no real turn for Bharti yet. Plenty of turn for Lamachani. That's the difference between the wrist spinner and the finger spinner. It's a nice pace and a nice loop, but punched down the ground for a single. Real danger here for Nepal. If the runs keep flowing at the far end from Lamachani, they're going to be blitzed away out of this game before they can get into it.
Gyanendra Malla also knows that Lamachani from one end will be bowling to pick up wickets, and they need somebody else from the other end who can at least contain, if Sushan Bharti is creating those opportunities well and good, like he did a couple of balls ago.
So Taylor's going to keep the strike. Will Lamachani continue? Are they going to hold him back? He's only got 7 left, and we're just 8 overs into the game. USA 53 for 2. This game could be over in a hurry. Either way, don't go anywhere.
USA so far, Stephen Taylor has got off to a good start. He's got a life as well. Will he make the most of it? It's the bigger question. Sushan Mudani went back as he couldn't pick the googly of Lamachani. Karima Gore promoted up the order. Didn't last long. Went for an audacious shot against Lamachani, stepping out. Missed it completely. Ball kissed the bails, and that was the end of him. Munang Patel at the moment looking good with his technique of facing Lamachani.
Googly again from Lamachani, and Taylor's played that well. Really soft hands. Has come off the outside edge, but he's controlled the shot, gets through for a single.
so far, from what we've seen with Lamichani's 3.1 over effort, it seems like Googly is the stock ball.
Yeah, leg spinner this time. I think Lamichani is going to be conscious of the fact that he couldn't find a way through Monank Patel's defences the other day, and Patel will know if he gets through these 7 overs of Lamichani, if Lamichani only has 2 wickets at the end of this game, USA win. I think it's that simple. I haven't seen enough from the rest of the Nepal bowling attack to give the Nepal fans, even the most ardent fans, any hope. It's going to have to be 4, 5, 6 for Lamichani to give them a chance. He's found 2 in his second over, but after this one he'll only have 6 more, so he's got to keep striking, he's got to keep finding inroads.
And Kanindra believes that he can stir up some magic in this over, despite knowing that Monank will not be attacking him.
But look at the footwork from Patel. If it's in any way full, whether it's the googly or the leg break, he's getting right the way forward. Any way short, he's happy to read it out of the hand and play it off the back foot. This is good batting. And I think Nepal need to get a little bit more inventive than just having the one slip in place. Get some men around the bat. That is the googly. And again, authoritative, saying, I pick you. I'm out in front. Perfect forward defensive. Mala needs to do something creative here with his star leg spinner. And that is the googly. Going to miss the leg stump, surely. Lamichani thinks it's out, but sharp turn. You see, that's what he generates. He does have a couple of different googlies. That's the one that rags sharply. We'll take a look at the replay. When he definitely missing leg stump. Pitched about off. It's hit the outside of the pad. Look at where the keeper is. That's always your indicator. Where's the keeper expecting his gloves to need to be? Well down leg. You can understand why he's appealed, given he got the other one, but this time given not out.
We talked about the bounce as well, a little bit of steep bounce. It's something which was on offer when Nepal were batting as well. Ganitra Malla has stuck with Sushant Bhari here from the pavilion end. Did create an opportunity in the previous over against the same batsman. Now, will Taylor go for the big shot again? If it's in his slot, absolutely he will.
Tossed up and thuds into the stomach, really, doesn't it, of Taylor? And we see this more and more often these days from left-arm orthodox bowlers bowling to left-handed batters. They often come around the wicket. Still in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed out. They're at deep mid-wicket and long on, and Taylor's going to try and exploit that from these final 5 deliveries. He's going to keep going on the attack, and crisp footwork, powerful striking. He gets it away for 4, straight down the ground. Good batting this from Taylor.
Excellent shot. His half century. He's so quick at rocking back and generating that power. Makes life easy for him. And more often than not, gets the elevation too. As soon as he saw mid-off up in the circle, he said probably, yes, game on.
Can't get it through the circle this time. It feels like shades to this game of a game earlier last week in USA's return to international cricket after that 18-month break against Papua New Guinea. It was on the second ground here. As Taylor gets that away to bring up his 50. It's been a really good knock. Loud cheers from the American bench. Below us, his 3rd one-day international 50. Just a small raise of the bat. No great celebrations. It's come in really good time. It's come off 32 deliveries. It's the 2nd fastest in American history after his own record-breaking effort last week. Came off 30 balls. It ties Nisarg Patel's effort 18 months ago. He always scores at a good rate. Really good knock from Stephen Taylor.
He's assumed responsibility up top. Out of 59 that USA have got, Taylor has contributed half century of it.
And that will have a few statisticians on the hunt. I know it's not the record for a fact. I think it's Jaya Surya that owns that record. We've seen Paul Sterling flirt with that record a couple of times, and he's dominated opening partnerships with William Porterfield for Ireland. But Taylor, 50 of 59, remarkably. Patel gets through for the single. I think, I might be wrong, but I think Sanath Jayasuriya made 50 of 55 for Sri Lanka, as he used to blitz away right from the start. But yeah, I was just saying, as we get to the end of the power play, the end of the 10th over, it's 60 for none. 60 for 2, correction. Stephen Taylor, his innings here is showing great shades of that return to international cricket. 82 he made off 55 balls as USA chased down. It was about 160 against Papua New Guinea, but they did it in 28 overs. And it's going to be a similar chase here if Lamachani doesn't continue to have a big impact on the game, because Taylor scores so quickly.
And what Taylor's quick scoring has also done is allowed Munang to get the license to play out Lamachane, even if it means one run or not even that. Because Taylor's giving you the reassurance from the other end that we will score runs quickly when I'm on strike. Man with the watertight technique gets to play Lamachane. Big hitter gets to score from the other end for the other bowlers.
Again, he's picked that, even though he's driven it's come something off an outside edge. Going to need to be quick, he is, Patel. Get back for a couple.
Yet another over of Lamachane, where he's bowled to Munang Patel. I think he's waiting to bowl to Stephen Taylor, because both these batsmen have different ways of negotiating the same delivery.
That is the googly, but the length again is incorrect from Lamachani, picked by Patel, and a few of the Nepal fielders are down in their haunches. You won't see them as Gulshan Jad does the fielding, but both Sampal Kami and Sushan Bari in the offside drop their heads, and they're dropping their heads early here.
The crowd's also gone quiet suddenly. You don't see Nepal fans going quiet as if they want to put a baby to sleep. It's that quiet.
Fuller, the leg break through the air, bit of drift. I think the problem now for Nepal is, do they, if Lamachani remains wicketless at the end of this over, do they have to go to someone else and keep 5 back, try and find a breakthrough from another bowler?
Seems like the plan.
Googly again from Lamachani, and you can see he's almost just writhing his face, isn't he? He's just saying, what do I do here? This batsman's clearly picking me.
The 4 deliveries so far in this over. 1 down the leg side, 3 not probing.
It's a lovely leg break, lovely curve and flight to it. Comes off the outside edge, but Patel will get through for the single. I think this ball is a big ball. Taylor can get through this delivery without losing his wicket. USA may have seen Lamachani off for the moment. I think they might turn to someone else, because they want to keep some overs from Lamachani up their sleeve to keep themselves in the game. I might be wrong, but all Stephen Taylor needs to do for USA here is keep out this ball for the moment.
Looks like he will defend it too, because he knows he's got 5 in the over so far. With Lamachane in that kind of a spell, 5 is luxury. Just in case there is a wide long on in place as well.
It's the googly, and it's picked by Taylor, who plays it with the bat out in front of his pad. Confident batting from these two. Lamachani's been excellent, as he so often is. He's got 2 for 13, but after 11 overs, USA are going at a run of ball. It's 66 for 2.
It's been a good inning so far from Taylor, absorbing the pressure, scoring the runs from one end, bulk of them ensuring that USA are ahead and never playing catch-up cricket. There was pressure applied, lost a couple of partners in quick succession, but he kept going.
So Barty's continuing to go slow through the air. I think another one of the issues for Nepal is just the lack of form from any of their other bowlers. I think Kushal Malla has been good in phases with his left arm spin. Sushant Bharti hasn't been as effective as he was 18 months ago in Kathmandu. Let's take a look at the other bowling options quickly on your screen there, because Karen KC hasn't even had a bowl yet. There's not a lot left in the tank in terms of options for Gyanendra Malla.
The fans are really getting behind him now with the 3-dot balls. Sushant Bharti.
It's a lovely shot, using the depth of his crease. That's it right out of the coaching manual, and despite the outfield being slow and the speed of Sampal Kami, there's no one really quicker in the deep for Nepal. It gets away for 4. That's the way to play spin bowling. If you look at his footwork, goes deep back and across into his crease, and a full flourish of the back gets it in front of the man who's probably a little bit too square at cover, and gets it away for 4. This is a great knock from Stephen Taylor.
Pressure vented. He's covered up for the 3-dot deliveries before this as well. Calculated risk.
Going to be back-to-back boundaries. Don't think it was ever a chance. As Barty's being punished by Taylor. And the one man on the ground who's going to be feeling worse than anyone right now is drop Taylor on 30-odd. Look at this. Just starting to punish him. Really acrobatic effort at mid-wicket, but no chance at all.
Excellent effort, though. Now, these are little moments where Nepal would feel need to go their way.
Slower through the air, hop back down the ground and wide of Kushal Bertel. 4-4-4 and a tap of the bats between Taylor and Patel. That closes out that Barry over. He's going to be hit out of the attack, surely. He's gone, none for 20. USA are making light work of this chase.
With more runs being scored off Sushant Bharti, what it does is reduces the efficacy of Sandeep Lamichhane as well. Would be very surprised if he gets another over here. No, it's got to be Kushal Malla. Because more runs being scored on one end means the batsman can see off the other bowler, who's more lethal. Andrew, was it half an opportunity there with Kushal Purtal again, with Taylor smashing it straight?
Not at all. Well wide of him. No way that he could have cut that off. The big moment in the match was the drop catch. Taylor was actually in the 40s. He was on 42 at the time. If that had been held on to, he would have stayed in the game. But this one here, that was far too wide of Kushal Bertel. That would have taken a superhuman effort to get anything on that. Going to be Kushal Malla into the attack, and like I said, I felt they were going to have to take Lamichhane out, try and keep something back from him. Mala's been good with his left arm spin this week. He's been tempting and teasing, no great turn. And if USA can stay patient against him, they'll feel that they can get the 100, in fact under 100 now required. There was another boundary in the over before. Back live with you now. Good footwork again by Patel.
Sushant Bharti, after a good start of 3-dot balls, gave away those boundaries. And that's how quickly the game can change, especially when you're defending a smaller total.
Work down the ground, will just be one for Patel. And yeah, you can almost sense the dismay for not just Nepal on the pitch, but for their fans in the crowd, and say it's similar right the way across Nepal, across Kathmandu, Pokhara, Biratnagar, Bhairawa, wherever you're watching on from there on Action Sports HD. Nepal need wickets, and they need them quick, and they can't all just be coming from Sandeep Lamachani. Big appeal, but probably pitching outside leg, and that's why Taylor is a free sweep at the ball.
Even Kushal Malla knew by the time he turned the heat of the moment, missed it completely, Taylor. He's a big man with a big stride too. That would have been calculated.
And you see the problem for Kushal Malla, it's perfectly demonstrated there, because he's not really turning the ball. When he bowls to the right-handers, he's just angling it in. So to the left-hander, if you don't turn the ball, you can't get an LBW coming around the wicket to them. You can get it if you're coming over the wicket, but he doesn't want to take that risk. He's bowling the more negative line from around the wicket. So even though that one was maybe going on to hit off stump, it's pitched outside leg.
Yes, that's a risk. Oh, that's close.
No turn on offer, you see. It's just skidding on with the arm. So very difficult for Malla to get in the wickets. But he will keep things tight. 13 gone, USA 80 for 2. So here's the state of play. This is the drop catch, I believe it is. Good work from our production crew managing to find that one. How critical a moment is that going to be in the game? But that is the state of play in Cricket World Cup League 2. Sushan Bharti is out of the attack, and we're going to see a wild card. We're going to see Kushal Bertel come in with his off spin. Second v sixth at the moment, and USA, after 6 consecutive defeats, can almost see the finish line of finally getting some more points on this table. They'd extend their gap in second, but they have played more games than anyone else, remember that. But yeah, Bertel, I believe it's his first bowl in international cricket. I'm pretty sure of that, I will check. Again, just a lack of spinners I felt in this Nepal 14-man squad. He's actually going to be bowling, looks like a few little leg breaks, doesn't it? Stephen Taylor doesn't mind what it is, because he's going to dispatch it over the offside for 4 more. I think he's bowling leg breaks. That looked like a little bit of a googly out of the back of the hand. What do you think?
Looked like a proper leg break. Let's see where this one comes from.
Yeah, it is the googly. Out of the back of the hand, turning away from the left-hander. And it is indeed a first ever bowl in international cricket for Kushal Bertel. Shows the desperation of Nepal. His footwork is so crisp, isn't it, Taylor? Patel wants to come back for 2. Taylor's going to have to move. He will get home.
Now with Bertel, can he change the angle a little bit? Probably come around the wicket. Prompts Taylor to go leg side then with the angle. We saw that work. We saw USA try that against Suraj Kumar yesterday. That worked. This Netravalkar, though, at that time, is a pacer, but the angles worked.
The funny little leg spinning action, Kushal Bertel. First time I've seen him bowl. I don't think I even saw him bowl too much in the nets. I've been at 4 or 5 of the Nepal net sessions. Must have missed him because he was batting so much. But the kind of little sliders look like leggies, but no turn at all. And Taylor's going to smash him down the ground for 6 more. This game is going to end in a hurry if Nepal keep bowling the way they are. They have not been able to find anything close to a consistent length. It's been a tame effort with the exception of Lamachani. Smashed down the ground. That's the power Taylor possesses. Takes on long off, goes over his head for 6.
Didn't have to reach out much either. Just trusts his power. Once he puts back to ball, the ball just stays hit. It's a very special southpaw.
A short ball. This is what I'm talking about. I don't think any of the bowlers, with the exception of Lamachani, have landed 4 or 5 or 6 balls on the same length. You just can't afford to bowl mixed lengths to a batsman of the quality of Stephen Taylor.
Taylor was kicking himself. He thought there was boundary written over it.
Another drag down wide outside the off stump. He hasn't turned a single ball in terms of what he's attempting to do, which is leg to off. I think they're almost all googlies, aren't they? Or sliders, just skidding on. Looped into the air, and Taylor will happily take a quick single. Get through for 1. So 14 runs from the first over in international cricket for Kushal Bertel. Nepal are in not just a spot of bother, they're in need of a miracle right now.
How often have we seen this in cricket? Somebody drops a catch, you throw the ball to him and say, now get the same batsman out. Kushal Bertel with that over has just shown that his strongest suit is batting. Was a little all over the place, and Taylor was in no mood to leave the bowler alone. He wanted every bad ball to be punished. That's been the kind of innings that Taylor is playing so far. In the arc, out of the park.
So not the formal drinks break there, but I think Taylor and Patel both looking for a change of gloves, and Patel also looking for a change of headwear. No seamers bowling for Nepal at the moment, so he's going to be happy with the cap. Taylor's going to continue with the helmet on. Kushal Malla will continue. Where are Nepal going to turn next? Surely it will just be the 1 over of Bertel. Runs continuing to flow. Taylor moves into the 80s. With the exception of that drop chance at long on, he's looked absolutely flawless. He's knocking the stuffing out of Nepal's bowlers all the way around the Oman Cricket Academy.
Now the sweep shots also connecting, something that didn't happen initially. Missed out on a couple of occasions.
It's really good batting that though, isn't it? Good delivery from Malla on a length. Taylor gets into line, sees where the gap is in the field, punches it down the ground for 1. It's been a remarkable turnaround. Think about how tight fought that USA-Nepal game was, the first one where Nepal just got over the line with 6 balls to spare. USA, to me, looked to be learning, improving. The 100 comes up in the 15th over. I just wonder how much is the departure of Dav Watmore playing on the minds of all of these Nepali players.
Taylor on strike. This has been his highest score in ODIs. 82, that's what he got against PNG.
It's coming at a very similar pace as well, isn't it? 84 it was of 52 deliveries, almost matching his numbers from the ground behind us against PNG. He's going to go past that, is he? He is indeed. 4 more. Kami again, he's rapid, but he can't get across. And this is like a copycat game of the Oman chase, isn't it? Nepal making an under par total. That not Chani couldn't bowl. And Jatinder Singh flayed the bowlers all the way around the ground. This time, Stephen Taylor is smashing the ball everywhere.
It's not like he's trying to hit mindlessly. He's picking and choosing the balls as well. He was quite content a couple of balls ago to play that single down the ground.
See, that's how good an innings this is from Taylor. When there is a good ball, he's happy to block it, keep it out. We've got 35 overs to bat. USA 104 for 2. Nepal need to change something. They need to change it now. What's it going to be?
Now with this 71 required, I really doubt if Gyanendra Malla should be holding Lamichhane back. Oh, and over here perhaps, because this is the moment. As they say in cricket, 1 wicket brings 2. They've got to trust that, Nepal. At the moment, it's all USA. Karan Casey has been told, give me a wicket by Gyanendra Malla. Look how quietly Monank has crept to 12. He's played 27 deliveries, but the effect of that hasn't been shown in the game because Taylor has been flamboyant from one end. When it's not a very demanding target and you have a player like Taylor, it just allows you to prosper in the shadows, get some time, and that sort of can be series changing and not just this game. It's good. And this is a centurion, mind you. Monank Patel scored a century recently, but he's quite happy to play the second fiddle over here, not trying to match the partner shot by shot. This is good, mature cricket.
Here we go, yeah. Karen KC from the pavilion end. How they're going to need some magic from him. I think it also shows just how out of form KC's been with the ball. He's only been brought in the 16th over of the match, and already USA have their 100 up, just 71 more needed to win. So often opens the bowling for Nepal. But he hasn't been able to find form like quite a few of the Nepal bowlers. Beats Patel outside the off stump. That's KC's natural shape. But yeah, returns on this trip so far for KC. None for 26. Didn't actually play the first game against Papua New Guinea. Did make 42 with the bat that day. None for 41 and 2 for 52. But he was clubbed around the ground by Jatinder Singh in particular. So unless they can break this partnership, they're going to need to break it before drinks. About 5 or 10 minutes to the drinks break. This is good from Patel. He doesn't need to do anything else but survive. Taylor's within 14 of a maiden ODI century.
That lead, once again, is so reassuring. Earlier, we saw the same adjective used for Monank when he was picking Lamichhane. Now, absolutely sure of what he needs to fish for, what he doesn't need to.
Full and driven into the covers. I think the contrast between the sides as well, if you look at America's team, they almost have too many bowlers. For Nepal, completely reliant, aren't they, upon today the 3 seamers and the 3 spinners. Only 6 options. We did see that one rogue over there of Kushal Patel, but I don't think that can be taken as a serious international option. Nice slower ball. Not necessarily picked by Patel, but he does get away for a single. And the problem for Nepal is their 3 seamers, whoever they are, obviously Gulshan Jha into the team today replacing Bikram Sab. With the exception of his debut where Sab took a wicket with his first ball, he's gone around the park. Sampal Kami's been smashed everywhere. Karen KC's been expensive. Now Jha on debut is too proved expensive. So if all of your seamers are going the distance, and then you've got the brilliance of Lamichhane, who's been reasonably well supported by the 2 left-arm spinners, doesn't make up to complete a 50 overs very effectively.
And
unless your bowling team's out, if you don't have the resources to complete the 50 overs as a bowling unit, you're going to end up losing an awful lot of games. Losing games in a hurry. Remember, Oman chased it down in just more than 30 overs. Looks like USA are about to do the same. Might be even less the way things are going. 106 for 2 after 16.
after the last 6 game in ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 for USA, they needed a game of this kind where they could feel themselves to be way ahead in a phase. That should restore the confidence in the whole side.
So we will see Lamichhane back in before the drinks break, and I think this is realistically a last roll of the dice. had to go back to his star man. We'll get to hear from Paul Radley after that drinks break again. He'll come up to join us one final time before he gets back to Dubai. Been lovely to hear his thoughts, and do remember to get in touch. That's Lamachani's numbers so far in Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. Phenomenal, really. 7 matches, 12 for 65 he's taken. We'll get those checked. They sound that incredible. I'm not sure if that's definitely right, but he has been in the wickets. Yeah, he does have 12. I don't think the runs are right, but certainly the wickets are right. He's got 12 wickets at an average of less than 17. Sweep shot. And see, again, you can just see Lamachani searching for wickets. Usually he'd pitch his googly on about leg stump or off stump there because he wants to threaten the stumps, try bowl Taylor around his legs. He's outside the leg stump. Taylor gets it away for a couple.
Sandeep Lamachani has been very effective also when the batsmen are trying to come after him. Today is going to be a different role for him. Today is going to be a different test. The batsmen are not really looking to score runs of him.
Nicely bowled, big appeal, and just an initial shake of the head. I think height as much as anything, and that's what Lamachani's saying to the umpire. Was it too high? It was the leg break. So this one, perfectly. It's drifted away from Taylor and then spun back in, but look at where it's hit. It's hit right above the flap of the knee roll, probably going on to go over the stumps.
Easily. And of course, the guide the keeper's gloves are...
Well picked again by Taylor, yet another googly.
The guide the keeper's gloves are definitely suggesting more bounce on that occasion. This time he lets the ball spin, Taylor. Taylor's been excellent on the back foot. What do you think, Andrew, today?
Yeah, been really good on the front and back foot. He moves into the 90s, 10 shy of a maiden ODI century. Jagadish Sharan Kumar, the new American head coach, has spoken at length about it, wanting his batsmen to get big scores. He's had that happen earlier in the week in the reverse of this fixture with the century from Madank Patel. Can Taylor join him? Googly, and again well picked by Patel. Just a grimace from Lamachani. He knows his side are in deep trouble. He's bowled 6. He's been excellent. The rest of the bowlers, they've been nowhere. 17 overs gone, 109 for 2. Yeah, good evening from Muscat and welcome back after the drinks break. This is the state of play. Stephen Taylor, blitzkrieg, smashing the ball all over the ground. 90 from just 58 deliveries is taking this game away from Nepal. USA are absolutely dominant right now, and biggest concern for Nepal fans won't just be the form of the other bowlers with the exception of Lamachani, but the fact that Lamachani's only got 4 overs left. Andrew Leonard here, joining you again, as I will throughout the rest of this innings, and I'm going to have my great friend Paul Radley come and join me in the commentary box. Paul, we've seen a magnificent innings, even though he has had that one life.
Yeah, you're not going to believe me, Andrew, but I did actually feel coming to the game today that Taylor was due some runs, and I thought he was going to fire like this. I can't remember the reasoning that I had for it. Something in his body language yesterday, actually, with how he fielded.
Thuds into the thigh pad of Stephen Taylor, so won't be given his runs. Career best for him today. Will he go on and complete the maiden ODI century, do you believe?
What is it, 10 off? If I say yes, and it jinxes him, he's a big fella. I'm not sure I really want to do it. But I must say it's pretty overdue, because when in form like this, I think there's few better players going around the associate game to watch than him. Absolutely crunches the ball. Under these lights, the movement the ball makes off his bat, it's like something very, very rare, to be honest. Very crisp hitter of the ball.
Yeah, and Patel, in his own way, particularly with his effective defence of Lamachani, has been the perfect foil.
Yeah, absolutely right. He's not obviously piling on the runs, but he doesn't really need to. He just needs to do exactly what he's doing. And like you say, his role against Lamachani's been important. Excuse me. Yeah, they've just needed to fend off Lamachani because of the way Taylor's been taking to all the other bowlers.
Yeah, and it's been a great shame, really, hasn't it, for the Nepal fans, because they've come in such large numbers and just been completely silenced.
Yeah, I've just been for a walk around the ground, actually, and there's a few of them are pretty angsty about the performance.
I think the worry for Nepal fans will be all of their bowlers, with the exception of Lamachani, and in fairness to Karen Casey, this little spell as well, they've looked really horribly ineffective. And a couple of days ago, you could have maybe excused the performance given the illness of Lamachani and the difficulties they had, and it was a remarkable innings from Jatinder Singh. But currently, they just don't look like they have any answers.
No, well, I must say, I don't put too much of a downer on it, but there's not been much to redeem the performance at all. Batting was too slow, turgid. Fielding hasn't been up to their very high standards either.
Nice drive through the offside. Will get through for a couple. Always good to hear, not just from you, Paul Radley, but from the great journalists of the associate game, Peter Della Penna, just letting me know that Taylor's now gone past 2,000 career runs in 50-over cricket. That's not ODI cricket, of course, because USA only gained status famously back at World Cricket League 2 in Namibia, the most contextual associate event of all time, deciding the 4 of the 6 that would gain ODI status and entry into this Cricket World Cup League 2.
Yeah, so just to say that, Taylor is overdue a century is a bit harsh when you put it like that. Obviously, ODI status is a relatively new thing, but just sort of wanted to make the point that he's got so much talent. Hopefully this can be the start of something for him.
18 overs gone, it's 112 for 2. And Lamachani was just the one over before the break. Going to be Sampal Kami into the attack. Do get in touch with us as well. Let me know your questions at Cricket Badge on either Instagram. Unfortunately, I've joined the masses on there. The DMs, slide into my DMs on Instagram at Cricket Badge, or else send me a tweet at Cricket Badge. I've got Paul Radley here. Paul and I will try and answer your questions coming up, particularly with the two seamers bowling now. Just tell us where you're watching on from. Hopefully you're not too distraught, all the Nepal fans watching all the way around the world. We'll try and give you some explanations as Nepal seem to be lurching towards what could be a very heavy defeat indeed. Kami's going to have to produce something from the Al Emirate end. Quick single will get through. Do you think Taylor will probably take his time through the 90s and just try to sneak towards that landmark?
That's the usual way of things, isn't it? You feel like saying if he just carries on playing the way he was, that'd probably be better for him, but it's understandable. Obviously they're way ahead of the game, so there's no need to take any risk, but then that attacking vein has what's brought him to this position. So no, I still think, like you say, more likely he's going to just try and play it coolly through the 90s.
And Paul, your thoughts on where Nepal go from here? I was questioning during the initial hammering that Taylor was giving the Nepal bowlers. Is there a worry around the squad that Dav Watmore is going to leave them? They clearly adore him so much. He's had such an impact in the short time he's been there.
Well, it is a massive loss, definitely. But obviously, you don't know what's going to come next, and they could. It's difficult to think of many people that could be better than Dav Watmore. To be honest, it was a great coup that they got him in the first place. So it's not, well, troubling times is probably over-egging it a bit, but it's a young side. To say that the cricket is in the throes of transition because obviously no Paras Katkar anymore, Dav Watmore leaving as well. It's a little bit unsettled.
It's a nice shot, controlled pull shot out to Asif Sheikh in the deep. And I wonder, a lot of the questions that we're going to start reading out at the end of this over, that they're going to come in about Paras Katkar, about Dav Watmore, who is going to be the next coach. Do send us those in at Cricket Badge on either Twitter or Instagram. Please don't be too depressed, too down, Nepal fans. Give us some hope. We'll try to keep you going here as well. We always appreciate your interest and support. Better over this from Kami. He was obviously expensive in his first one. I was also saying it feels like it's a Nepal squad that's light on bowling options in a funny way.
Yeah, it really does. It's, I think, very, very rarely shown up quite this much, the dependence on Lamachani. I think we were debating in the first innings, weren't we, as to the nature of the pitch, whether that was what was troubling the Nepal batsmen. High and wide.
Yeah, short ball, far too short. That's a massive wide.
I really think it was me who suggested it. It's done the groundsman here, Anup, done him a bit of an injustice, really, by even intimating that. The way USA have played, shouldn't really have questioned it, because it looks very good batting surface now.
It's funny that just none of the sides who've capitalised when batting have batted first, have they? Highest scoring batting first has been USA's 230 against Nepal in the opening game of the four here. As we close out another over, Nepal going nowhere in terms of the wickets column, and USA are looking dominant. The questions starting to flood in. And Prashant Kumar Madek is the first one. He says, "We Nepalese fan don't need to worry until the score remaining is less than 36. Paul Radley looks mystified at me. I think he's referring to the fact that Nepal bowled USA out famously for 35 18 months ago.
Wow. Yeah, it's slightly different feel of the game at the moment. But he's right. You should always have that positive mindset where you think you can do it, never give up.
Yeah, lovely one here from Suvam Karla. He says that at Cricket Badge during commentary, when I landed 15 days ago, these stands didn't exist. But now Nepalese fans are enjoying the game from the stands. This proves Oman cricket is really serious towards the bright future for the game here. And yeah, that stand was nearly full at one point. I think a few of them are maybe just leaking away now, absolutely distraught at Nepal's performance.
Yeah, still not too bad. You've just got the right-hand side of the stand there as it tracks across. It's not a bad attendance, that, bearing in mind, like you said, the team that most people are here to see are struggling. Friday afternoons in the Middle East are a day off for everybody, and people have made the journey, 25-minute journey from Muscat to get here.
There are some questions we'll get in that we just aren't going to be able to read out, but we've enjoyed that one from Tom Dunmore. I'll say no more than that. Keep going with the additional ones. Sushil Gamar, probably, say a distraught Sushil Gamar, watching on from Auckland, New Zealand. I don't know what time in the morning it is down there, but he says, the only moment I've laughed and smiled today is when you guys were talking about the shoelaces of Sandeep Lamachani.
It's remarkable. I've thought about it. He honestly does it every game, doesn't he? I'm sure it happens every game. Needs to learn how to do his shoes up properly.
I would plead with Nepal fans to give these young men time as well. I think it's very important to stay behind this young side. They're full of promise. They do have work to do to be consistent. As Taylor chips it, and that's going to give more cheer to the Nepal fans. A big cheer in the crowd. Karen Casey has struck. It's been a good spell from him. And Taylor can't quite believe what he's done. 8 runs shy of what would be a maiden ODI 100. He's given it away, so similar to the dismissal of quite a few of the Nepal batsmen, maybe just sticking in the wicket a tiny bit. But he's hit it straight up towards Sampal Kami, who's taken a simple catch. And Taylor's gone for 92.
Absolutely distraught for him. Yeah, bounced a bit and it hit higher up the bat than he was anticipating.
Yeah, Taylor cannot believe what he has done. He is gone. He falls for 92 from 63 deliveries. A magnificent knock nonetheless. 12 fours and 3 sixes. He should be very, very proud of that innings indeed, but he's going to be distraught not to have the 100 next to his name. He'll have to wait. There'll be more time for him to come. And a third wicket falls. USA 119 for 3.
Is that an opening?
Is there a way back into this game for Nepal? Or are the messages going to change going in on social media? I'm just about to read this one from Anil, watching on from Finland. He says Nepal need to wake up from this defeat now and realise the level of cricket they have to play. It's got to be better. It's not a good show today. The game's not over, Anil.
Yeah,
give them time.
Over, yeah. 56 still to get. Are we reading too much into that?
Another change in the order. I don't think we've seen anything like a consistent order. We certainly haven't seen the same 11 in terms of order, but young Sanjay Krishnamurthy is going to be in up the order, up to number 5, and Nepal are going on the attack. There's a slip and a gully in place. And edged and taken. Unbelievable. He's got 2 and 2, Karen Casey. The change of batting order doesn't work for USA. It's just that late movement away. Karen Casey's bowled a really good spell. I said we'd need something special from him to see Nepal have any chance. And all of a sudden the fans are coming into the game on their smiling faces. There's always drama when Nepal play.
Massive couple of deliveries. Huge opening. You mentioned up there. Jeez, and that's nearly fallen out of his grasp as well.
He's already dropped one catch today. That's Kushal Bertel, who was in there at first slip. And it's the late movement. It's the late aspect of that movement. All of a sudden, the Nepal flag is starting to fly. Do these fans in the stand believe they're going to have their part to play if Nepal are going to pull off what would be a massive heist here?
Hat-trick ball as well, coming up. That would change the game, a hat-trick, wow.
Well, we've almost said everything over the course of the last 10 days. Associate cricket, we've had 6 sixes, we've had spectacular catches, we've had 30 off and over from Jatinder Singh, we've had a blitzkrieg from Stephen Taylor. Sandeep Lamachani's career best, 6 for 11, spot on Paul Radley, thank you. Are we going to now have a hat-trick? And ironically, it's the man who hit those 6 sixes coming to the crease. It's Jaskaran Malhotra. He's going to have to keep out this ball at the minimum to keep USA in the ascendancy, because if he falls early, it's back to being a very tightly fought match. Karen Casey working wonders. Here we go, it's a hat-trick ball. And firmly driven by Malhotra.
Very confident.
Wasn't afraid to go at it, was he?
Bearing in mind the delivery before was exactly that, near enough exactly that ball.
Yeah, but talk about the difference in techniques. Krishnamurthy playing away from his body. At a ball that swung late in him, admittedly, but Malhotra's head right towards the ball.
And cross to it, yeah, you're right.
And that was the difference, but good captaincy from Gyanendra Malla. He got the slip into place immediately as soon as they got rid of Stephen Taylor. And it's just given Nepal some hope. Funny old game, cricket. Good leave. Good confident leave. 20 overs gone. It's 119 for 4. The messages flooding in. There's now some joy. 2 a.m. watching Australia from Anup Kajke. He said, Nepal's chance of winning is less than 5%, but I'm still hanging on. I'm staying up into the wee hours to see if Sandeep can get a few more wickets. There it is. I think
it's a big cheer in the crowd.
18 years of age. I was personally a little surprised to see him play again today. I thought he might be the one who'd make way, but instead it was Dominic Rickey.
Just got the one over, didn't he, as well? And that shot there.
It's back-to-back ducks for Krishnamurthy. Remember, run out yesterday without scoring.
Yeah, that was very... wasn't it? Comical run out.
Here's the Taylor dismissal. It was a good catch as well. Don't underrate this catch from Sampal Kam. He's very quick on his feet. But yeah, 2.
Followed the shot, didn't it, rather than getting there before he was swinging.
2, Karen Case.
Just need to keep doing what he's doing. Doesn't need to take any chances. Doesn't need to do anything silly. If USA can just battle through this next 5 or 6 overs, they should be okay. But remember, if we take a look at the Nepal bowling figures, there is one additional factor, and that is the X factor of Sandeep Lamachani. He still has 4 overs remaining.
Vital. Would you get him straight in? Straight in now? When would you bring him on?
I think they need to find a way through Patel. Patel has played Lamachani with supreme confidence, both on Monday and again today. Hasn't looked in any trouble at all against Lamachani. But if one of these 2 seamers, remember, 2 senior bowlers really, KC and Kami, if one of these 2 finds a way through Monank Patel, get Lamachani on, and havoc could occur.
His game on at that point, isn't it?
Paul, do you think it's... I was asking you in the first innings about your love of the associate game. Do you think it's the inconsistency of performance as well that just adds to the drama? Obviously, all the games that the associates play mean so much.
Yep. There's
no meaningless matches. But there is an inconsistency in performance, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. I wonder if that's to do with the pressure that's on each game. Players are often playing for, like you mentioned before, not all of them are professionals. Some of them are. And those guys are often playing for their careers.
It's a big shot. Has he hold out? It's been put down. Unbelievable. I think it's the debutant Gulshan Jha and Jaskaran Malhotra The man who's been smashing sixes all the way around this ground is being rushed by the pace of Sampal Kami. He's chipped it. Being Frank Paul, that's a simple catch. And Gulshan Jazz put it down. Patel's reaction at first slip. Here's the replay. Have to question the choice of shot. That should have been taken.
Oh, definitely should have been taken. He's having a really tough day.
Would you believe it? Malhotra dropped without scoring. Remember, he was dropped 4 separate times by Papua New Guinea in that innings of 173. One was very late after he got to the century, but one of them, he was only on 3 runs. He does tend to give chances early, but then when he gets his eye in, he can smash the ball everywhere.
Yeah, I was just going to say, actually, the first couple of shots he played, the straight drives, he hit very crisply, like Taylor-esque, in actual fact, the way it came off his bat. That one, he didn't get hold of at all, and it should have been taken.
That's more like it from Malhotra. What was he thinking with that shot, do you feel?
Well, I think he's obviously a very instinctive player when he's at his best, so to be fair, if he'd have middled that would have ended up over the mountains into Muscat, probably. But he definitely didn't get hold of it, and could be a pivotal moment in the game, that drop.
So more messages come in. This one from Zenith, 2 a.m. in Sydney. We Nepalese fans will always trust in our bowling attack and hope to win till the very last ball of the game. The love is unmatchable. Karen KC, the Valentine's man famously, has just found a little bit of rhythm with his bowling, hasn't he? And he's getting that shape away from the right-handers. Big shot, and that's not the length to be driving at. 53 more needed. It feels like there's a lot of cricket yet to be played.
Just doing just enough. Similar to Krishnamurthy. It's probably not full enough, actually, to play that shot at. Very risky. He just needs to keep going, Manik, the way he's doing it at the moment. Doesn't need shots like that.
It's a much more confident shot into the offside, full face of the bat. Yeah, these questions keep coming for you and I. Paul, let's keep going and reading them out. Hopefully not too many distraught fans. The number of them watching on from Australia is remarkable. Huge Nepali community. Pujan Parajulia saying it's 2 a.m. here in Sydney. I'm still awake, hoping there is more magic to come from Sandeep, the golden boy, and Karen KC. You're watching on and hope. Don't give up hope. Do stay with us. You do see quite a lot of emotion, don't you, from the Nepal fans? Listen to this one, Kabi Raj Adhikari. Nepal do not look like a side to compete at this level. If you bat like that, rain or only miracle saves you. I wasted my sleep, he says. Do keep the faith, mate. A lot of cricket to be played.
Never a moment wasted if you're supporting your team.
Yeah, great to see the passion from Nepal fans all over the world. Malhotra's just been a little bit on the hop, hasn't he, to start with. The short ball tactic is something that I think Nepal are certainly targeting him with.
Yes, if we're looking at the field, there's one out at long leg and one just, I think, if I've got my angles right there, he's just in front of square. So, yeah, they're going to test him. It's exactly the position it was dropped in the last over.
More and more cheers from the crowd in the ground. They're Starting to get quite animated, it has to be said. Keep your messages coming to myself, Andrew Leonard, here at Cricket Badge on either Twitter or Instagram. I'm joined by Paul Radley of the national newspaper. You can get him at Paul Radley on Twitter. Great to have your thoughts here, Paul. We're going to be sad to see you go tomorrow. American fans messaging in as well. Jay Gaddy's watching on, saying it's looking good, but I'm always hesitant when I watch USA, which you can understand. Might have some late drama. You wouldn't know.
Get a sense that fans of both teams have suffered there, thanks to their sides down the ears.
Yeah, lovely questions coming in. This next one from Pratyaksha. He's saying it's tough life being a Nepali cricket fan, but we love it anyway.
Why not? They have some thrilling finishes. So some of the most thrilling cricket. Well, I can't think I've ever seen a
boring.
A boring. I was actually thinking of the game in Namibia, the one that you mentioned before when you said the Valentine's Day game, the Karen KC Day game in Namibia. I can't think that there's ever been a more incredible finish to a cricket match than that.
Messages coming in, not just from Nepal, also from America. Rather passionate American fan, this one. He's asked to remain anonymous, so we'll respect that. He's wondering why are America making so many poor decisions. He says they've dominated the game. He's watching on from New York City. He's saying Taylor's shot was terrible. He should have gone on to knock it around and get to that 100, and USA never would have lost the game from there.
Yeah, that's an interesting point that we were debating, weren't we, as he was moving through the 90s, whether to carry on playing as he had been doing to that point, which eventually did bring about his demise.
He's also wondering, this fan from New York City, why was Kareem Agor batting at 3? And to be frank, I don't have an answer for that, because Patel was so impressive. He made 100 against Nepal 4 days ago, batting at 3, and he was without doubt by a far away the best player of Lamachani. And they've decided to go with Kareem Agor. He'd batted at 8 the previous day and at number 3.
So what is the thing in Kareem Agor's game that would have nothing? You got nothing. Oh, that is like you say, man. It just seems like the ideal number 3, doesn't it? The way he plays, and the way he has been playing today, perfectly suited to it.
I think the only answer, possibly, the new head coach, Jagadish Kumar, he's still probably learning about his players. You know, the big challenge in American cricket is geography as much as anything. It's not that they don't have 15 or 20 or 50 good cricketers in the country or good enough for international level. It's how regularly you can bring them together, how often they can train at good facilities. There are good facilities springing up across the United States, in Atlanta, in Florida, in North Carolina, in the Midwest as well, in Texas, over on the West Coast. But he very rarely, he was telling me, gets all of his squad together. He's got a national training group of 45 or 50, I believe, something like that. I think he's never actually had them all together at the same time. You contrast that with here in Oman, where the 35 best cricketers in the country are training 5 days a week together. The only time the best 15 from USA are together are really when they're on tour.
Well, yeah, that's as may be, but they are on tour now and they've had matches before this, so it seems unusual that they'd be chopping and changing quite so much. I'd have thought hit on a method and stick with it. For right or wrong, if it gets to the end of the series and it proves that it was wrong, well, at least you've given it a full enough go to prove that it was. But you're not going to know either way unless you stick with one set of one way of doing things, really.
And there's been a different batting order, not just with the changes. There's been literally a different batting order every game for USA.
Also, if you look at the bowling as well, the method appears to be quite scattergun with the changes. I think they've used, what have they used today? 6 or 7? 8 today again.
8 bowlers, 9 yesterday.
9, exactly. So that's pretty scattergun as well. So obviously it's good to have different options, but it doesn't necessarily smack of joined-up thinking, really.
It doesn't. More questions coming in. Sahil Bana, no question from him. Just wants to say he's watching on the USA-Nepal match from Panama. Real global game more and more these days. Sangam Subedi, I think he's one of these Nepal fans who's on the cliff edge right now. Every new day, but same problem, batting collapse. Ugh. Can't this problem be solved? God, hashtag love Nepal. Thanks for your thoughts, Sangam. Aryan Satullah is not happy with the captain. Even after playing for 15 years, he doesn't think his strike rate is good enough. Lovely question from Phil Mickey, one of the great USA fans. Hey, Cricket Badge, and at Paul Radley. Great to see USA back in action. As Malhotra looks for an extravagant shot into the leg side. Probably not what the situation needs, still 50 to win. Can you speak of the difficulties that USA and other associates might have scheduling bilateral T20 and ODIs outside of the Cricket World Cup? He would love to see more fixtures. I'll start with that. I think it's primarily financial.
And also, I mean, there's clear reasons over the past 18 months as well. And now, as you mentioned before, about the opportunities that are coming up for all teams, associate teams as well.
Pulled into the deep. He's got it over the head of deep square leg. He's out. Malhotra doesn't care. He's been dropped once in the same position. It's the bigger boundary. But the power that Malhotra possesses, he gets it flush out of the middle. That was a flat six.
It's just, doesn't he, off his bat? Oh, dear. That's gone flat.
I'll tell you something. He's a braver man than I am, because if he was caught out there, a deep square leg after having already been dropped a few moments ago with only 50 to win, I wouldn't like to have seen the reaction of the coach.
Well, would it? No, and rightly so.
Sends Patel back. Going to keep these questions going. This one from Anshul Rimal. Hello, sir. Namaste. Namaste to you, Anshul. What factor is missing in this Nepali squad? Why can't we get a good score on the board? I'm hoping for still hoping for a Nepal win. I'm watching on from Sydney as well. I'm surprised by the lack of spin options in their squad. They're renowned for having a multiple of left arm spinners. No Raj Banshi, the left arm spinner, in the squad. I was surprised to see that, not even in the 19 that they took here. And also no left arm bowlers either, seamers that is.
Are there some going around then, Budge?
Yeah, there was a lovely left arm bowler in the Everest Premier League a couple of years ago. Tragically had a car accident. I hope I haven't got this wrong. I think it's Lalit Bandari. And he was one of the leading wicket takers that year. But yeah, it is indeed Lalit Bandari. He had a horrible car accident. His teammates were fundraising for him, in fact. This is hit into the sky. That is huge. That's going to go. The biggest of the day by a distance. Malhotra is not going to be daunted by the fact there's a fielder out there. I think that would have gone for 6 on any ground in the world. That is quite massive.
Fuck.
In the middle on the next field, that huge.
Look at this. What a ball tracking effort that is. It's not just gone for 6 on this ground. Boys are saying in the background it might have gone for 6 on the other ground as well.
Groundsman's had to wander 10 yards off preparing the wicket on the next field to chuck the ball back.
Yeah, it was... Bandari was badly injured, ended up hospitalised back in 2020. Going to be more runs and the pull shot much more control. That's a good shot. There's no risk in that. Not hitting the air. This game starting to end in a hurry. But how much are Nepal ruining that drop chance now of Malhotra?
The way it could have been their last chance. Are you thinking give Lamachani a go at any point here?
I think you have to go to Lamachani, if not this over, probably the next one. I think, unfortunately, Karen KC's been excellent, but he's been hit out of the attack. 16 runs from that over. Yeah, if anyone does know, maybe watching on there from Nepal, about the condition of Lalit Bandari, would love to hear. It was actually a motorbike accident, and I do know that there was significant damage done to his leg. I'm not sure if he's back playing yet, but if you are listening on, even yourself, we do wish you well. He was brilliant in the Everest Premier League a couple of years ago, and that's a brilliant shot into the leg side. It's going to have the pace to trickle into the rope, and Patel, who's been very, very cautious, is now following Malhotra's lead, coming down the track and hitting that firmly into the leg side.
Gap there through mid-wicket. Strolls across, whips it through there. Very good cricket.
Good piece of fielding. Bit of a crowd catch. They've all got very excited, but thumped into the ground and straight up. Yeah, lots of additional comments coming in. One from Anil here saying that Avinash Bahara would have been more effective in the current situation. Is he in the 15-man squad for Nepal? He is here, but he's not in the final 14-man squad that Nepal can select from. Nepal actually brought 19 here to Oman for this tour. Off cutter, half a stop at slip, but the 14 in the squad is all that they can select from, so it's the experienced Fasakar, Mohammad Arif Sheikh, who did play against Papua New Guinea, and Bikram Saab, who are the only three that can be brought in. So Pawan Saraf, and indeed Avinash Bahar, as you point out, the Yorker King, as he's known as for Nepal, can't play, is injured. Here's the sixes. Look at that. The first one was flat, like a tracer bullet of ace. It's just hit into the sky. That is huge. Team helper here. That's Mohammed, who's nearly had that one cannoned into, and the second one was just massive.
It was. I can't go with that, actually. This came sort of in our direction, but nowhere near us because it was so huge.
Come on then, Paul. Give me the sky tracker on that. How long's that gone? 100 metres?
Good question. I'm going to estimate. How far do you reckon we are there from the wicket here?
Well, from the far end.
65 to the edge, or 70 to the edge.
I reckon we've got to be, in our position here, we've got to be 78, 80 metres, something like
easy
that.
Easy.
85 maybe?
So I reckon that's gone 95?
Might have even topped the 100. What do you reckon?
100, I reckon, yeah.
I'm
going to measure that later.
There we go. The ever-investigative journalist Paul Radley here at the National with me. Yeah, we might be able to measure that one out. Maybe that. Do you think the groundsman's tape will stretch that far?
Yeah, I might set it on my steps on my on my phone.
Beats the outside edge. Good from Kami. The tail just falls off. Malhotra picks it up for him. There's a bit of swagger about Malhotra, isn't there? There's just something about him.
Yeah, have you noticed, has that come on more since his sort of epiphany the other day?
I think it's always been there.
Yeah.
Might have been enhanced a touch. I think it's hard not to enhance it if you smash 173 with 16 sixes, 6 of them in the final over the first innings. And it is going to be Sandeep Lamachani. I think this had to be the change. And this is quite literally a very last roll of the dice. It's the last pennies in the jar. You're in Vegas, you're sticking it all onto one number. It's got to be Sandeep
number
Lamachani
25.
Here. Yeah, on to number 25. Well said, Paul Radley. Here we go. Nepal fans, hold your breath. Can Lamachani find a way? Questions flooding in. Why is Sandeep not bowling one here? And you've got your wish now. Jay Gaddy's saying that 6 from Malhotra landed in my front yard in Michigan, which I think is a pretty good shout. Here we go. Sandeep Lamachani. 4 overs remain for him. And look at that. Look at that from Malhotra. Talk about confidence bordering on arrogance. The show of the shoulders and then pointing back to Lamachani saying, I know that's the leg break.
You're enjoying this, aren't you, Badge? The old leg spinner.
He's going to back it up with another leg spinner. Can't see him waiting more than another ball for the googly. It's coming here. I think it'll be the sharp spinning one as well. Oh, might have just been the one that goes on with the arm a little. Don't think it was fully out of the back. And look at that. respect between the two players. Absolutely love to see that. Lamachani giving him the knee in the back of the bum and saying, "Get out of my way, Malhotra. I'll see the back of you yet."
Always got a smile on his face. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely fantastic.
How could you not love associate cricket? Look at what it brings you. Moments like that. Malhotra puffing out his chest saying, "I'm the big man of this USA side and I'm good enough for the best bowler in associate cricket." In the shape of Sandeep Lamachani. Leg break again. Hasn't bowled as many googlies here. Maybe Lamachani conscious that he's been read by Patel. 37 wickets in his 15 appearances so far in international cricket. Is he going to have another one? He's not, because Malhotra has taken on the long on fielder. I don't think he's got that even close to the middle. It was the googly. Malhotra's backed himself to beat the man at long on, and he has, but only just.
Miss it. They've still gone over the. Got such power. It's not a tiny boundary, that.
Yeah, I was speculating myself on Twitter. I was wondering if Lamachani might be in the mix for maybe the fastest ever to 50 ODI wickets.
Yeah.
And he came off that run of 16 wickets in 3 games, 6 for 16 18 months ago in Kathmandu, 4 wickets against Papua New Guinea, followed by a remarkable 6 for 11 against Papua New Guinea. Do you think he can continue his success as people learn more and more about him as a bowler?
Yeah, just going back to your point about the first 50, I think, do you mean it in games? Because that's Ajantha Mendes' record. Obviously, he was deprived of game, more or less, in the last fixture because he was, injured stomach or unwell, whatever his ailment precisely was. So he's got to go some now to break that record.
He really is going to be Cammy to continue. Just 22 more needed for USA. Could be an early night for them if they can find these remaining runs. Malhotra wants to end it in a hurry, but Patel's on strike. How do USA use Malhotra? He's clearly got the tools to be a big, massive striker of the ball, but he's been offering up chances regularly. How do you use an asset like that?
Well, in a lot of ways, it actually depends on the side around him as well, as to where if he's got solid enough top order, 6 or 7 is a good position for.
It's a lovely drive. Going to be a couple through the offside out to Asif Sheikh.
For a player of that ilk who can power the ball to the boundary with, if hopefully the pressure's off, but I wouldn't necessarily say USA have got the most consistent top order, so it's difficult. Where can you foresee his best place being?
It does kind of feel like number 5. It feels like that's the spot for him, but he does want to open in T20s as well. Cut away.
Lovely.
It's a nice shot. Clearly looked to play that in the air, and it's only just going to be cut off by Sushant Bari. It's almost shades of a very different cricketer to Kevin O'Brien, but there's shades as they're going to get through for an overthrow. That kind of sums up
Paul cricket, yeah, that does.
Nepal's
sums up
day,
the day
really.
they've had, yeah, absolutely.
Binod Bandari telling him, "I can't see it in the floodlight," but surely someone's got to be backing up. Slightly village piece of cricket, this one.
Yeah, it was loose, wasn't it? Very loose. He was close to the rope, wasn't he? All right.
Yeah, if he'd rolled it in underarm, it would have been just 2, but the throw has cost an extra 1. Yeah, I was just saying, maybe shades of the way Kevin O'Brien's used for Ireland over the years, 5 or 6 in ODIs, and then in the T20s. We've obviously seen him used with such success up at the top of the order with Paul Sterling. Must be looking forward to that partnership there in UAE. How are they going to go in the T20 World Cup?
You have to keep your eye out when you're in the stand with those two opening up. No, I think Malhotra, that sounds like a great idea in USA T20 side, especially if he's perhaps not got an obvious role in the middle order, you can't work out exactly where to have him, then just give him license at the top. See how it goes anyway.
Looks for the Yorker, driven through the offside. There's no doubt Malhotra, in fairness to him, has worked really hard at his game. He looks, to me, physically much fitter, much stronger.
Yeah.
And he does look stronger. He's worked really hard. Famously spent some time having to drive an Uber to make ends meet there in North Carolina while he was trying to get back to cricket, back to the international game. That's a lovely shot from Patel. I know there's power hitters in this USA side, but Patel in many ways the most elegant to the eye, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely the most solid I feel from what I've seen, and he's just noticeably just started playing a few more shots since Malhotra's had this little spree. I don't think he wants to get overtaken by him in the scoring stakes, since he's faced so many more balls.
Yeah, the bragging rights will be
Just trying to
coming
edge
out
ahead, I'd say.
in the USA camp. But how palpable a relief will it be for USA? We've talked a lot about Nepal, but for America, after 6 consecutive defeats, probably questioning their place at this table. They got off to a great start. They were leading the points table before Kathmandu, had won 6, lost 2. 6 consecutive defeats, some of them very heavy. The 2 defeats here, though, were really close, and they're going to break that string surely now with a win here.
Yeah, and if they look at the table there, they're second in it, so you can't really complain too much. But no, like you said, good for them to get back on their winning trail.
So diving effort from Sheikh in the field. The fielding hasn't been good enough today for Nepal. The batting wasn't good enough, and probably with the exception of Lamachani and that burst from KC, the bowling hasn't been good enough either, is it?
That doesn't add up to a great game, does it really? Which is, yeah, I think Nepal need to put this one down to experience, I'd say.
Yeah, I suppose all the pressure off now as well, whilst just 13 to win, 6 wickets in hand. Usually some of these American batsmen might be shaking in their boots facing Lamachani right now. I'd be happy just to see him off. Don't want you to give it away, and I know it won't be your selection, but who would you be going with for the player of the match? Netravalkar really impressive with his 4 wickets. The debutant with 3 wickets, Stephen Taylor. They're probably the ones in the mix, aren't they?
I'd go. Yeah, I thought the bowling was a team effort, so I think I'd say Taylor, because there were no nerves thanks to the way he batted for his team. Oh, actually, sorry, apart from those 2 balls from Karen KC, which perhaps made the team a little bit nervous. I think Taylor sort of decided the outcome of this game, to be honest. I think, in my view, I'd go for him.
Malhotra, even with just 12 needed to win, he keeps wanting to make statements, doesn't he? He wants to get a big one away off Lamachani.
I think we're in the firing line here. If it gets hold of one, our commentary position would be at about, what would you say this is, Badge? About deep mid wicket, maybe, or a little bit straighter than that.
They've put us in a cow corner, mate. That's where they've stuck us in, haven't they?
Just slightly square of cow.
Slightly square, yeah. Just a little. We're over there, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're kind of a straight deep mid wicket, aren't we? And in a funny way, whilst you'd rather be behind the bowler's arm, it's not a bad place to see the action from.
Nice, yeah.
Going to be real frustration for Sandeep Lamachani, no doubt about that. Look at Malhotra still trying to make statements. He's saying he's picked the googly, giving himself room outside the leg stump. 28 overs gone. Lamachani has only got 2 for. It's the same number of wickets he took 4 days ago against USA. And USA 165 for 4. Paul, where to from here for Nepal? Just the one match remains this week. That'll be against Oman, the top of the table. Can they find a way to upset the league leaders?
Yeah, given the cricket that Oman have been playing consistently over the course of this whole league, and then obviously Nepal's recent form, it's going to be very, very difficult for Nepal to turn the tide, but these things can happen. I think USA thought they were out of the game yesterday and they pushed Oman very close, so we'll start at 0 for 0 at the end of the day.
Big shot attempted from Malhotra. He's going to try and end this in 2 blows. I don't think you'll see as bad a performance from Oman back-to-back. Dilip Mendes won't allow that.
You'd hope you wouldn't see as bad a performance from Nepal either, because it's been poor today.
Punched down the ground for a single, and yeah, if Oman can get Aki Bilias and Kaur Ali back into their side, that will give them a much more rounded makeup as well.
Yeah, Aki Bilias, great to, well, both of them, but Aki, I think everybody saw in Kathmandu last year. Very good player to watch. Bats well. Bowls a leg spin to a right-handed batsman and off spin to left-handed. Extremely talented cricketer.
Worked into the leg side for a single. Sushan Bari, you've been surprised, given how effective he was in Kathmandu 18 months ago, how he's struggled a bit here?
Yeah, I suppose different conditions take a little bit of getting used to, but yeah, I have been, to answer your question simply. It's not been as effective as I thought he might be.
So it's going to be a single to end the 29th over. Lend my stint here in the commentary box as well. I'm going to go down and get ready for the post-match presentation. Paul, I'd like to thank you sincerely, not just from me, from everyone in the production team, for your contributions. Really great to hear your thoughts from Harish, who's done an outstanding job on cameras, Zia on replays, and that man Mohsin. Don't know what he's doing, but we'll give him a little shout out as well, the producer behind the scenes. Pass you back now to Suhas Vedham, who'll join you till the tail end of this innings, and I'll see you for the post-match. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Badge. Been a pleasure, mate. Not left you with much, has he? 6 runs to go from 20 overs and 5 balls.
Yes, a blazing innings from Taylor up top. Just finishing off with quiet singles here. Jaskaran Malhotra also came blazing indeed. There's 2 sixes in the over, a single over. Glorious to watch. Yeah, that might run away, and it does. 2 more required for USA to pick up points. Lucky the 7th time they were 6 on the trot. They were waiting for a win like this. Creates room and thrives on it, Jaskaran Malhotra. The slip will watch it sail, and the ball will kiss the rope with which USA would celebrate. Much awaited victory for United States of America in ICC CWC League 2, supported by Dream 11.
"20 overs and 4 balls remaining. That constitutes a very dominant win by the USA against a side that they've struggled with in this series so